Good afternoon, honorable members and those under the sound of my voice. For this is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. In our Moments of Impact devotional segment, I want to share a devotional entitled, Something Good is Coming Out of This. In life, none of us are exempt from trials and tribulations. From the young to the old, trials and tribulations are a normal part of our lives. God allows us, though, to go through trials and tribulations to perfect His will in our lives. Romans chapter 8, verse 28 says, "And we know that all things, the good, the bad, and the ugly, they all work together for our good, for those who love the Lord and those who've been called according to His purpose." No matter the trial or the tribulation, God always has a plan to bring something good out of it. Now, if the truth be told, most times while we are going through our trials and tribulations, it's very difficult to see how good can come out of it. From the surface, at times, when we are going through, it looks as if our world is coming to an end and that we will never rebound. This is where we have to trust our God. One of the many lessons I have personally learned from serving and trusting God is that His ways are past finding out. You see, God doesn't operate like man. Isaiah 55, verses 8 and 9 says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, my ways are not your ways. For as high as the heavens are from the earth, so are my ways higher than yours, and my thoughts than your thoughts." God sometimes uses trials and tribulations to teach us life lessons, to make us wiser and stronger, to prevent us from making mistakes, to expose the truth about some people that may be close to us, or simply to preserve us from self-destruction. In conclusion, I want to encourage those of you under the sound of my voice who might be going through a trial or a tribulation at this time, and you might be feeling a little discouraged or feeling a little low. My encouragement to you today is to cheer up. Hold your head up high. Something good is coming out of this. God will give you beauty for ashes. God will give you the oil of joy for mourning. God will give you the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. James chapter 1, verses 2 to 4 says, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. And let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." I leave you with this final thought today. No matter what you're going through, if you love God and you know that you've been called according to His purpose, you can lay claim to this promise that something good is coming out of this. Selah. Think and act on these things. Let us pray. Most gracious and eternal Father, we give you thanks and praise. Your word declares that the name of the Lord is a strong tower, and the righteous run into it, and they are safe. Thank you for being our Jehovah Jireh, our provider. Thank you for being our Jehovah Nissi, our banner. For Lord, you are good, and your love endureth forever. Your faithfulness continues to all generations. Father, we humbly come before your throne of grace today to ask you to give us the strength and the courage to face our trials and tribulations. Help us not to get discouraged and despondent, but always remain hopeful during the difficulties of life. For your word says that there is no temptation that has taken us but such as is common to man. But God, you are faithful, who will not suffer us to be tempted beyond that which we can bear, but will with the temptation always make a way of escape, that we may be able to bear it. And so, Father, we lay hold on your word today. We ask you, Almighty God, you would grace us with your Holy Spirit today. Lead and guide these honorable members as they seek to build our nation. As we've all assembled in this honorable house today, Father, we ask that you would grant us your peace that surpasses all human understanding. And Lord, we pray for your perfect will to be accomplished in the lives of every citizen of the Bahamas. We place our nation into your hands. And we ask, God, that you would be our compass and our guide. Lead us into greener pastures and keep us under your shadow. For it's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Honorable members, at the suspension, we were debating a compendium of bills. I presume that we are now ready. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this morning or this afternoon, I rise in this honorable House once again, humbled and grateful for this opportunity to serve and to be a part of a progressive administration that remains committed to our mandate outlined in our blueprint for change. A few days ago, I looked closely at the nuts and bolts of this binding document, and I am pleased to report to this honorable House that we are well on our way of achieving many of the promises we outlined to the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, our blueprint for change is a document that we presented to the Bahamian people prior to the general election. It's a document that we said to the Bahamian people that if the Lord was to bless us with the opportunity to govern, we will live to this document and to ensure that many of the promises that is in this document is accomplished. Madam Speaker, for the general public who do not have this document, I advise them to get a copy, because this is what we promise you if the Lord bless us with the opportunity that we currently have. And so when you turn to the first page, you see the islands of the Bahamas, and it's very clear. It's a new day. But I cannot go into the entire document today because of time constraints. But I want to direct the Bahamian people to page 14 that speaks specifically about our 10-point plan to recover, rebuild, and revitalize. The first part of the plan is rescuing the economy. The second part is compassionate social relief and strengthening security. Thirdly, reconstruction and resiliency. Fourthly, Bahamian empowerment. Number 5, consistent in the sovereign wealth fund and natural resources. 6 is the revolution in education, and our minister spoke so eloquently a couple days ago as a result of it. Number 7 is the progressive agenda for our young people. Number 8, which I will focus on, is a healthy Bahamas. To prioritize the health and wellness of our people with NHI and affordable health care, we will implement sustainable national educational programs to fight lifestyle-related diseases. Number 9, a plan for each island. And number 10, the National Development Plan. I want to now turn to page 45, which is number 8. A healthy Bahamas, we will focus aggressively on public health and wellness and soaring up the capacity for our healthcare system. So on page 45, you see number 8, which is one of the 10 promises we made to the Bahamian people, and number 8 falls under my portfolio as the Minister of Health and Wellness. And I want to go a little bit through this document because I have a substantive presentation, and I want the Bahamian people to understand that I would surgically dissect page 45 so that the Bahamian people could realize that we are on our way to accomplish what we promised the residents of the Bahamas should God bless us with this opportunity. In the first part of this document, we speak about healthcare workers. As Minister of Health and Wellness, in conjunction with the Ministry of Finance, Public Service, as well as all of the other relevant ministries, it says here in this document, we will review and address pending union-employee relations for nurses, junior doctors, consultant doctors, healthcare workers, and treating our healthcare professionals as heroes as they truly deserve to be treated as. We spoke about pandemic management. And in this document, this was a part of my ministry that had to be executed when I became minister to be able to fight the pandemic and to ensure that we are able to restart our economy and get people back to work. Then the third component of our document is health and wellness. And I'm so pleased that when I present today, you will know what we've been doing in health and wellness. Then it speaks about national health insurance. I have a bill here in Parliament now that will repeal and replace the 2016 Act of National Health Insurance so that Bahamian people can understand that we will improve primary health care service delivery mechanisms and begin to move towards the implementation of catastrophic health insurance. Then we move into healthcare facilities. And my presentation today will speak about healthcare facilities. We promised the Bahamian people a hospital in New Providence, one in Grand Bahama, reconstruction of our healthcare facilities throughout the Family Islands, and to do something with our 2 mini hospitals, one in Exuma, one in Abaco, and I am about to speak specifically to them. So as I talk today, I make reference to what we promised the Bahamian people in our Blueprint for Change, and my substantive presentation will clearly outline that this administration and this minister is following this Blueprint for Change line by line to deliver what we promised the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, before I get into my substantive presentation, I want to speak a little bit about my infrastructural crusade in the delivery of quality healthcare services across our archipelago. And the first slide that I want to present is a slide that pictures the Bahamas and show exactly what has been going on in the last 21 months in my ministry. No, it's a slide there. No, you got them all wrong. Okay. I was waiting for you. No, it's a picture. Let's get it right. That's the first slide. You got them turned around. So I want to speak about the Family Islands first. Hold it straight. Hold it. We got. I got you, Doc. Okay, thank you so much. As you look at this particular slide, it speaks about the map of the Family Islands. And this is for the Bahamian people. Because when I begin to speak about clinic upgrades, they may not get an idea how extensive the reconstruction process is going on in the Family Islands. If you look at this slide, I have highlighted clinics under renovation. And if you look at clinics under renovation, you will see that just about every island in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, we are renovating the primary healthcare facilities. We have 4 active constructions of 4 new clinics that is going on as we speak. There's one going on in San Salvador, and that is at the United States Clinic. We have one going on in Rumkey. We have another one going on in Old Bight, and we have another one going on in Orange Creek, Cat Island. I also want to speak about what is to come. They're going on right now. All right. But when we speak about Eleuthera, I will go into my presentation because we are going to build a new clinic in Palmetto Point and one in Rock Sound. We will build a new clinic, and I'm so close I could taste it. We're going to build a new clinic in Mangrove Key, and we're building 2 new clinics in this cycle, one in Staniel Key and the other one in Black Point. The next slide. As we're speaking, the clinics in Abaco are under repair. This is not what is to come. This is what is happening and pretty much completed. We have renovated the clinic in Cooperstown. We have renovating the clinic in Marsh Harbor. We have renovated the clinic in Foxtown. In Andros, I'm renovating the clinic in Mangrove Key. I'm renovating the clinic in Mastic Point. I'm renovating the clinic in Fresh Creek, and I'm renovating the clinic in Nicholstown. in Eleuthera. I'm renovating the clinic in Lower Bow. I'm renovating the clinic in Hatchet Bay. And these pictures are almost a completed work. I'm renovating the clinic in Harbor Island. I'm renovating the clinic in Spanish Wells. I'm renovating the clinic in James System. Now, we're speaking about the clinics in New Providence. As we speak, I am in the final stages of a renovation of the clinic in Anstown, and the pictures represented because last week, thanks to the Minister of Works, I got the pavement down. Thank you, Lord. I'm renovating the clinic in Blue Hills. We're renovating the clinic in Blue Hills, and this clinic will be in our possession by the end of July. This particular clinic is so important that it is responsible for the immunization of our young people and our adult immunization program. We're in the final stages of the renovation of the Elizabeth Estate clinics that will be in our possession within 2 months. We're renovating the South Beach Clinic, which is almost completed. Part 1 is done. Yeah, I got to let them know. We're renovating the clinic in Grand Bahama. I've already renovated the 8 Mile Rock Clinic, the Hawksville Clinic, and the West End Clinic. Now we're speaking about the hospital in Grand Bahama. The hospital in Grand Bahama, we have broken ground. The health planners and architects have already been paid. The Grand Bahama Port Authority has been paid. And we should be mobilizing the contractor by next week. We are going to speak a little bit about the new hospital in New Providence. The conceptual drawings are complete, and I will go into the details for the hospital in New Providence. This is an overview of the extensive infrastructural upgrade program that is going on in the Ministry of Health. Not planning, actually going on. Well, Ackland should be started out. Not Spring Point, or that's Salina Point. Salina Point, we awarded the contract for Salina Point. I've awarded contracts on many other of the islands, but I did not bring them to the house today because there's 41 active renovations going on in the Ministry of Health, and our clinics are essential components so that we could have equity in the system, and Bahamians throughout our archipelago, not just Nassau and Grand Bahama, will have quality healthcare services which they truly deserve. Madam Speaker, I thank God for health and strength. And I pray for guidance as I continue my political journey as the Minister of Health and Wellness, while delivering on my ministerial obligations at home and abroad. With your leave, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the wonderful, industrious, resourceful people of Tall Pines. I continue to be galvanized by their support and confidence in my abilities to bring strong representation to this honorable House on their behalf. Over the past 21 months, my team and I have been working diligently throughout my constituency, listening to concerns, addressing concerns both at the national and constituency level. We in Tall Pines continue to have regular branch meetings, community programs, special events, initiatives throughout our polling divisions. And I am pleased to report that the Tall Pines branch election is now completed. Now it's time for all of us to come together for the overall good of the constituency, to serve the thousands of residents in my constituency who are counting on me to bring strong representation to them and to make their lives better. Madam Speaker, in the last budget cycle, I believe we did a relatively good job in the constituency with our community cleanup programs and continue our yearly back-to-school events, our Mother's and Father's Day programs, after-school programs, our food drive, rental assistance, job creation programs for both the young and the old. And last year, I spoke about the long-awaited Urban Renewal Center in the Tall Pines constituency. Once established, this particular center will help the less fortunate, the disabled, of all ages in my constituency, and to do it in a more sustainable way. Unfortunately, due to budgetary constraints in the Ministry of Social Service and Urban Development, we could not do it this year. But I have been reassured by the minister that funding is available in this budget, and I look forward to partnering with the ministry and eagerly await the opening of this Tall Pines Urban Renewal Center in the near future. Madam Speaker, the residents of Tall Pines remain grateful to the government and the Minister of Works for the ongoing road repairs that's taking place in my constituency, but particularly Gladstone Road, which has now created a smoother flow of traffic going into the southern corridor, but it has brought tremendous relief and easy access to the residents of Victoria Gardens and Jubilee Gardens. Finally, on that note, I would like to thank the member for Port Charlotte for his support. And I look forward to working with his team as we move to repave Bellot Road West, McKinney Drive in this budget cycle. Madam Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate all the college and soon-to-be primary and high school graduates in the Tall Pines constituency and extension to the entire country. Graduates, I encourage you to utilize your knowledge and skills that you have acquired with the mindset to make positive differences in your family and become a valuable contributor to the Bahamian society. Once again, Tall Pines, I thank you for your support. I look forward for us working together in the future as we accomplish improvements in our constituency together as a team. Madam Speaker, just as I'm honored as the Member of Parliament for Tall Pines, I'm also privileged to serve in this administration under the proficient and progressive leadership of our Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis. There's no question that this Davis-Cooper administration has demonstrated on multiple occasions, nationally and internationally, that this is a new day in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, let's give it up for our Prime Minister. I know he ain't here, but he deserve a round of applause. Particularly for his stellar performance as chair of CARICOM in the last few months. The way the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador continue to champion the cause for climate change for small island development states on the international stage, and his recent meeting in the Capitol with the United States Vice President Kamala Harris, I'm proud. I sat proud to see what he has accomplished in a short period of time. Prime Minister, I don't know if you're listening, but I just returned from Barbados from the SIDS conference, and the region is singing your praises. Thankful for the $100 million secured for the region under his leadership. I am proud, and I am humbled to serve in his leadership for the last 21 months. Madam Speaker, in preparation for this budget debate, I had to remind myself from whence we came. So please follow me for a few minutes as I outline our accomplishments in the last 21 months. It is important to point out that on coming to office, the Progressive Liberal Party went to work immediately to rebuild our local economy and fought vigorously the COVID-19 pandemic. After careful assessment and analysis of the situation on the ground, we presented our first supplementary budget focused on building the foundation for a new direction at the end of 2021. This budget helped us in our administration to chart a new course on the road to recovery, and we did it when we came to office. The residents of Tall Pines believe that we're moving in the right direction. And the recent snapshot of this year's budget by Moody's in one of the dailies confirmed that our economy is on the road to recovery and we are heading in the right direction. On coming to office, curfews, lockdowns, emergency orders and immediately ended. And despite the negative pushback from members opposite about our COVID-19 policy, this nightmare of lockdowns is gradually becoming a distant memory. Madam Speaker, as promised, we reduced VAT from 12% to 10% and increased the country's minimum wage to $260 per week, while plotting a course for a livable wage. Our progressive policies slowly got people back to work, created thousands of jobs in both the public and private sector. We began the long-awaited promotion exercises in the public service. Thank you, Minister. And signed many outstanding industrial agreements while at the same time reducing customs duty and excise tax, all a part aim of putting money in the pockets of the small man and reducing the cost of living for the struggling Bahamian worker.
Yes. Taking care of the people.
Madam Speaker, visitor arrivals are up. And I wasn't here when the Deputy Prime Minister spoke, but it is my understanding that we are over 7 million and projected to increase in the next 6 months. Safety at our borders and in our community remains a top priority for this government, and allocation in this budget reflects our commitment to security. The improvement of health and wellness of our people remains a driving force for this administration, but more specifically for me as the Minister of Health, simply because it's my portfolio. Madam Speaker, we are steady growing our local economy, managing the overall debt burden, and working towards meeting the strategic targets aimed at balancing the budget in the next few years. Once again, I say congratulations to our Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and his capable team for demonstrating how strategic planning and strong policies aimed at advancing the Bahamian people can be successfully incorporated in the country's budget. Although the road to restoration requires hard work, I remain optimistic that as we travel the road to 50 years of independence, we will continue to move forward, upward, onward together.
Amen.
Madam Speaker, as I make my contribution to this year's budget debate, as your Minister of Health and Wellness, I deem it fitting to begin with the topic that dominated conversation and affected our way of life for the last 3 years, and that is COVID-19. Introduced to the world at the beginning of 2020 as the novel coronavirus, and later declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization in March 2020, as foreshadowed. You see, while we were in opposition, we were planning. Should the Lord bless us with the opportunity to govern, we had a plan.
Yes, sir.
And while we foreshadowed in opposition, on coming to office, we swiftly got rid of the stagnant emergency orders, and as promised, immediately moved to manage the pandemic by way of a well-structured health services rule, which we skillfully adjusted during the pandemic to ensure the safety and unrestricted functioning of our people and our local economy. As promised, we introduced free COVID testing. The side opposite said it never could be done.
Yes.
I hope they remember, because it's documented. We distributed free masks to schools, clinics, hospitals, and we protected healthcare workers, support staff, and Bahamians throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Yes.
We implemented policies to protect our borders. We removed the domestic and international travel visa requirement. We secured both adult and pediatric vaccines. And in addition, we brought University of the Bahamas nurse graduates. We recruited and hired nurses from Cuba, another country, to fill the gaps that we met when we came to
None of
office.
us forgot.
We ensured that healthcare facilities were adequately stocked with the necessary PPPs and protected healthcare workers. Specific COVID-19 medications were brought into the country for the first time, and other essential COVID resources were obtained by my ministry to achieve better healthcare outcomes from individuals suffering from COVID-19. Madam Speaker, despite the noise in the market, this administration has been working hard to ensure that our country could rebuild and recover from the devastating effects of COVID-19. The record would reflect that our well-thought-out plans proved successful in navigating the country through the remaining half of the pandemic. Sadly, in every country around the world, many lives were lost over the 3 years of the major aspects of COVID-19. The Bahamas is no different, recording some 38,169 positive cases of COVID and 846 deaths. Today, as of the 20th of this month, we have 16 active COVID-19 cases in the country, and they're pretty much asymptomatic. But thank God, we are in the recovery mode and currently experiencing record economic growth in our tourism sector, thanks to the hard work of our Deputy Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, on May the 5th, 2023, Dr. Tedros, the Director General of the World Health Organization, announced the end of the public health emergency of international concern, which declared COVID-19 still exists, but not of that level of concern. This announcement was certainly good news, but it doesn't mean that COVID-19 is over. I want to say that again to the Bahamian population. COVID-19 is still with us. In fact, the virus continued to evolve and spread in the Bahamas. However, the threat that it once posed is at a lower level of concern. This significantly reduced level of threat of COVID-19 is also reflected in budgetary allocation in my ministry. So when we look at line item 2281185, we will see that that line item, the funding for that line item was decreased. In 2021 to 2022 budget cycle, in the height of pandemic, 32.8 million was allocated in that line item. In the 2022-2023 budget, it was reduced to 4 million. And in this budget, we see a sum of just $500,000, indicating that the threat of COVID-19 is not as intense as it was back in 2021. Madam Speaker, could I get some water?
Right now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. I got to cool down. Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us many lessons. It has taught us the importance of the support of family and friends. It has taught us the importance of taking better care of our health. You know, the doctor is not responsible for health. We have a responsibility to take care of our own bodies. The value of having proper sanitized surroundings. The importance of a well-structured and organized healthcare delivery system. And it has given us a newfound respect for our frontline workers, many who lost their lives fighting on our behalf. It has also made us appreciate the resilience of our people and their ability to adjust, to maintain functionality, proving that no matter how far apart or separated we are from borders or seas, we need each other. And together as a country, we're stronger. Yeah. So as we fully transition our lives with living with COVID-19 and staying alert of the possibility of another public threat, health threat, we do not want to lose the gains that we have achieved during the midst of the pandemic. And these gains are quite simple, like hand washing, proper sanitation, and the ability to know that if we have an upper respiratory tract infection, we can cough into our sleeve, or we can wear a mask to protect our brothers and sisters. But it is important for us to take this responsibility and much of what we have learned from COVID-19 and apply it to our everyday life. Madam Speaker, I have noticed that many stores have removed their sanitation stations. I encourage them to still provide this safe service of safety to the customers, and I encourage customers and Bahamians all over the country to stay alert and keep your personal supply of sanitizer on hand. If you see something that is not right, move quickly and sanitize. Madam Speaker, the past year and 9 months have been a rewarding yet challenging time for us at the Ministry of Health and Wellness and our respective agencies. Unlike many of our sister Caribbean countries, they have one landmass. Our archipelagic composition, we have many islands, and many of us who represent our family island constituency know the difficulties and how strategically it is for us to plan and to have the financial resources that will help to navigate us through emergency or natural disasters. We saw this in Exuma the other day with the weather patterns with flooding. We will see it again because we anticipate this hurricane season will be very intense. And so it becomes a challenge for us. Not like some of our other Caribbean nations where there's one landmass, we're separated by almost 100,000 square miles of ocean. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that for this year's budget, my ministry, which falls under heads 60 and 66, have a total recurrent budget allocation of some $348,049,484. Of this sum, the Public Hospitals Authority received $222,155,825, demonstrating a $10.3 million reduction as compared to the last budget cycle. And it is projected that the decrease in COVID spending and other initiatives aimed at enhancing efficiencies across the board will help us to compensate for this loss. Also, the Public Hospitals Authority is one of those state-owned enterprises. And the Prime Minister spoke specifically about their plan for state-owned enterprises, where all state-owned enterprises did receive some reduction. We believe that we will pivot from this reduction and we will be able to find avenues in different areas to compensate for this $10.3 million reduction. The budget allocation for the National Health Insurance Authority is $46.2 million. With the passing of the new NHI bill that would replace the 2016 NHI Act, my ministry will finally address the vexing reality of duplication and wastage across the board in the health delivery system and begin the important steps. Member for Pinewood, to move the NIB drug prescription plan to the National Health Insurance Authority. This move is part of my ministry's healthcare strengthening strategy outlined in the initial Sanagist report that foreshadows NHI as the funding engine for the provision of universal health care throughout our country. We in Health believe that this new policy decision will end the need for 2 pharmacies, and I'm speaking to the staff in our clinics. You know, for many years now, when you go to our public clinics and our pharmacy, we have 2 pharmacies. One pharmacy for the drug prescription plan and the other pharmacies for the clinic itself. We believe the time has come in our advancement with NHI to be able now to remove the National Drug Prescription Plan from NIB to the National Insurance Authority. That will be the first step as our move towards bringing catastrophic health insurance to the country. This change will help to decentralize pharmacy services and eliminate the delays that we are currently experiencing in getting drugs and medical supplies to our family islands on time. Now, family island residents, I've heard the cry. And we have been finding ways to decentralize so that we can become more efficient to get medications in our clinics throughout our archipelago on a timely basis. There will be cost savings associated with this move, and these cost savings will be channeled to additional screening and diagnostics that we are foreshadowing in the new NHI bill that we are about to debate in this Parliament sometime early this year. Madam Speaker, under Head 66, the Department of Public Health, which manages our clinics in New Providence and all our family islands, with the exception of Grand Bahama and Grand Key, they were allocated a sum of $48,682,297. It is noted that due to the shift in COVID-19 status in the country, the hiring of additional staff, and the completion of many capital works projects at all of our clinics, inclusive of the Princess Margaret Hospital, the Rand Memorial Hospital, we see that there is a 13% reduction in the budget. And I must make it very clear that most of this reduction is related to the removal of the $4.8 million from line item 211103, new appointments, and it has been moved to the Ministry of Finance Global Provision and is not reflective. Head 66, reduction in its budget, is not reflective of any cuts of any of the key departments in public health or its programs. Madam Speaker, during my budget contribution last year, I was happy to report that two new line items, catastrophic health services, 225-1123, and line item 224-1260, which is health and wellness, remain with the same sum of $10 million and $1.5 million, respectively. Last year, I made it very clear, and I'm going to say it again. The catastrophic health item will be managed transparently by my ministry, and on the completion of this budget cycle, as promised, a full report of how the monies were spent in this line item will be laid in this honorable House. Madam Speaker, it's important to point out that all funding issued for catastrophic care from line 2251123 was approved by way of cabinet. I want to say that again. This line item, everyone who was a part of this line, it went to cabinet for approval. And it is not Dr. Darwell who has approved this on his own accord. I want to make that clear. And a large portion of the catastrophic health services line item was subsidized. I want to make this very clear. Subsidized the $15+ million hemodialysis bill because of unseen medical conditions and supplementary funding that was needed to support newly diagnosed hemodialysis patients. We also had to relocate sick patients from the Princess Margaret Hospital to Doctors Hospital West for catastrophic care, to make the essential repairs to our wards, and yet subsidize tertiary healthcare services for many Bahamians in need of catastrophic healthcare intervention, both in the private and public healthcare settings. For illnesses such as cancer, ophthalmology, COVID-19, cardiovascular, neurovascular and peripheral vascular disease, orthopedics, pediatric surgery, and other catastrophic events. The majority of this money in this line item was spent in country. Rather than the money leaving the country, we utilize specialty services from our doctors in the private sector here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. On coming to office, we found a defunct ophthalmology program, which resulted in hundreds of patients being placed on long surgical waiting lists for cataract and retinal surgeries. We immediately ordered essential equipment to support specialty care to address some of the current backlog, but more work needs to be done. Let me assure those patients who are waiting to have these essential services that this year, in this line item, some of the resources would be put for our patients who are on these waiting lists, and we will do it strategically and rapidly, particularly those patients who do not have the resources and relying on the public system for retinal surgery. We are going to move swiftly, but this can only be done because at the Princess Margaret Hospital, the facility and the ward needs immediate renovation and repairs. Madam Speaker, with the fundings allocated in line 2241260, my ministry launched our new wellness unit. And today, I think I've delivered a T-shirt to all members here that demonstrate that we are well on our way. Freetown, we forget you? Well, I will fix that. I will have to fix that. My ministry, what you, a double X rather than my ministry launched our new wellness unit, which will become one of the key pillars of our preventative medicine in the Bahamas. Through this unit, the capacity of the Healthy Bahamas Coalition have been strengthened with additional staff and technical training. They have launched a behavioral educational program aimed at high-risk groups with genetic predisposition to chronic renal failure, heart disease, hypertension, and diabetes. At the recent SIDS conference in Barbados, more collaboration is being sought from PAHO to improve the time frame on many deliverables that have been outlined in our STEP survey. Madam Speaker, a few months ago, I laid the STEP survey report in this honorable House and outlined the health challenges we face as a nation. I must make it very clear that the country is not heading in the right direction. And most of it is directly related to diseases that are preventable. Discussions with PAHO and our regional partners about what programs are effective to change human behavior have already begun, and my ministry wellness program will improve outcomes from a holistic approach, with emphasis being placed on lifestyle modifications. Funding is available in this budget cycle for the improved training and manpower resources to accomplish this mandate. Some programs have been activated already, and the process is near completion to have a well-staffed unit of trainers, nutritionists, behavioral psychologists to support and sustain programs across the Bahamas. This is not Nassau and Grand Bahama. These are programs we intend to execute throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I want to commend the government and the Ministry of Education for the new National Breakfast Program. It's a start in the right direction. This particular program will focus on healthy food choices for our kids and focus on nutrition that is absolutely essential for neurological development and the improvement of cognitive skills. Given the eye-opening findings in our most recent STEP survey and the new health declaration for NCDs signed in the recent SIDS conference in Barbados, a higher degree of focus will be placed on wellness in my ministry, and for years to come, we will begin to reap the benefits of this progressive policy. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that this year's budget, 2 new line items have been added to Head 66. Line item 2251108, which is tuition and training in-service award, that will be used to fill the medium and long-term manpower gaps currently exist for specialty nurses, allied healthcare professionals, and physician shortages. The second line item is 2281189, which covers the Bahamas National Organ Transplant Program. I won't say that again.
Yes, please.
The second is line item 2281189, which covers the Bahamas National Organ Transplant Program. My ministry, along with our local transplant nephrology team, have been working closely with the United Kingdom-based consultants who have advised us on what is needed to execute and sustain a local Bahamas National Transplant Program. We have also collaborated with partners in Cuba for guidance on the implementation of such a program and expect to launch this program before the end of this year.
Yes.
Much of the work to support the program has been completed, and the funding in this budget will be used to train additional staff and purchase the balance of equipment and supplies needed to perform these life-saving procedures at the Princess Margaret Hospital. You know, a lot of people ain't got nothing much good to say about the Princess Margaret Hospital, but I want to let you know that we have some of the finest physicians, we have some of the finest nursing teams and allied healthcare professionals at the Princess Margaret Hospital, and we have the capability to do some great things at that institution. I want to commend them because we always hear the bad and we never really hear the good. But they're working hard on a daily basis, saving lives and creating opportunities for the improvement of lifestyles. Of course, the Rand Memorial Hospital as well. The program will start with kidney transplants. from live donors aim at improving the quality of life of many of our hemodialysis patients, while at the same time reducing the cost of the current public hemodialysis program, where more than 600 public patients. I have about 600 patients on hemodialysis. This life-saving treatment in both the private and public setting is completely underwritten by the government. I have 600 dialysis patients and growing, and it is absorbed by the government. The bill is $15 million plus. And this year, for my catastrophic line, I had to add an additional $5 million, taking us up to almost $20+ million for hemodialysis. Wow. In this regard, as mentioned by the Prime Minister in his speech, and as stated earlier, my ministry intends to move the National Drug Prescription Plan, currently overseen by the National Insurance Board, to the National Health Insurance Authority. The negotiations with NIB, my ministry, NHI, and the Ministry of Finance will begin shortly after the passing of this budget. As part of this change, we will also add new drugs to the National Drug Prescription Plan. Wow. We looked at this plan. The plan has drugs to treat non-communicable diseases, but the advancement of new drugs are not incorporated on the plan. And we have taken a great look at this because we intend to add some additional drugs so we can get better outcomes for our patients and keep our patients out of hospital. Very good. This new drug prescription plan will also add transplant rejection drugs. You see, it's very difficult to do transplants, and then the patients who get the transplant can't afford the transplant medication. And so as part of the National Drug Prescription Plan, we will add the anti-rejection drugs to the plan. You see, we're serious about reducing the incidence of non-communicable diseases in the country. It's a costly venture, but when you look at it in totality and the hours of productivity on the job, you will find out that we will win in the long run. Yes. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention to infrastructural upgrades. Our Blueprint for Change speaks about the transformation of the country's primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare services. By way of our $60 million IDB loan facility and the $5.9 million European grant, my ministry execution unit is working diligently to successfully execute the transformation processes on the Family Island. The IDB loan facility and funding, which is a total of $65.9 million, is to improve primary healthcare infrastructure and digitization in the Family Islands. My ministry transformation unit plans to construct 9 new clinics, retrofit 9 additional clinics, and the construction of 15 isolated bays and units for the containment and management of patients suffering from infectious diseases. As part of a plan to protect the country, God forbid we have another pandemic, this particular facility is structured to put the necessary infrastructure in place so we do not find ourselves in the same position, God forbid. This year, we intend to break ground on the following clinics. The new Mangrove Key Clinic, the new Palmetto Point expanded multi-purpose healthcare facility, the new Black Point Clinic, the new Staniel K Clinic, and DPM are looking at you because you know what I need to find it all. And therefore, I'm pleased to report that my ministry was able to do the following in this year's budget cycle. We completed the technical preparatory work, including the architectural, engineering, and geotechnical work required to secure the IDB approval to tender for the work we are talking about. We completed the design and technical preparation and completed the retrofitting design for our new reference lab, and we are poised to go to tender in a matter of months to ensure that this new reference lab is completed. The new reference lab will be at the old, the building where your Mortgage Corp building. The Mortgage Corp old building will be our new reference lab. And under the IDB loan facility, the work is already completed, and we are about to go out to tender, not only for the repairs, but retrofitting the entire facility. We have developed a patient scheduling platform to improve the efficiency of registration and speed of processing at our Family Island clinics. We want to eliminate the waiting lines. Through our digitization program, we want customers to be able to book their appointments online and expect to have services at the time of arrival. We have identified a cashless system so that there can be more efficiency at our clinics, because we're moving for the use of NHI cardholders at our clinics, and we're moving towards a cashless system, and we are in the final stages with our transformation and digitization unit in order to do so, and we must finalize our agreements by way of the mental block. The agreement, I get no? No, we have to speak to the necessary authorities to ensure that when we implement a cashless system, we do so in a way that we do not disadvantage those individuals who do not have cards themselves. Lastly, the development of the health information exchange architecture design to support our focus of telemedicine and to ensure that we do a better service and lend support to our physicians who are in remote areas. This was coupled with the extension and rationalization of the contracts needed to bring high-speed internet services to all of our clinics so that we can implement our digital medical record, our telemedicine program, and to be able to ensure that our pharmacies online so that we can know where drugs are and we can move them throughout our archipelago before they expire. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that there are some climate change impacts to our healthcare services. Change in weather patterns and increasing intensities of storm, the impact the delivery of services across the archipelago. This is why the 9 clinics that we spoke about, they will be built on higher ground. You see, there's some clinics in our Family Island that are coastal, and it's usually deja vu in climate change. And so this year I repair them, only for surges to take place next year, and I got to go through it all over again. The new clinics that are going to be built under the IDB loan facility are on higher ground, and they are hurricane resistant, and they have the capacity to be shelters in the event and after the event of storms. In May of this year, my ministry hosted the first Disaster Preparedness and Health Expo aimed at helping people in their communities understand the business of disaster preparedness. The Ministry of Health and Wellness is once again grateful to our Prime Minister for championing the charge for small island development states and climate change. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention to infrastructure here in New Providence. Clinic upgrades at the capital are well and progressing at a rapid pace. I am pleased to report that in 1 month time, the upgrade at the Anstown Clinic will be completed. We've been working with that for a while. That's right next to Uriah Markfield, Minister. Freetown. Freetown. You've been out there the other day. You see Island get the ground paved? I ready to go. The additional services will be mental health, maternal and child health services, and there would also be increased services for gerontology services, the decentralization of the adolescent mental health clinic from the hospital to the community level. I'm going to come to that because mental health is something that's high on this government agenda, and we are decentralizing mental health so that individuals who suffer from mental health illnesses can access services at the clinic level. Additionally, for the first time, residents will have access at Anstown, member for Freetown, pharmacy services, dressing, diagnostics, and many other preventable services, including dental services. It's been a long time since we had dental services at that clinic. The redesign of the Elizabeth Estate Clinic is near completion. And in 2 months, that clinic will finally be back in service. Hallelujah. We will enhance the services at that clinic. We will have specialty physicians at that clinic at the community level, eliminating the need for persons to constantly run to the Princess Margaret Hospital. I am pleased to report that in July of this year, the Blue Hill Road Clinic will be up and running, and that's good news for those people in Blue Hill. The remodeling of that clinic will provide the return of specialist pediatric physicians and activate our travelers immunization clinic once again. We realized that as a result of that clinic being closed, we had all of our travelers immunization done at Blue Hills Road Clinic, but once the clinic was closed, we decentralized, which means that when we open it up again, we will not have those long lines because we could redirect traffic at any one of our clinics. Madam Speaker, from April 2019 to December 2020, the South Beach Health Center was being utilized for COVID-19. In an effort to fully put that clinic back into operation, to include dental, audiometry, optometry, maternal and child health care services, my ministry has implemented a phased approach to repair, including the purchase of new furniture and equipment for that facility. Once that facility was closed for COVID-19, the furnitures that were already weather-beaten was moved to a warehouse, and the moisture in the warehouse destroyed most of that furniture, which means that it needs to be replaced. We have completed the repairs on the south wing of that particular facility, and we intend to bring in urgent care in that area very shortly. Once the repairs are completed in the north wing, antenatal, postnatal, child health, colposcopy, ultrasound scans will resume. The recent data from the South Beach Clinic revealed an uptake. The people are using the facility. And since opening in late 2022, we have had some 12,000 visits, and it is growing at a steady rate. 12,000. We, in our ministry, continue to put plans in place to ensure that by September of this year, we convert the South Beach Clinic to an urgent care facility so that we can direct some of that traffic from the Princess Margaret Hospital to South Beach and keep that clinic open until 12 midnight. 1 hour. 1 hour. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, the South Beach Clinic and many of our clinics are now going through the digitization process to be able to utilize national health insurance at our clinics. That's important because what we are finding is that we are developing national health insurance as a fast rate, and the private sector is the ones who are capitalizing on resources that can also be used at our clinics. Access to urgent care will be 7 days a week from 9 to 12 p.m. And I am so pleased at how the work is progressing and the memorandum of understanding that we're developing with the PHA to provide this urgent care component to the South Beach Clinic while primary health care component continues that is under the direction of my ministry. Yeah. I am indeed grateful for the unselfish provision of the podiatry services by Dr. Danny Johnson and Dr. Mitchell, in collaboration with specialists from Barry University, who have provided podiatry services to South Beach, Fleming Street, Flamingo Gardens Clinic. We cannot underestimate the value of the support from universities that come to our country for support and for training and to assist us. We see it in dental services. We see it in podiatry. We see it in many other medical services, and we are grateful at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we have now sustained a weekly podiatry program at the South Beach Clinic where many of our patients who suffer from foot ulcers have constant care to prevent limb loss. Madam Speaker, when funds from this 2023-2024 budgets are finally available, repairs, redesign, and the expansion of the Fleming Street Clinic and the Flamingo Gardens Clinic will begin. Shortly after, the Anstown, South Beach, and Blue Hills Clinic are back in service. I want to speak to the staff at Flamingo Gardens and Fleming Street. I know that you have been taking on the burden of healthcare services as we repair the other clinics. Trust me, we understand, and we are going to do something about it, because once you see in a few months we get these other clinics, we're coming to you. Focused attention would also be given to the improvement of healthcare services at the Adelaide District, while repairs at the Flamingo Garden clinics are being done. Madam Speaker, after 1 year of trying to find a sustainable location, listen to this, St. Barnabas.
This is important, St.
This St. Barnabas, this you. And the member spoke about it. After 1 year of trying to find a suitable location for a new clinic for the residents of St. Barnabas and Angliston, I am pleased to report that a 4-acre plot of land is now acquired from the Ministry of Agriculture to the Ministry of Health for the construction of this new state-of-the-art facility north of NIB on Blue Hill Road. Listen here. We were trying to find a piece of land, and you know the inner city is hard to find 4 acres of land. And so I was scouting along with the Minister of Economic Affairs. I was scouting with him, and we caught eye of this piece of property and started the investigation, only to find out that the Ministry of Agriculture owned the land. And my colleague willfully put the land in our remit. We said yes. We appreciate it. And so Angliston and St. Barnabas will have access to this facility. Yeah, he making agriculture well.
You forgot to ask for it yesterday.
This clinic will replace the old Coconut Grove Clinic that do not meet the structural standards for a medical facility or the licensing requirement under the Healthcare Facilities Act. Our engineers and architects completed the design work. I can take you soon, now that I got it. For the new clinic, and in a few months, the final drawings would be submitted to town planning and the Ministry of Works for approval before a contract is awarded. Thanks to the Minister of Economic Affairs, the Minister for Angliston, and the sitting MP. And the sitting MP. No, you're part of it. And the sitting MP for bringing the importance of this project to light to the Ministry of Health and Wellness. You happy? But the epidemiological evidence in my ministry verified the need for this clinic being placed in the community, and now an important component of my ministry is to deliver this primary healthcare services in the community where it is needed most. I will keep this honorable house up to date on the progress of this particular facility and notify the sitting MP, who I will take to tour the land as we progress to provide this essential service. The building in the Grove is not structurally sound for the clinic. I think it was a shared facility with a library and school. For us in the Ministry of Health, the days are gone for us to take an old building and renovate it. It cannot meet NHI requirements for approval, and a lot of people in St. Barnabas have access to NHI, and we want them to be used to utilize this particular card in the facilities. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to advise this honorable House that finally the health services at the new detention center have begun. Thanks to the effort for the member for Carmichael, the member for Freetown, and the member for Fort Charlotte. My ministry and the Public Hospitals Authority are finalizing protocols for urgent and emergency care services at that location in keeping with the United Nations mandate for the care of inmates in custody. Finally, on the Family Island upgrades, the two mini hospitals will be addressed in this budget cycle. One in Georgetown, Exuma, and the other in Marsh Harbor, Abaco. Both facilities have been underutilized for years and never reached their true potential under all administrations. In this year's capital budget line item 3311203, some $9.7 million have been allocated for upgrades of these facilities and more to provide additional primary and secondary services to those communities and prepare for the long transition that has been taking place for urgent care delivery services at that facility. I want to assure the member, the Deputy Prime Minister, that who have been on my case for 2 years, fighting for the people for Exuma, and the representatives from Abaco who have been fighting to get these facilities to the level they need to. I want to let them know that the time has come with these resources in combination with the implementation of the IDB resources to start and finalize this long journey to where we are today. Recruitment. We're doing some repairs on Long Island now. Ain't nothing happened there? No, we're doing some repairs here on Long Island. Yeah, we're under the IDB loan facility. I wouldn't speak specifically about it today, but I assure you that we have resources under the IDB loan facility, not only for clinic upgrades in Long Island, but also for IT improvements and the ability for telemedicine and to put in place the long-awaited ground transportation for emergency medical services. Oh, yes. Don't worry, we're going to get to you. The recruitment of additional healthcare workers. The additional healthcare workers is very important, and we are in the process of this recruitment exercise. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention, turn my attention to the Princess Margaret Hospital and the hospital in Grand Bahama. Last week, 53 minutes, oh, I got some time. Last week, the Prime Minister, along with the media, toured the Princess Margaret Hospital to review the upgrades completed at that facility in this budget cycle. I am pleased to report that the 21-bed modular unit is finally installed at the Princess Margaret Hospital. The repairs for the accident emergency section that has cramped us up will be in our possession by September of this year. The new elevator that has been out of service, that has crippled the wards, is now fully operational, and I went up and down on it. And we are able now to fully access the male and female medical wards with this particular elevator. And the renovations that have taken place on these 3 wards have added an additional 90 beds to the Princess Margaret Hospital. I saw something on social media with a leak at one of the wards at the Princess Margaret Hospital. I want to let my staff know, because it hurt me every time I see the infrastructure crumbling in front of my eyes, that we intend to do some work in that section. I intend to get on that immediately, because when I toured it, I was unsatisfied with what I saw. And one day is me, the next day it could be you, or one of our loved ones on the ward. It affected me. And I am going to do all in my power to move swiftly to address those concerns. Many of these wards that I've renovated have been out of services for more than 6 years. 6 years out of service. And the other day I walked on the ward, and one of the nurses came to me and said, Dr. Darble, thank you. Thank you for looking out for us to ensure that our patients are in a good environment, and you protect us in an environment as a professional. Yeah. Madam Speaker, on coming to office, I toured the legacy unit. And I toured it with my engineers and structural and civil engineers. And we realized that the foundation of this particular side of the Princess Margaret Hospital was not structurally sound. I did this because I wanted to renovate the I ward and the I theater. But the below foundation could not support the floor. And so I have to renovate the building from the ground up. I'm pleased to report that the repairs of the structural components of the legacy ward is completed. And in this budget cycle, we're going to award a contract to renovate the I ward and the I theater. Yes, sir. That is the next step that I'm going to go to repair that facility. But while that is being done, I have hundreds of patients who are on waiting lists for cataract surgery and retinal surgery. What do? The PHA, in conjunction with the private sector and the Cuban government, is now in the final stages of a negotiated contract to begin to allow the doctors in Cuba to assist with some of this backlog as we move swiftly to repair the I ward and the I theater. Madam Speaker, disaster preparedness is in our neck of the woods. It is paramount that we prepare, and our people must utilize the lessons learned from Hurricane Dorian and the COVID pandemic. Therefore, as part of our pandemic preparedness program, we have invested heavily in these resistant isolation modular units. We remain thankful to the U.S. government and Samaritan's Purse for their donation of the field hospitals in the early stages of the pandemic and the medical support they gave to the Bahamian people in the initial stages of the pandemic. But I want to let the Bahamian people know that these new modular units are hurricane-rated modular units. These units will protect us in the event of natural disasters and protect us, God forbid, we go through another pandemic. They fall in line with the country's WHO pandemic preparedness program and protocols. These modular units exist both at the Rand Memorial Hospital and the Princess Margaret Hospital. They are currently operational and will provide the necessary support for healthcare services. They will be used for any form of infectious diseases and put into service immediately in the event of a natural disaster. We are currently in the hurricane season, and our teams at the Rand Memorial Hospital and the Grand Bahama Health Services have completed hurricane preparedness and exercise and are high alert to meet the needs of the residents. God forbid we find ourselves with a hurricane coming into our region. I am pleased to report that the newly renovated morgue at the Rand Memorial Hospital is near completion, along with the fluoroscopic center. The reason why that's important is because in Hurricane Dorian, we did not have the spaces to house our remains of our loved ones. It was a disaster. And we intend for that not to happen again. And so we have repaired this facility so that the remains of our loved ones can be in a decent area for us to view them. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention to the two new hospitals promised in our blueprint for change. After the stop, review, and cancel approach from the former administration, I am pleased to announce that the Civil Works at the new Freeport Health Campus in Grand Bahama will begin shortly, after 21 months of hard work of preparation. On May the 16th, 2023, after having the first cabinet meeting on Grand Bahama, I'm pleased that our Prime Minister and cabinet colleagues were there to participate in the groundbreaking ceremonies, along with the PHA, the Grand Bahama Health Services, the Grand Bahama Port Authority, as well as the Grand Bahamians from all walks of life, witness history in the making. In reference to this new health campus, we have heard many naysayers whispered from one side of their mouth. The member for Central Grand Bahama was there with me during that celebration. I appreciate you coming, and I will not take it lightly. Your other colleagues were all busy, so I understand what that means, but you were there. You're an engineer, and you're an architect, so you understand the importance of this project for Grand Bahama. Well, Madam Speaker, we have proved them wrong. This healthcare campus is coming. It's on the way. Now that the ground has been broken, the tune is now changed. It is no longer a hospital, but a glorified clinic. Madam Speaker, for those opposite who still cannot see the vision and are having a real difficulty understanding what a design-build concept is, I want to try again to explain what our healthcare planners, engineers, architects have been working hard to accomplish for the residents of Grand Bahama for the last 21 months. Madam Speaker, the government of the Bahamas has secured the bulk of this funding from the World Bank for the Freeport Health Campus. The project will be located on 45 plus acres of a greenfield site next to the West Atlantic Medical School, with a natural elevation of some 12 to 17 feet, increased resilience from flooding. That's why this site is important. This is on high ground. And Grand Bahama is a flat island. And you have to strategically place this facility in an area so that in the event of a tropical depression, storm, or cyclone, the residents or the patients in the facility are protected. The Freeport Health Campus project is fully designed by the Beck Group, and we know them. They have been tested and proven. The construction will be completed in 3 phases. Listen very carefully to me on the side opposite. Resulting in a state-of-the-art hospital facility offering primary, acute care, and tertiary healthcare services for the residents of Grand Bahama and the northern region. Phase 1A encompasses the construction over a period of 18 months of 57,000 square foot health facility dedicated to primary, secondary health services with outpatient urgent care services. Phase 1B, that will be built while Phase 1A is being built, will see the construction of inpatient surgery and acute care facilities providing quality care for patients for urgent conditions, injuries, or patients recovering from surgery. The design of this addition for Phase 1B is near completion and will go through the necessary approval program from the Grand Bahama Port Authority while Phase 1A is being built, and it will be incorporated together. That's what a design build is all about. The final phase of the project will be the construction of a medical surgical clinic support area, completing the tertiary component of this particular facility. The design of this last phase is being done, and further update of the towers will be made available in this house as the progression takes place. This is what is confusing the side opposite. Our healthcare planners have said that rather than trying to build the entire campus one time, it is better to build it in phases and utilize it while the other components are being built. Yeah. Madam Speaker, this is what's going to happen in Phase 1A. outpatient specialty services for chronic non-communicable diseases, orthopedic service, pediatric care, pharmacy, public health education, x-ray, ultrasound, wound care, medical record and information management, patient registration, scheduling, dentistry, telemedicine, isolation spaces for infectious diseases, oncology services, and maternity care. Madam Speaker, this long-awaited capital works project is clearly a real project, and the funding is in my budget. Look at line item 3111, 214, and 3111, 312. You will see a total of $9 million allocated, demonstrating that we are serious about what we're doing. The Grand Bahama Port Authority Building Department has already been paid. The Beck Group has already been paid. Our contractor will be mobilized within 7 to 10 days. And this would mean that we put money on the ground in Grand Bahama. Money on the ground. On the ground. The project is $30+ million, and it was awarded to ABC Construction for phase 1. And the contractor, like I said, will be mobilized within 7 to 10 days. This proves that our administration is serious about Grand Bahama. We ain't just talking about it like the last time. We are putting money on the ground. We believe from the Ministry of Finance, outside of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, that this project will help to prime the local economy, put much needed resources on the ground, and the total estimate for this entire project is $210 million. I intend. We have a morgue, my brother. You will get your morgue. A contract was awarded, and you will see the work done shortly. It's awarded. Be patient. Be patient. Long Island, you are in the program. I intend to update this honorable house on the residents as where we're going. It's on the way, Long Island. I can't forget you. I'm a devil. I'm from Long Island too. I'm from Long Island too. Not only you, I'm from Long Island. I'm from Long Island. And I can put my money where my mouth is. You in the last administration, what you did for the mob? There ain't no point of order. There ain't no point of order, homeboy. You over there shouting.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was saying across the floor to my colleague from Tall Pines that we are in desperate need of a morgue in Deadman's Key, Long Island. He asked what we did for the morgue in Long Island. Well, I remember during my time in office, when we were in government, I personally purchased, not personally, from the constituency fund, purchased the compressor for that morgue. We repaired that morgue from the constituency fund. The morgue has since gone down during your tenure as Minister of Health. And so we are saying to you, right, we desperately need a morgue in Long Island. It's a vexing issue. Our people have to drive for 1 hour with a body in tow. If they die in Deadman's Key, Clarence area, down to the Sims Clinic. And in addition to that, you're talking about moving a body in the back of a truck for some 30 miles. Hear us, man. We need this morgue. All right? We hear all these big numbers. We need a morgue. All right? Have a heart for us, too.
I have the heart for the people of Long Island, and I have awarded 3 contracts, 1 for the clinic, 1 for the doctor's residence, and 1 for the other clinic in Long Island. If I'm not mistaken, the work has already begun, which will repair the morgue. But that's not the only thing we're doing for Long Island. We're going to put emergency medical services throughout the Family Island. And much of what you said is part of our plan for the IDB loan facilities. And you will see it in this term in office. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the entire design team. The Beck Group, our engineers, our architects, our medical staff, the Grand Bahama Port Authority Building Department, and our team at the Beck, particularly Todd and Fred Popol. Thank you, gentlemen, for working so hard to get us to where we are with our healthcare campus on Grand Bahama. I want to speak. You see, I have so much to speak about that I'm running out of time. I don't have enough time. I wish I had 3 hours. Let's talk about the infrastructural upgrade for the New Providence Hospital. I was in here, I was on a family medical emergency situation, and the member for Kalani spoke about we shouldn't have let the money go back that was there for the towers at the Princess Margaret Hospital. Well, I beg to disagree. And I want to explain to him why I beg to disagree. As you may recall, in our mandate, we talk about building 2 new hospitals. I am pleased to report that the progress for shoveling the ground for the New Providence campus, put it up for me, please. I want to show the conceptual drawing for New Providence. I think that's it right there. Come here. Yeah, help me with this here, member, because we've been working hard on this. We've been working hard on this. This is not a pie in the sky, not where there was no conceptual drawings. I am pleased to report that we are working hard on this project. The member for Kalani said a new hospital will cost huge amount of money. Well, the feasibility study for this hospital indicate that it's about $300 million. The land has been acquired. The feasibility study and environmental impact assessment and geotechnical and topographical studies have been completed. Details of the functionality for this hospital have been discussed. $2 million have been placed in line item 60, item 311394, capital budgets for preparation for this hospital. You see, we're not talking about it. When you want to know how real a project is, open the budget and check the money. The money is there. The new hospital in Nassau will not be, I want to make this very clear, we are not creating a second campus of the Princess Margaret Hospital. We cannot do it at this time. There are manpower shortages globally, and to be able to provide healthcare workers in a new facility is not feasible at this time. What we are doing is yes, we're done, thank you. We have no intentions of creating 2 fully operational hospitals at this time. The newly proposed hospital for New Providence will be a specialty hospital with focus on maternal, child, and adolescent care. This is what our healthcare planners told us to do. I would also house a diagnostic area, a blood bank, which is much needed in our country, a new national reference morgue designed to handle mass casualties. We will never forget what happened at our hospital morgue after Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19. I don't want to go into the details. I came in and I saw it with my own eyes. That was the reason why, as minister, the first renovation I did at the Princess Margaret Hospital was the morgue. And it was basically to ensure that we have the capacity to handle the remains of our loved ones. This is all a part of pandemic preparedness, by the way, outlined by the Pan-American Health Organization and the World Health Organization, and all countries of the region are following. It's a new day in healthcare. It's a new day.
Yes, a new day.
A new day. And the way we deliver services for the Bahamian people will be progressive. On completion of the specialty hospital, the spaces left behind at the Princess Margaret Hospital will be expanded, will be renovated to bring more support to our surgical units, our medical units, our subspecialty units, and related services. Madam Speaker, I want to turn to telemedicine. My ministry is progressing very well for telemedicine and eClinicalWorks, which is the digital medical record. I am pleased to report that the necessary hardware and fiber optic interconnectivity is already in place. This is reflective in our capital works budget. And I want to send you to line item 3112235. Follow the money. In the last year's budget, there was $3.5 million for that line item. That money was spent to purchase hardware in order to upgrade all our clinics throughout the Family Islands. And if you look at the line item in this year, it's only $500,000 left. The reason why is because the equipment is on the way. Yeah. Further, my ministry is undertaking automation efforts for clinical pharmacy works. I'm pleased to report that my ministry has digitized the pharmacy in North and South and Central Andros. And as of the end of July, automation will take place at San Salvador and Bimini. These technological advances will finally streamline operations and enhance the efficiency of pharmacy services and operations at these clinics. I want to turn a little bit to new legislation, because a lot of legislative transformation has taken place in the ministry. We brought in healthcare. We brought in our nurses legislation, and we are about to debate the National Health Insurance 2022 bill that will repeal and replace the current National Health Insurance 2016 Act. Through legislation, my ministry continues to bring meaningful changes to the ministry. Early this year, the Mental Health Act was passed and is presently enacted. We are now bringing it into forces in stages. It's such a progressive piece of legislation that we do not have the framework at this particular time to bring it into force all at once. To help to bring this act into force, 43 mental health nurses are being trained. 43 mental health nurses are being trained. There's upgrades to our programs. I'm adding psychological and other psychiatric services. And the functionality of the Sandilands Rehabilitation Center is under review. The mental health issues was great importance at this year's 76th World Health Assembly and the SIDS conference in Barbados a few days ago. Madam Speaker, I sat proudly in Geneva and Barbados and listened to discussions knowing that the Bahamas is way ahead of the game when it comes to mental health. We way out there. We way out there. And we intend to address this issue with displacement of mental health individuals, unemployment, homelessness, due to physical and emotional devastation, and to take a big bite out of what our kids experience with COVID-19 and the pandemic. The effect, the psychological effect with the post-traumatic stress disorder elements is still in the minds of our young people. Yes. We intend to address it. In this budget cycle, funding has been allocated to bring in force components of the Mental Health Act and begin now to move mental health from the hospitals into community to ensure that individuals suffering from mental illness can access these services in their communities. Likewise, the Nurses and Midwives Bill 2023. It was debated in both the upper and lower house, and once enacted will finally create a paradigm shift in the way nursing is practiced in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Our nurses will now function at the level of their training, and we are working diligently to find compensatory mechanisms to ensure that we keep them in country. The National Health Insurance, our pathway to universal health care coverage, and NHI continues to be moving very rapidly. This is our baby. NHI is birthed out of the loins of the Progressive Liberal Party. We are gonna deliver this. We're gonna deliver this. The National Health Insurance Draft Bill 2023 is in place. And I intend to debate this piece of legislation because consultation has been going on for the last 6 months. We want to make sure that this bill is passed so that we can add new, more advanced services to primary health care throughout our family islands. We want to put primary health care, which is so important, on steroids, whereby we are able to get so much from primary health care that when we move to catastrophic health insurance, we will reduce that burden where a lot of funding will have to be placed out. My ministry is also improving pharmacy legislation. It's important to understand that in order for us to be able to launch, I'm running out of time, to be able to launch the cannabis legislation, I need to modify some of the pharmacy legislation. Madam Speaker, a few weeks ago, the member for East Grand Bahama called this administration to lay the cannabis legislation. that would lead the way for the use of medical cannabis and treatment for medical conditions in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We look forward for the opposition full support. Put your money where your mouth is. You asked for it, so we expect for you to vote for it. Put your money where your mouth is. The inputs, we're looking for it during the consultative process. We're looking for good input. And the passing of the compendium of bills necessary to support and regulate the medical cannabis industry. I know the AG is eager to get this out for consultation. We've spent the last 6 months working on this legislation, looking at what other countries have been doing, and we are confident that the piece of legislation and the compendium of bills are ready to be presented to the Bahamian people to ensure that medical marijuana is utilized in the Bahamas in a regulated way, and for us to be able to use the benefits of medical marijuana to treat cases that are in desperate need of treatment. Madam Speaker, as outlined in our Blueprint for Change, my ministry continues to work with all the industries in the healthcare services sector, as well as the unions, to ensure that we are able to accomplish what we said we would accomplish. Madam Speaker, I'm running out of time. We got a lot to say, and I want to get to some pieces that I believe is very important in my presentation. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for Public Service for her support, because my ministry have many challenges as it relates to human resources. It's a struggle. The Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Health, we have a lot of employees. And a lot of our employees are in trouble because of the slow-moving process at our ministries. And I know our minister's working hard to help me, and I appreciate what she has done. But I am under a lot of pressure because it's affecting the morale of my staff. Yes. And we have a plan, and funding is in this particular budget to execute that plan. I now turn my position to the manpower resources of the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health recognized the need to facilitate, to ensure that we have healthcare workers who are able to function effectively, both in the short term, long term, and ensure that we are able to have them employed and functioning effectively throughout all of our clinics. Training is paramount. There's a line item in my budget that speaks specifically about training of our nurses, our allied healthcare workers. I want to speak a little bit about our new PHA Academy. We are doing a lot in the PHA Academy. We have trained emergency medical technicians. We have trained patient advocates. We are about to train clinical nurses, and the list goes on and on. I want to make it very clear that 70 of our Bachelor of Science nurses have been brought on, and we thank the Cuban government for the 50 nurses who came to our aid in COVID-19 pandemic. But this time, Cuba is once again coming to our aid. And we are now in the process and finalization to bring in 10 X-ray technicians, 4 physiotherapists, 10 lab technicians, 8 biomedical engineers, and 2 epidemiologists. And we expect them in the country by the end of next month. Cabinet has approved. Cabinet has approved the grant funding. And the reason why that's important at DPM is because we spoke about services at our mini hospitals. Yeah. And there was something that was on social media from someone from Abaco who spoke about X-ray, and there's no technician. Abaco, we said that we would improve the delivery of services at the Abaco mini hospital, and one of these particular X-ray technicians, as well as biomedical engineers, as well as lab technicians, will be placed in these particular mini hospitals to be able to ensure that the facilities that are there can be utilized and give the physicians the support they need on the family islands so that they can make proper differential diagnoses. Madam Speaker, recruitment continues for the deficiency in our nursing team in the Bahamas. We have 17 nurses from Ghana 10 nurses from the Philippines who are on their way to assist with nursing shortages. These nurses have successfully registered in the Bahamas, and we hope to have them in country by the end of next month. Madam Speaker, the recruitment of foreign healthcare personnel is only the short-term plan. In order to prepare for medium and long-term plan, we need to train. I need to train more nurses, specialty nurses. And so this year, we will see that we have 43 psychiatric nurses being trained. We have 25 nurses being trained as midwifery specialists. And we also have a wide cross-section of medical technicians who will be trained. And in the next few years, we are trying to bring on a few hundred trained clinical nurses. This particular program is 18 months versus the 4-year training that is necessary for the Bachelor of Science Nursing, and they will help us to support the gaps that we currently face. The reason why this is important is while I am abroad recruiting, countries from the north are recruiting in the Bahamas. Our nurses are really being recruited. And it is my responsibility as minister to ensure that I keep the services going in the short term, but the only way I'm going to be able to function effectively in the middle and long term is through training and bringing individuals into the service. Madam Speaker, the nursing cadet program is booming. This year, I got 200 who have joined in, and between me and you, I'm excited about that because we need to be able to get them in the system. Madam Speaker, there are so many moving parts in the Ministry of Health and Wellness that it'll take me till tomorrow to be able to articulate it in the way I would like to. But before I close, I must speak a little bit about the new policy initiatives that is happening in the Department of Public Health. I am pleased to announce that this year the National HIV/AIDS Center, the Ministry of Health and Wellness Sexually Transmitted Infections Unit, and the tuberculosis unit has been merged into one signal group. That's important because we need to have focused attention of these infectious diseases that has been clearly articulated by PAHO and the World Health Organization. This new program is inclusive of prevention, treatment, care, support, pharmacy, epidemiology, and strategic information adherence, psychosocial support, counseling, testing, and diagnosis of diseases. The infectious disease program has produced 3 significant epidemiological reports at the national and regional and global levels. These include the Global HIV Monitoring Report, the annual WHO Global Tuberculosis Report, the Sexually Transmitted Infections Data and Trend Report. The new infectious disease program consolidated HIV, STIs, and TB, and viral hepatitis as clearly outlined with the way forward for Pan-American Health Organization and the World Health Organization. These new guidelines are charting the way forward, addressing the gaps that currently exist and challenging the existence of the importance of monitoring infectious diseases in our country so that the essential policies can be made. Madam Speaker, by consolidating this, we are now on the road for producing scientific data, and I feel so happy because when I go on the international stage, I can't be baffling. I got to give hardcore facts, and I got to be able to demonstrate that the Bahamas is living up to its international obligation. Yes. I remain thankful to the Bahamian people for their support and patience, as my ministry is charting a new course. And like I said before, it's a new day in the Ministry of Health. This New Day administration views health and wellness as an investment. I want to make that clear to the Bahamian people. Health and wellness is an investment and not a financial burden to the public purse. This is just as important as water and electricity. The health and wellness of our people in education. Forgive me, Minister. We in the ministry will continue to work hard and ensure that we give the best returns on the people investment. I remain grateful to the constituents of Tall Pines who understand and support the balance of me as their member of parliament and my ministerial role. Thank you for your words of encouragement, your advice, and strategies on how to make Tall Pines a better place to live in. I also express my gratitude to our public, private, and regional and international partners that continue to assist us in the Ministry of Health, advise us on what needs to be done, and amplify what is necessary for health and wellness in our country. Finally, I would like to thank healthcare workers across the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for your constant gift of love. A lot of people don't realize what this profession is about. And for going beyond the call of duty without being compensated. We have some heroes in the Ministry of Health, and we lost some in the pandemic. But there's good people at the Ministry of Health, hard workers. When we in the Ministry of Health utilize this year's budget for security and progress, we will do so aiming to build fairer, safer, and stronger Bahamas. Madam Speaker, I want to end where I started. And I want to end with our blueprint for change. Yes. This is the document. This is the contract we made to the Bahamian people. Yes. And as Minister of Health, I want to turn you back to page 45, where one of the deliverables is health. And I want to just take you back through what we promised the Bahamian people for health. We said to our healthcare workers, we will look out for you. Yes. We will address the union issues. We've done that. Yes. We will improve the infrastructure so that you have a better place to work. We will look at remuneration to try to be more competitive. Yes. We're doing that. Pandemic management. We came into this office fighting the pandemic. We made some good decisions that balanced the economy and the recovery. Just results. Health and wellness. We are on track to improve the health and wellness of our people. Yes. We have reached a point now where all of us need to take a special interest in our own health. Yes. Do not rely on your physician or healthcare professional. Yes. You have a moral responsibility for your own body. Yes. You have to take care of yourself. You have to look at those lifestyle diseases. You need to make sure that a meal is not a meal. You have to eat. Now, I disagree with you there. You know, you're vegan, so you're fighting for your cause. But I like red meat. I can't eat too much of it, but I like it. I like my lamb once in a while. I like my beef. I agree with you. Let me keep going. All right. When it comes to national health insurance, I got a bill in this parliament. I am going to repeal and replace the 2016 Act to make way for putting primary health care on steroids and lead the way for catastrophic health insurance. Good steroids. Good steroids. You know, the body secretes steroids, you know. Under stress, your body secretes steroids. So let's move, let's exercise so that we could get some good circulatory things in our bloodstreams. Madam Speaker, we spoke about healthcare facilities. I spent a lot of time talking about what we're doing in healthcare. I showed the Bahamian people some of the work that is being completed in our family islands and what we plan to do for our hospitals in both Grand Bahama and New Providence. Madam Speaker, our blueprint for change on the first page speak about a new day. I want to let the Bahamian people know that in the Ministry of Health, it's a new day. And we intend to deliver everything that is written in this document. And when the report card comes for the Ministry of Health and Wellness, you would say that we have done our part. Madam Speaker, thank you. God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, honorable member. Very informative indeed. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Charlotte.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am truly delighted to follow such an inspiring contribution and also to have been made much more conscious of the need for all of us to use food as our medicine. Yeah. All the meat. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I publicly acknowledge my gratitude to the residents of Fort Charlotte for reposing their confidence in me to represent them for 3 non-consecutive terms in this honorable House. I am also grateful, Madam Speaker, to the many volunteers and colleagues who have given their service to the community of Fort Charlotte over these many years to maintain an active community center, community outreach programs, summer camps, band, and now a community farm. And I was humbled, Madam Speaker, by the large number of volunteers who came out this past Saturday and delivered Father's Day gifts to residents and to say to the fathers of the community of Fort Charlotte that we love you, we see you, and we encourage you. Some families, however, during this very same Father's Day were mourning the loss of loved ones. And I want to just say to the family of 3 women who have departed, Miss Elsie Adderley, she was 76. And I remember, Madam Speaker, going to her house on a number of occasions and speaking with her and her daughter, Tanya Taylor, and her granddaughter. And she had such a rich life, a matriarch within the community of Hibiscus Avenue and the Farrington Road community. And I would say, Miss Adley, why don't you write your book and tell your story? And we would have these extraordinary warm exchanges. Also, I say to Tanya and all of the family that we are walking with you during this period. Also, Reverend Jerlene Martin, another extraordinary matriarch in the community of Rock Crusher. She, a minister of the gospel, operated a very successful and popular culinary establishment in Rock Crusher. She herself operated the cafeteria of St. John's College for over 20 years. She was a pillar of strength in the community, and to the Martin family, we're with you during this time. Also, the Pit Road lost a member, and I just want to say, Angel, to her father, Franco, and to the grandmother, Miss Sanderson, that one so young and She taught at our summer camp last summer. This young woman, 20 years of age. She was one of the facilitators. And I just was overcome when I heard that she had lost her life. And to Franco and Miss Sanderson and all of the family members, we are with you. And also, as we move to Sarah Robinson Road, again, two extraordinary women, Miss Brenda Colebrook, one of three sisters, and Brenda was known throughout the community. She was someone who basically kept to herself. She was friendly, and she was known as a community presence within Fort Charlotte. And also Miss Brenda McPhee, also from Sarah Robinson, a matriarch. And her house was always full of children. She had not only her children, but also many grandchildren who were always present when you went to the house through Sarah Robinson. And I remember she putting me under a forensic examination when I was campaigning in the last election. And she would wisely shake her head. But so you had to really measure what you say. And as I visited with her daughters and grandchildren on Saturday, I know that they are missing her. And we stand with you during this period of miss and loss and bereavement. Madam Speaker, the 2022-24 budget is built around the policy of the government which embraces security and progress. It lays out a plan which is forward-looking, strategic, and encompasses elements which build upon security and progress for all Bahamians throughout the Bahamas. Investment in infrastructure promotes economic development, entrepreneurship, and employment, provides essential services for the Bahamian people, and protects the built environment against increasingly hostile and dangerous effects of global warming and rising sea levels. While the process of repairing and constructing roads, docks, bridges, public buildings, whether for education, health, local government, or other activities of the state, can sometimes be disruptive. However, Madam Speaker, for us to have a sustainable and resilient infrastructure, we need to build. We need to repair. And it is that process which improves the quality of life in the Bahamas and facilitates domestic and foreign investment in our country. The Ministry of Works and Utilities is charged with the responsibility for infrastructure and the built environment, plays an integral role in ensuring security progress and capital formation to move the Bahamas on the trajectory of sustainable and equitable development. Yes. In short, the policy of the government is to provide a safe, inclusive, and sustainable public infrastructure. As a ministry with responsibility for infrastructure, we act on behalf of client ministries, and we seek to achieve their needs and priorities. This concept and this relationship is evidence in our relationship of partnership, such as with the Ministry of Education.
Yes.
And I I recall the minister last year had a very ambitious program to ready all of the campuses of the schools throughout the archipelago with a budget of $40 million. The time was very short, but the minister and the prime minister made it very clear that we must have all schools in the Commonwealth open on time, even though for the previous 2 years, most of them had been closed. Right. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, we seldom recognize in this public sector the extraordinary talent, commitment. And I saw the architects, the engineers, and the quantity surveyors, and the various building control inspectors going beyond the call of duty, working late and coming in early in order to meet the deadline. And indeed, we did. With that in mind, I begin my review of the activities of the Ministry of Works. The main thrust of the ministry: investment in infrastructure, develop the family islands. To achieve these strategic objectives, the ministry has been building its capacity and smart technology in the execution of its statutory functions. For example, the ministry, along with the Ministry of Transport and Housing, hosted a very successful conference of the International Road Federation, the 11th annual regional conference at the Atlantis Hotel during the period of June 13th to 16th on the theme, and I quote, "A roadmap to a safe, inclusive, and resilient transport system." We had attendees, Madam Speaker, from 30 countries. And as my colleague, the Minister of Transport and Housing, sat with our colleagues, the Deputy Prime Minister of Barbados, Minister Bradshaw, Santia Bradshaw, the Minister from Belize, Minister Rodwell Ferguson, the Minister from the Cayman Islands, Minister Ebanks. And we shared our experience, and we see that this climate change, this rising sea level, is challenging all of us within the region. And I want to say how proud I was, Madam Speaker, because it was not just Bahamians receiving the best practices from regional and international colleagues. We had our own engineers and architects making a presentation. The Deputy Director, Damien Francis, Albrian Simonet, Mr. Joy John, and Miss Bahia Hepburn, all of these very talented engineers. And I'm not going to mention a name, but the Deputy Prime Minister of Barbados came to me at the end of the conference, and she said, "Minister, I hope you don't mind if we steal this particular individual." In other words, we have to recognize that we have some of the best practitioners within our region in the Ministry of Works. I saw that firsthand, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the focus of the ministry has been on the family islands. In our blueprint for change, we promise to rebuild the devastated islands of Abaco, Grand Bahama, and Ragged Island, and increase resilience in the public infrastructure throughout the family islands. This has been a daunting task, as we are faced with many challenges, such as supply chain delays, rising costs, and financial and budgetary limitation. But as you will see, Madam Speaker, we have been able to turn, in many instances, multiply fish and bread to go a long way. The first of these family island initiative is in Grand Bahama Road Repairs and Carriageway Rehabilitation Project. This project, one of several family island road improvement projects, which was awarded in 2020 and involved the reconstruction repairs of approximately 8 miles of road in East Central and West Grand Bahama. The works were done in hot mix asphalt at a cost of $6.1 million rather. The contractor, Woe Construction of Grand Bahama, and the work was completed on the third quarter of 2022 and is still in the defects liability period. In this category of completed works, I also wish to make mention in Grand Bahama the fishing hole emergency road repairs and paving of the service road, which is completed, and paving of the bridge causeway, which is 97% completed, at the cost of approximately $1 million by the contractor Bahamas Hot Mix. However, the contractor has experienced some technical issues with the bridge expansion and joint material, which has been ordered from the United Kingdom. And Madam Speaker, with respect to this, I think the Bahamian people should know it was the duty, it was the responsibility of the Grand Bahama Port Authority to pave the service road. And you know, Madam Speaker, when you are representing, just like when we represent a client, when you are representing the Bahamian people, you're not going to be begging and scrounging and so on. I took the decision, after consulting with the Prime Minister, that we will pave the service road, and we did. The Exuma Road Repairs and Carriageway Rehabilitation, this is another road project being part of the Family Island Road Improvement Program. This project was awarded in May 2020 to Caribbean Pavement Solution Limited. Work started on the third quarter of 2022. The project comprised 10 miles of road rehabilitation from the Exuma Airport to the town center, including isolated repairs in other sections of the island. The project budget was $8.04 million. The works were completed in August 2022 and are now in the defect liability period. I am pleased to report that this contract is now concluded. And with respect to Exuma, Madam Speaker, there is another road project which is a PPP. And Madam Speaker, the PPP is an innovative financial solution that enables the government to deliver on the commitment of the public infrastructure because of the urgency, and a project which will go over 5 or 6 budget cycles could be done more quickly. And we see that this would be one of those projects. Harbor Island Road repairs and carriageway rehabilitation project involved the reconstruction and repair of 6 miles of roads in Harbor Island in P-Rock and Sand Seal. The project was awarded to the Rowdy Boys Construction in February 2021 at a cost of $2.65 million. The contractor worked earnestly and the project was completed in early 2022. The Abaco Seawall Carriageway rehabilitation work was initiated after Hurricane Dorian that caused extensive damage in Marsh Harbor. The works include the construction of approximately 1,500 feet of in-situ concrete gravity retaining wall with a 5 feet wide concrete slab walkway and adjacent to the seawall, scarifying or milling of the existing damaged road surface and replacing it with hot mix asphalt surface. The contract cost of $1.27 million, and the work was awarded to Big Cat Construction from Marsh Harbor. The contract works have been completed. With respect to current road projects, Central Andros Road Repairs Project. This project, Madam Speaker, involves the reconstruction of approximately 17.65 miles of main road from Fresh Creek to Bering Point in Central Andros. The final surface is in hot mix asphalt, and the cost of the project is expected to be $15.4 million, including the additional funding. The contract was awarded to Apex Pavers Limited, and the work, which started in September, are now 47% completed. In South Andros Road Repair and Carriageway, this project involves the reconstruction of 19 miles of roads in South Andros along the Queen Highway from Dreggs Hill to Mars Bay in P-Rock and Sand Seal. The project cost is $8.54 million. The contractor is KW Paving. The project started in the third quarter of 2021. The work was stopped for approximately 3.5 months for logistical and supply reasons. The works are now about 55% completed, with final completion expected to be in the fourth quarter of this year. In Long Island Road Repair and Carriageway Rehabilitation Project, another project in the Family Islands. This involves 3 miles of road repairs rehabilitation, mainly in North Long Island from Stella Maris Airport to Seymour's, and isolated sections in the south. The cost of the project was $4.3 million, and the contract was awarded to Bethel's Construction, Trucking, and Heavy Equipment Limited. The works commenced on the first quarter of 2021. The contractor has been plagued with many setbacks, not to mention the COVID pandemic and many logistical issues. Although the work is progressing slowly, it is now 65% completed, and the final completion date is set for September of 2023. Madam Speaker, again, with respect to Long Island, during the naming ceremony of the highway in the name of Mr. Carroll, we announced a PPP involving the Rowdy Boys for an extensive paving project. And there will be, at the signing of that contract, full details will be disclosed. In Governor's Harbor Settlement Road repairs, Eleuthera repairs to existing roads in Governor's Harbor Settlement of Central Eleuthera, estimated to cost $1.4 million. The works are in the traditional P-Rock and Sand Seal, the contractor New View Construction started work in 2022 and is now over 75% completed, and the works are progressing. And Madam Speaker, and will be completed by August of this year. Madam Speaker, again, with respect to Eleuthera, there is also a PPP which is being settled with the Ministry of Finance for a contract for a PPP with Quick Fix Construction and New View Construction. And Bahamas Striping is partnering with these contractors and demonstrating collaboration with the contractors such as the Rowdy Boys in Long Island and these two contractors in Eleuthera. In Crooked Island, seawall and carriageway rehabilitation project, rehabilitation of Colonel Hill settlement at $3.5 million. Many of the roads in Crooked Island have been repaired over the past 4 years, with the exception of Colonel Hill, which is in poor condition. The current project is in addition to the existing Crooked Island seawall and carriageway, which involves the reconstruction of 6 miles of road in the Colonel Hill settlement. And I was in Crooked Island approximately 6 weeks ago, and I saw that this work is progressing, and additional works were approved by the Cabinet. The contractor Caribbean Asphalt is now 30% completed with this work. The reconstruction and expansion of the Great Harbor Airport, Berry Island, commenced in May 2019. The contract was in 2 sections, one for the new terminal building and another one for the airside civil works. The civil works involved the expansion of the apron and taxiway, the addition of 2 new turn pads, and the resurfacing of the runway. In addition, a new car park was constructed, and with the complete fencing of the whole airport. The civil works were awarded to Knowles Construction and Development Company Limited, with total approved funding of $9.34 million. The runway and apron works are completed. However, the fencing, car park, and lighting are expected to be completed in the 4th quarter of 2023. There's the carriageway rehabilitation, Great Harbor. And here, Madam Speaker, the project is the reconstruction of 17 miles of road in hot mix asphalt. The project was awarded to Abaco Aggregate and Cement Company at a cost of $12.8 million. The contractor mobilized to site in January of 2023 and is progressing well, with 30% of the works completed. At the end of the day, the Berry Islands, Great Harbor Key in particular, will have a state-of-the-art infrastructure, which is a new terminal building, improved parking, and at the airport, an expansion of the runway. And here, Madam Speaker, I want to commend the Deputy Prime Minister, because I was part of his delegation for the opening of this airport. And it represents a model for many of our family islands. The Red Bay settlement roads in Andros, Madam Speaker, has been in a state of disrepair for a very, very long time. And this project involves the reconstruction of some 16.5 miles of road in the settlement of Red Bays, North Andros. 12 miles of repairs are on the main road, and 4 miles in the settlement. This project, budgeted at $13.7 million. The contractor is Marlin Enterprises Limited. The project started in January of 2023, and the contractor is progressing well with the paving of the settlement roads. The project is now 40% completed, with the final completion date set for December of 2023. The Abaco projects, Madam Speaker. Moores Island Dock and Seawall. This is also another long overdue project in November of 2021. Shortly after this new administration was installed, I visited Moores Island. The fishing dock was in a state of, the hurricane was in 2019. The fishing dock had not been repaired. The mailboat dock also was damaged, and it was difficult for the mailboat to be properly accommodated. And then also there were so many other issues. The government decided to give priority to this historic fishing community. A contract was awarded late last year to New Bowl Construction at a cost of $8 million to build seawalls and both docks. One of the docks will be a timber dock to be utilized by the fishing persons, and the other will be a concrete dock to accommodate the mailboat. I am able to report that the contractor is currently building the seawalls and will then start the timber dock and then the main dock. And this project, Madam Speaker, is 30% completed. Marsh Harbor Roads, in May of this year, the Cabinet approved the award of a contract in the amount of $1.6 million to Big Cat Equipment Limited for the Pelican Shores Road Repair Project in Marsh Harbor. This work, again, Madam Speaker, when I visited Abaco, and I remember one of the residents, I didn't intend to travel on Pelican Shores. One of the community leaders said, Minister, said, you have to just drive on the road. And I did. We all did, right? And I'm so very pleased, Madam Speaker, that this work will also include the Sweetings Village section of the road. And the contract for these works is being prepared and will be executed within the next few days. Arthurstown Airport runway repairs. This project is one of a number of projects to improve the infrastructure capacity of Cat Island. It will be done in tandem with the new airport for New Bight. However, it has to be completed before the New Bight runway can commence reconstruction, and so there is a degree of urgency in this project. The project will involve the total reconstruction of the Arthurstown runway, taxiway, apron, and car park. The runway will be resurfaced with a 2-inch layer of hot asphalt, and the apron, taxiway, and car parkway will have a 1.5-inch layer of asphalt. There will be new fencing, lighting, striping, and overhaul to the drainage system. The project cost is $9.5 million and was awarded to Knowles Construction and Development Company Limited. And the contractor is being mobilized, and work will start within the next several weeks. As we look forward to the future, Madam Speaker, there has been more proposals for public partnership for several civil infrastructural projects in the Family Islands. And I'd mention the Exuma road project, which will involve 45 miles of main road and 15 miles of settlement roads in Eleuthera. In Cat Island, in association, we will also, there will be another PPP for the reconstruction of approximately 60 miles of main roads from Shannon's Cove in the north to Hawk's Nest in the south. In addition, there will be over 95 miles replacement with new laterals and service connections, and funding for this project is provided to the tune of $60 million with options for additional funding to include contingency. Works will include verge clearing, new base construction, paving and hot mix asphalt, seawall, sidewalks, well drilling, culvert installation, striping, and signage. And the contract was signed in May of 2023, and the contractor has mobilized and started to repair of potholes. The duration of the project is 2.5 years, with the expected completion date for late 2025. I've also mentioned, Madam Speaker, with respect to PPPs, both Eleuthera and Long Island. Madam Speaker, I now turn to New Providence. In a few short weeks, our nation will celebrate its 50th anniversary of independence, and the focal point of these celebrations will be Clifford Park, where the night of July 9th, 1973, our nation was born. Clifford Park and the surrounding areas is in need of enhancement to create a facility that will benefit the thousands of citizens and visitors who use Clifford Park and its adjacent areas for daily exercise, recreational purposes, and gathering each year for the Independence Day celebration. The work of rehabilitation will include upgrades to the restrooms, construction of ramps for disabled accessibility, improvement to the parking facilities, both at the east and west entrances, VIP canopy covering and concrete bleacher seating, extension, drainage and sidewalk improvements, painting buildings and park, as well as Rawson Square, where some of the activities will be held. Repair to the existing BPL substation at Clifford Park, fencing and gate improvements, landscaping, including repair to the main field. In order to complete these works, Madam Speaker, by July of this year, a contract was awarded to G&L Construction Limited, Mr. Leo Knowles and Mr. George Cartwright, in the amount of $2.7 million, inclusive of 10% VAT, to undertake the works. Madam Speaker, another major project is the Thomas Robinson Stadium. While this is not a new project, it is important to inform this Honorable House of the works that have been undertaken and a major rehabilitation at this site. For this purpose, a line item has been created in the ministry's capital budget, item 3111-330, the repairs to the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. The stadium is to welcome the World Athletics in May 2024, when the World Relays return to the Bahamas. And Madam Speaker, we have been working very closely with the Honorable Member for Garden Hills and Minister for Youth, Sports and Culture, who has made it very clear that the facility should be ready for the Bahama Games. Yes. We worked very closely to ensure that it was ready for Carifta, which the minister and his team did an extraordinary job that I witnessed firsthand. And there are additional works to be done prior to the Bahama Games, and a contract has been awarded to Mr. Stephen Knowles, well-known contractor, to carry out these works. Madam Speaker, with respect to New Providence Road, I am pleased to report that the Village Road project, which provided our team with many challenges, Madam Speaker, is now virtually completed. And the remaining works relate to the construction of sidewalks. And we made a decision, Madam Speaker, that rather than repairing the chipped and damaged and old sidewalk, we will install new sidewalks, which would be compliant with the Disability Act and would really enable the pedestrian traffic to have the comfort and safety to use that road. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, I am so thankful to the stakeholders in Village Road. Because as I said at the outset, infrastructure work is not easy. We know when we build in our house, when we repair in our house, and we know what we go through. Imagine the public infrastructure. And I want to say that the stakeholders really persevered with us. We had a number of stakeholder meetings, and I want to really recognize the contractor, Mr. Emil Knowles, and also our project officer, Mr. Albrian Simonet, and the honorable member of St. Anne's, and I would have attended one of the town meetings. And as we heard from the residents, we adjusted so that the inconvenience could be less. And I want to thank the Minister of Finance who is currently meeting with the business owners to see how the government could assist in terms of some kind of either compensation or promotional support for their businesses. Madam Speaker, other New Providence Road paving program will involve South Beach, Windsor Field, Bay Street between East Street and the Old Bridge, the Eastern Road, Vinton Highway, Woodlawn Way, East Street from Palm Tree to Robinson Road, East Street South, Tonic Darling Highway, Joe Farrington Road, Blue Hill Road, south of Carmichael Road, Blue Hill Road between Tonic and Robinson, Hospital Lane, Zion Boulevard, Kennedy Subdivision, and we have our technical team. That list will expand as our technical team. Okay, well, we understand, and the technical team is listening, that Carmichael is waiting.
Amen.
Madam Speaker, the next major road development project will be Gladstone Road. And here, Madam Speaker, in a nutshell, we are taking this commitment that we have made to sustainability and resilience serious. The new Gladstone Road will be a dual carriageway. That is 2 lanes for both sides of the traffic, a median in the middle where we would have lights, and they will be resilient lights. On both sides of the road, there will be a 6 feet sidewalk so that pedestrians will be able to traverse the road. Near Jubilee Village, we will put up a sound barrier, just as we see when we travel the highway in the United States, so that the community will be shielded from noise and pollution. We also will have shoulder so that the bus would be able to pull off the highway in order to take on and let passengers off. And then as we get to Carmichael Road, to Cowpen Road, we're also going to put in a bicycle lane.
Yes.
We want to encourage Bahamians to really, the road must have multiple stakeholders, not just cars and vehicles, but also pedestrians and people recreating and bicycling and so on. So we had a town hall meeting in February 28, and I must say, Madam Speaker, the residents and stakeholders of Gladstone Road are looking forward to this enhancement. They were very complimentary to the upgrade of the existing road, and the final designs, I come into Waterkey, the final designs are about 95% completed. The next phase is for BPL to begin removing the high and low voltage poles. Simultaneously, we will seek the pre-qualification of contractors and thereafter recommend the award of a contract. We expect for work to begin by the third quarter of this year. Madam Speaker, Bahamics. Bahamics is a division of the Ministry of Works. It is an industrial facility that makes the asphalt for the ministry, for the contractors of the ministry, and also for public contractors. And I want to commend Mr. Ryan Ramey, the general manager, and his colleagues, who have been doing an excellent work in paving the roads and providing this vital material. And it's challenging because they have installed a new plant called an Aztec asphalt plant. And they produce a total of 17,437 tons of asphalt over this past year. And also during this period covered 53 locations and paved approximately 9.6 miles of road. Bahamics also installed and commissioned its new plant, as I've indicated, in September 16th of last year. Madam Speaker, the bridges within our country, and we have 40 bridges in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and those bridges are also managed, constructed, maintained by the Ministry of Works or the Bridge Authority. I wish to turn now to the new and replacement bridges. Regrettably, Madam Speaker, the bridge infrastructure is in a deplorable state. The glass window bridge in Eleuthera is in dire need of replacement. And the proposed engineering consultants that we have engaged have undertaken a comprehensive feasibility study, followed by detailed engineering design for a new crossing along new alignment. The bridge site is unique. It is important that the selected option for the replacement structures take advantage of the character of the location for the benefit of the people of Eleuthera and of the Bahamas and visiting tourists. The replacement of the existing bridge crossing provides an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to create a potentially world-famous feature. It is known for the rage, and people travel to the Bahamas to witness it. In September, we had a meeting in Hatchet Bay with the community of Eleuthera and explain the economic opportunity that this design will provide for the people in Eleuthera. And I want to say that my recollection of that meeting was that it was very positive and many constructive recommendations were made. and the consultants incorporated and will be incorporating those recommendations in its design. Madam Speaker, in Andros, both the Stafford Creek Bridge and the Fresh Creek Bridge are in need of rehabilitation, replacement, because the growth and the economic activity of Andros require a new infrastructure. We have also engaged Caribbean Coastal Services to undertake the engineering studies and design and replacement of both the Stafford Creek and Fresh Creek Bridge, and to design the bridges in a more futuristic way. As we build bridges, as we did in Abaco, we are designing bridges so that there's no obstruction within the water, so that the marine life can move freely, and also the span is sufficiently high so that bone fishing vessels and so on can navigate under the bridge, and also there would be more secure casing for the water lines and the electricity lines. We had a town hall meeting in Andros at the Central Andros High School in April 13th of this year. And again, the stakeholders in Andros were very excited about a new bridge for Stafford Creek and Fresh Creek. And the Ministry of Finance is in discussions, and so is the Ministry of Works, with the Caribbean Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, as well as any PPP opportunities, so that these projects can be funded. Also, the bridge which provides access into Low Sound across the Davie Creek in North Andros, the timber deck in this structure is in poor condition and in urgent need of replacement, and we have scoped the repairs. Or similarly in the Staniel Key dock in Staniel Key, Exuma. We have also another timber deck structure which needs work. Madam Speaker, the docks in our country have received sustained consideration by the ministry. As we know, Hurricane Dorian impacted various government docks, which suffered significant damage. We are currently preparing refurbishment of the Lisbon Creek dock in Mangrove Key, Andros. This project includes the refurbishment of the main public government dock with reinforced concrete slab, bulkhead reconstruction, and provision of balliards. The contractor is AAA Marine and Transport, and the value of the contract is $2.3 million. Also, the dock at Rock Sound in Eleuthera is also being rehabilitated. And this dock, the contractor is A&D Gators Equipment, Rock Sound, that is Andrew Gator, and the current contract is $2.5 million. Madam Speaker, I have mentioned the contract in Moores Island, and I omitted to mention that as part of the contract, the New Bowl Construction Company will also include in that contract the rehabilitation of the dock in Southside, Murphytown. And I'm also happy to say that the dock in Crown Haven, right, in North Abaco has also been repaired, and that we took advantage of Stephen Knowles' presence, having completed the Angel Fish Creek Bridge to complete that project. And here Madam Speaker, the government dock at Bullock's Harbor is similarly receiving treatment for rehabilitation, and this project is estimated at $2.8 million. The dock at Nicholstown, Red Bay, Low Sound, and Count Sound. And here, Madam Speaker, these docks have been currently being considered for a possible PPP, and we will be making an announcement shortly so that those docks could be addressed. There's also, Madam Speaker, the dock in Waters Key in Grand Bahama. And this is a dock that the honorable member of Central Grand Bahama has raised in this House, understandably, because I went to Waterski and I saw that residents have been made climate refugees because it is difficult traveling back and forth. It is a very thriving community, fishing community with a long and really distinguished tradition. And we have completed the scoping of this project. The work comprises the removal of the existing timber dock and deteriorated concrete ramp, construction of a new 12 feet wide, 132 feet long main dock section with an adjoining 32 feet long T-section construction of 20 foot wide by 60 feet long concrete ramp and minimal dredging of the seabed in the area of the vicinity of the dock and the ramp. And this is estimated at $800,000. And Madam Speaker, in Abaco, numerous docks have been impacted, such as the Sandy Point dock, the Crossing dock, the Cedar Harbor dock, the Union Jack dock, the White Sound dock in Elbow Key, the Woodcock dock, the Plymouth dock in Green Turtle Key, as well as the Treasure Key ferry dock. All of these docks, which are timber docks, are combined at a value of $4 million. And we're awaiting environmental approvals from DEP prior to going to tender. They're also, Madam Speaker, in Exuma, similarly, the Black Point Main Public Dock and the Fisherman Dock. And this proposed project is for the rehabilitation of the mail boat dock at Black Point, the dock also in poor condition, and the proposed work comprise installation of 470 linear feet of sheet piles, reclamation of 14,900 square feet of iron foreshore, construction of, so this we also have scoped and will be securing the necessary funding to proceed. Similarly, Staniel Key Bridge and another bridge dock in Eleuthera, which is the Gregorytown dock, is one that I visited, and it is in need of repair, and the proposed work has been scoped, and the total estimate to undertake the project is $2.3 million. And this project is awaiting final environmental approval from DEP prior to going out to tender. In Cockburn Town, San Salvador, we have a similar situation with the government dock, and that has been scoped, estimated at $4.3 million. Similarly, Madam Speaker, seawalls in Andros, such as Victoria Point, West, and also West Bay Street, Madam Speaker. We have scoped that project to the removal of the vegetation in the area of the seawall, construction of a 98 feet long seawall to the end of the existing wall, construction of a 4 feet wide by 98 feet long sidewalk adjacent to the seawall, and that is estimated at $150,000. Madam Speaker, flooding not only in New Providence, but throughout the Bahamas is a major concern because of the very sensitive eco environment in the Bahamas. Also, the fact that we have built in areas which are very near to the coast. And oftentimes, years ago, roads were built really through the creek. So on both sides of the road, you have water and very little space for the water to run off. Yes. And some of the creeks have been blocked, as we saw when we went to Exuma. And notwithstanding the concern of some of the various other stakeholders, these creeks need to be unblocked. Yes. So that the natural regenerative of the sea could cleanse and so on. And the ministry has obtained the approval to procure some additional hurricane supplies and equipment. And we have, in some of our wells, often during what they call king tide, you will have seawater coming up. Mm-hmm. What we have done is we have identified a WAPRO valve, and we have ordered these WAPRO valves so that they can be installed in our existing wells to keep the sea tide down while the rain water can run through into the well. And we've also ordered pumps, and we've received this week some of the pumps, and the others will come, I'm advised, shortly. In addition, we have ordered certain special trucks for, and I know Nassau Village, the honorable member for Nassau Village, has become almost an expert in pumps, as he has taken it upon himself to acquire pumps for Nassau Village flooding concerns. We've received some of the trucks, and we also, Madam Speaker, we're introducing a new kit in our tool, and that is what they call the Tiger Dam. And this is a dam that can be set up in an area, and the water can be pumped into the dam until we can repurpose the water at a later time so that we can move the water off the street and out of people's yard, which threatens their home much more quickly. I know we've also introduced a new approach. I know in Pinewood Garden, we've drilled a 600 feet well, because you know, Madam Speaker, the wells are 150 feet. But it's not enough. And what we are doing is experimenting with a 600 feet well so that there could be greater efficiency in the discharge of the water. Madam Speaker, the use of artificial intelligence, we see it on TV all the time. And what the Ministry of Works has decided to do is to incorporate it in our infrastructure. You will see that recently the traffic lights in about 97 different locations in New Providence, we have these new infrastructure with cameras, and a message and images go to the traffic management center. And in this center, from this remote location, they could control the stoplight. They can see if something happened and make the necessary intervention so that we can have a more efficient management of our roads. Madam Speaker, there's also, and the company Mayo Vision has been very helpful, and we have cut down in terms of the evidence that has been gathered, road events by 44% as a result of this new technology. Madam Speaker, I also want to highlight the work of the IDB project unit at the Ministry of Works, and Ms. Michelle Colley and her team. The government signed two very important loans with the IDB in January of 2017, with effect from June 14, 2018, for the development of a number of airports. The airport infrastructure program was set to expire in June 14th of this year. However, due to the physical work started by the project implementation team, an extension of 2 years was granted. There has been good progress made to date, where several contracts under the airport CAPEX of the airport infrastructure program are under execution. These include the construction of the Exuma Airport airside works for $34.4 million. And that contract was signed with Bahamas Hot Mix on February 2nd, 2023, which has a construction completion date in early 2025. Also, the design and management of the North Eleuthera Airport landside works for $1.6 million, with an expected completion of the design by October of this year, and commencing the bidding project shortly thereafter. Thirdly, the design and management of the North Eleuthera Airport airside works for $1.9 million, with an expected completion of the design by mid-October of 2023, and commence the bidding period shortly thereafter. And four, the Marsh Harbor and Treasure Key Airports design and build request for bids, which will close on July 11th, 2023, after a 90-day bid period. Under this program, the PIU has advanced the baseline studies and designs, which are culminating in this quarter, and the result of these studies are being reviewed along with technical options after being presented at various stakeholder engagements and the feedback prior to implementation. The pilot sites under consideration include baseline coastal studies and design for Junkanoo Beach, Long Wharf for $1.1 million, the environmental economic valuation baseline study for Junkanoo Beach, Long Wharf for $95,000, update building code, that is, we want to revise the building code of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas so that there could be a more robust buildings in our country. And this consultancy is $229,000. There's also baseline studies for selection of priority sites, Andros Hazard Resilience for $620,000, and the conservation and restoration activities in 4 pilot sites in Andros, using nature-based solution for $2 million. In the upcoming months, local stakeholders in Andros, East Grand Bahama, Central Long Island, And here in New Providence should see our team from the PIU on the ground once again to share and gather feedback on those technical solutions. Madam Speaker, as you're aware, successive administrations have been working to come to grips in a practical way with the unregulated communities within our country, often referred to as shanty towns. The Cabinet appointed the Interministerial Committee, referred to as the Unregulated Communities Action Task Force, and since then, the task force has been meeting regularly to design an action plan to address this matter, taking into consideration all of the humanitarian and social implications associated with this process. The recent ruling of the Honorable Chief Justice Sir Ian Winder on May 3rd ordered that two offending structures which were built in defiance of the court's order be removed within 45 days, and affirmed that the minister has the lawful means to cause the demolition of other premises if he deems it appropriate under the Building Regulations Act. In the budget, there is a line item of $600,000 to commence the work for the remainder of this year. However, there's an overall request of $6.6 million that will cover overtime salaries, travel and subsistence, strategic communication, supplies and materials, tablets for data collection, services, heavy equipment, and rental for demolitions, trucks and jeep for the Royal Bahamas Police and Defense Force, and consultancy fees for environmental assessment. A secretariat has been established, which will be attached to the Ministry of Works, whose overall composition will be made up of constituents from the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Bahamas Power and Light, and other ministries of the government, as may be necessary from time to time. We now have a plan of action, and as soon as we receive the necessary intelligence, information which is being gathered, we will proceed with the demolitions or regularizations in a humanitarian manner. We are reaching out to the international community to request as much assistance and understanding of this complex issue that the Bahamas is faced in the facilitation of the work of the task force. Madam Speaker, we're talking about infrastructure, but the most important infrastructure is the people. That is, the people who must do the work of scoping, the work of designing, the work of inspecting before you issue an occupancy certificate, and the work of repairing. The Human Resources Unit of the Ministry of Works has a staff complement of 14 hardworking and dedicated team under the Undersecretary Sharon Pratt-Roll. They're responsible for close to 1,000 staff members, inclusive of the administration, technical officers, and artisans on the northern compound. Upon taking office, Madam Speaker, this unit has been tasked with accepting the government's mandate to address the needs of our people, the needs of the employees, and to aggressively transition these persons, some of whom, 240, were transferred to the ministry from the Ministry of the Environment. When I took office, Madam Speaker, I visited the northern compound of the Ministry of Works on November 11th, 2021. It was shocking to me that you had employees working for 20 and 30 years and had not, Madam Speaker, been reclassified.
That's right.
I spoke with a janitress, started as a janitress 20 years ago, was working in the mechanic shop, sometimes supervising in the mechanic shop, and was still a janitress. Madam Speaker, something is wrong with that. We cannot be talking about infrastructure when the people responsible to be the first responders after a hurricane are not being attended to. I want to say that the HR team has sent 150 applications to the Ministry of the Public Service. And I want to thank the Minister of the Public Service. The Honorable Minister has worked and her team very, very diligently. And of the 150 applications we have sent, we have already received 50. And Madam Speaker, you couldn't imagine, you could not imagine when we gave out those 50 letters, the elation, the gratitude, and the tears of people who working hard every day, giving their best, maintaining the excellence. And it comes so late. We have to do better, Madam Speaker. I want to thank that team. Madam Speaker, we've also, consistent with the government's mandate, we are not purchasing any more diesel fuel vehicles. We have already acquired 13 of the 34 electric vehicles. And it is my direction that our leadership must, we can't be talking sustainability and not showing it. Now what we need to do is we need to put the solar garages on the compound so that the vehicles can be fueled by the sun and not by the grid. Madam Speaker, BPL, in our plan, Madam Speaker, and I know people have been talking about what we met and what we didn't meet, but this is a social contract with the electorate of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. An election has consequences. And on page 32, it says energy policy. It says energy policy. And BPL has the shareholder of BPL, which is the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We have full respect for the board to exercise its fiduciary duty. And as the Act has demonstrated, it is the government's policy that guides the decision and the priority of the corporation. Consistent with the policy, Madam Speaker, BPL working with very aged generation assets. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, when we look at other countries and we look at some of the big technology multinational corporations, they are all distinguished by what we call research and development, R&D. I went to China the other day and visited Huawei, one of the largest infrastructure company. And Madam Speaker, it has Huawei, okay. And Huawei. And Madam Speaker, hundreds of thousands of employees, this one company, and 60% of their employees are in research and development. But you know what I discovered, Madam Speaker? That some of the most talented, innovative, creative people are in BPL. We don't call it research and development, but if you go to Clifton Pier, those engineers and those technicians, they take engines apart and they have engines running, and the manufacturer of the engine would have declared in their warranty that this engine will no longer work after 10 years. And it's now 20 years, and they have it work, and they have them working. I have met some most extraordinary, talented Bahamian technicians and engineers. And these, what I call research and development persons, are doing an awesome job. They are working, it's like when you go to Cuba and you see these Model Ts on the road, it took a lot of ingenuity. Well, we have ingenuity here, and a lot of it is in BPL. Madam Speaker, BPL has commissioned a 25 megawatt battery energy storage system at the Clifton Pier station. This storage system provides additional capacity to handle demand fluctuations without operating a secondary engine to support additional system load. Inevitably, the storage system replicates an engine's output. And as a result of this storage system, Madam Speaker, BPL is able to save $3 million every month. In addition to that, BPL has established on Rugged Island a utility scale solar plant or microgrid, and we're learning from this. And what BPL will do this year, Madam Speaker, the company has committed to me as the minister that they will construct 2 10-megawatt solar facilities, which means that there will be an additional 20 megawatt of power generated by BPL to support and to enable BPL to save in terms of the cost of fuel. Yeah. We also have, Madam Speaker, BPL to boost its reliability. It has overhauled its generation assets on a cyclical basis to optimize performance. It also has anticipated the return to service of its 25 megawatt unit, which is known as GT7, which was out of service since September of last year, and repairs are expected to be completed by the end of this month. And this is, in addition, there's been a commissioning of a new unit supply through its current public power purchase agreement, that is the power purchase agreement with SunOil, to provide an additional 25 megawatts of power. Also, I am very pleased with the performance of BPL in supplying the 300 million Nassau cruise port that the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister has spoken about. The first, BPL has expanded its substation at the Hill of East Street, not only to supply power to the cruise port, but also to the new United States Embassy and the surrounding area. The first phase of this work was completed in May, ahead of the port's official opening. BPL is now going into the next phase of the expansion that will not only power the new multi-million-dollar cruise, but also bolster supply for the expanding area inclusive of the U.S. Embassy. Also, there's a completion of the electrical expansion in downtown Nassau, means that BPL will also forge ahead with other major works across the island. Again, in partnership with government agencies, BPL is a major contributor to the Gladstone Road project and is currently, as we speak, Madam Speaker, arranging for the removal of the electricity poles along Gladstone Road. With respect to the family islands, and Madam Speaker, BPL has commenced preparatory work for the installation of a 10 megawatt of additional capacity for Eleuthera. And I know that the challenges in Eleuthera have been real. So we talk in real talk, Madam Speaker. So this 10 megawatt of additional capacity will make a fundamental difference to the economy of Eleuthera. It also intends to commission two 2.5 megawatt engines at the Rock Sound Power Station, as well as a 2.5 megawatt engine, which has already been dispatched to Harbor Island and will be installed before the end of the summer. We also have the installation of a 10 megawatt of additional capacity in Eleuthera, which will also eliminate the use of rental generation. While the corporation continues to struggle with aging generation asset, nowhere has that been more apparent than in Acklins. And Madam Speaker, the corporation will be putting in place a 130 kilowatt unit that was purchased to supply power to Salina Point. It will also install a 500 kilowatt unit that was purchased to generate electricity for the residents of Spring Point, Lovely Bay, Snug Corner, Delectable Bay, and the surrounding settlements. BPL also is deploying a 10 megawatt generation asset to boost resiliency and energy security in several other islands. And the overhaul of 3 2 megawatt units and 2 units, 2.5 megawatt, will be completed by the end of the summer. And these units will be deployed in Bimini to deal with its peak period. One will also go to Long Island and Harbor Island to bolster capacity. Similarly, Madam Speaker, in the ministry, BPL is dealing with its human resource, building its capacity, and it has lost a lot of people through the voluntary separation. And just last month, it brought on 24 linesmen, and currently it is preparing to engage 40 mechanical and electrical apprentices. And it is sad that the apprenticeship at BPL was discontinued because this top leadership of BPL were once apprentices. That's how they came into BPL. I mean, the CEO, so we have, we're very pleased that the corporation is restarting. Also, Madam Speaker, smart metering. So you don't have to go into people's yard. And you can give the consumer the opportunity to do prepaid and better control their consumption, and give the corporation the opportunity to better collect arrears which may be outstanding. There's a new initiative which will be in partnership between BPL and a private company and the government to introduce smart metering. The focus is to start a pilot program with 100 customers. The government will fund the program, that is, pay meters and installation costs, and BPL will provide the customers based on their credit history. And here, Madam Speaker, the intention is to select persons who are challenged and depend on government support, and to use that demographic as the pilot for this smart metering with Walker's industry. The Water and Sewage Corporation, similarly, Madam Speaker, have taken the policy of the government, and they have determined, and I'm very pleased with the Water and Sewage Corporation because they have been very, very aggressive in developing a business plan so that they can concretize the policy of the government. And what we see in their business plan, and again, I want to recognize the honorable member for St. Anne's, because the corporation had a meeting, and as the shadow member for utility, the member of St. Anne's attended with myself and the parliamentary secretary, and he wasn't just there for show. He was very active and participated in the deliberation. And there is a consultant that was facilitating, one of the leading firms that consult with utility companies. And we thank the member for his participation and will continue to engage him in this process. The plan will change the legal and regulatory framework of water and sewage sector, will provide a transitional process for tariff adjustment, review existing water purchase contract, devise a strategy to address proliferation of unregulated private wells, provide a new financial model, prioritize capital investment, and associated financing plan. Also, New Providence and Family Island demand forecasts so that there could be better servicing and in the provision of potable water. The corporation is also undertaking massive capital development projects in Abaco, Sweetingski, Eleuthera, Exuma, Andros, Long Island, and Macau, and $30 million public-private partnership in Cat Island. One of the great successes of the Water and Sewage Corporation is the non-revenue water. And during the period when the Honorable Prime Minister served as Minister of Works, this initiative was undertaken with Maya Bahamas Limited. At that time, the Bahamas was losing roughly about 60% of the potable water. And you know, in the Bahamas, water is very expensive because most of our water consumed is by desalination. And we were losing, water and sewage was losing over 60% of the water generated was not reaching the customer. And through this initiative with Maya, it was intended to reduce the 6 million imperial gallons, 7 million imperial gallons that was being lost to 1.5 million imperial gallons. And that was reduced to 2 million. And I attended a water conference in Trinidad and Tobago 2 months ago, and all of the Commonwealth Caribbean countries are following the Bahamas. In fact, Trinidad, Jamaica undertook similar initiatives after seeing the success of the Water and Sewerage Corporation. Madam Speaker, we also know that $10 million of the national insurance money is sitting on the ground in Gladstone Road with the sewage treatment facility that was started in 2016. And for 4 years, it kind of just sat rotting. The Water and Sewerage Corporation has gotten a consultant. They've gone in, they've reviewed the facility, and they have developed a plan for the rehabilitation of this particular facility that will introduce a new stream of revenue, and that is non-revenue water. So we won't be using or have to use portable water to water the lawn, water the golf course, when the water is so expensive. Madam Speaker, the Bridge Authority is another well-managed public corporation under my ministry, and I expect to be able to lay on the table of this Honorable House in the next few weeks the audited financial statements for 2018, 2019, and 2020 by the end of July, which will show the financial health of the authority. And during the course of this year, the Bridge Authority has indicated it will undertake the following infrastructural projects: the renovation of the toll plaza canopy, repair of the floors, stairwell at the back of the office building, painting of the eastern, and a whole range, as well as the installation of solar. It will also upgrade the toll system, as well as the back office and network, as well as adding credit debit card machines in the lines of the booth. Cameras will be installed, and disaster recovery systems will also be implemented. It will also, as it did for Sir Sidney Poitier, be a major partner in the celebration of the 50th anniversary of independence, in terms of decorating the bridge and highlighting the people, the suffragists, the nationalists, those persons who really cut the path for us. We are standing on their shoulders. We are the beneficiaries of the sacrifice, the vision, and the fortitude that our predecessors demonstrated in order to make this Commonwealth a sovereign nation state, and a nation state that plays way above its size in financial services, in tourism. In fact, when I was in Gabon, and we indicated the number of persons who visit, not just in Gabon, in Central Africa. Last week, when I was in Atlantis, right, and the other ministers and delegates, they said, what? 7 million people, and only 400,000 a year. So, Madam Speaker, this extraordinary country, this extraordinary people, and now we will be the first in the world to provide a new product, and that will be the blue carbon In other words, we will be able to monetize the conservation that has been maintained for well over 60 years. 60 years of conservation. I met with the, as acting foreign minister, with the ambassador of Portugal this morning. And when we were sharing the number of marine parks that our countries have, this country can brag that it has more marine parks than most countries in the world. But not only can we brag about this consistent pattern of conservation and what I call stewardship, but that we have partnered with the sharks. We have partnered with the sharks because it was the tiger shark. It was the tiger shark that took the scientists beneath the wave and helped them to discover that the Bahamas has the second largest meadow of seagrass in the world. And their scientific research has established that the seagrass is the most effective carbon zinc. You know, when I went to school, Madam Speaker, they used to tell me that it was the Amazon forest. But you know, the scientific knowledge hadn't developed that the most significant carbon zinc is right here. And that as a result of that consistent commitment to conservation, for future generation, we will be able to monetize so that we can better build a more resilient infrastructure so that we can maintain a safe, robust environment for our people. Madam Speaker, I will end my contribution with a few points on renewable energy and the energy sector. The Bahamas, in our national energy policy, has made a commitment of 30% renewable penetration by 2030. That is aggressive. To date, private and national programs equate to only under 5%. Therefore, we require, Madam Speaker, a fortified multi-agency approach if we are to reach our target by 2030. More specifically, we need to create 200 to 250 megawatt of renewable energy generation. BPL, for its part, has staked that it will construct the two 10 megawatts. BPL will issue over the next several weeks an expression of interest, seeking information from companies interested in providing smart city solutions, technologies for all of our Bahama Islands. On the island of Grand Bahama, the Grand Bahama Power Company and a local independent power producer have recently signed a loan with the IDB Invest for 2 solar fields, which will provide 11 megawatt DC of solar PV generation on that island. The government's project execution unit in the Office of the Prime Minister is also exploring the feasibility of several microgrid projects in the Southern Islands and Abaco that will advance our renewable energy goals. We recognize that our targets, although appearing lofty, are achievable and are relevant with respect to international partnerships. And Madam Speaker, I appeal to Bahamian entrepreneurs to invest in the renewable energy space. I appeal to all of us to install solar This is a patriotic, but it's also good business. I end as I began, Madam Speaker. This is a budget with a focus on security and progress. My ministry bears a heavy responsibility to ensure both security and progress. All citizens of the Bahamas have an equal right to access public goods, such as roads, bridges, docks, and public buildings, safe, reliable, affordable, and sustainable electricity and potable water, and proper facilities for craft entrepreneurs, and the efficient and sanitary maintenance of our public parks, beaches, and roadways. Madam Speaker, it is only through the competent execution of the town planning, proper zoning, design of projects, proper inspection, that we will ensure the delivery of a safe, inclusive, and resilient public infrastructure. Fort Charlotte supports the budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Madam Speaker, just a matter of clarification. The member had presented a very comprehensive, extensive, and ambitious presentation. It was very nice. It was well done. I accept that. But I'm a bit confused on one point. The Prime Minister had announced previously that he was going to complete by the end of 2023 a 20 megawatt solar plant. And depending on the technology that's utilized, so 1 megawatt would require 5 to 10 acres of property. The CEO had announced that BPL would construct a 60 megawatt solar plant. 40 above what the Prime Minister had stated. And the member here today said that there'd be 2 10 megawatt, which is in keeping. Now, since the Prime Minister had said that at the end of 2023, the 20 megawatt would be completed, I would like to know, 1, have you started it? How far has it advanced? And 2, each megawatt, depending on the technology, require 5 to 10 acres of property. So you're talking about 10 acre for the 20 megawatt. I would like to know, where have you sourced the 100 acres that's required? Because the CEO is talking nonsense. Because 60 megawatts, he's talking about 300 acres. I don't know where he was going to find that.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, this is an area where the technology is developing so rapidly. The projection of land is becoming less of a factor because you have, first of all, smart batteries. You also have panels which have different inverters and a capacity to rotate and so on. So, and then of course you have materials which can be put on buildings, not only on the roof of the building, but also as part of the infrastructure of the building. I think this is an area, Madam Speaker, where we have an opportunity to leapfrog. And this is why we're taking the time to visit and also collaborate with countries and companies that are at the vanguard of this, what I call technological revolution. We also have public buildings. Though all of the public buildings can be utilized, you have people who are using vehicles. A presentation was made to me where the projection was to use the school buses in order to as solar fields. So I think that we need to collaborate, and this is really where the government, and when I say, I'm talking about all of us, right, irrespective of size, are exposed to information, ideas, and have contacts, need to utilize these contacts so that we can make a quantum leap as a country.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Just one other point of clarification. We had a vision, and I just want to know whether you share the same vision. We had a vision to encourage all homes to solarize their roofs. And yes, you're correct, technology is improving quite rapidly. And that vision was to upgrade BPL transmission and their grid so that they can accept the energy supply from these homes. And the vision, the surplus, and the vision was that we wanted to reach a point where in subdivisions and homes, they would be able to get from BPL at least $30 per month for the energy that they would have sold to the grid. But we would have had a maximum that an individual can obtain from BPL, a maximum of $18,000 to $20,000, so that those of the affluent grouping do not use that as a business and essentially replace BPL as was done in Germany. Do you share that same vision?
I'm not, I stand behind a policy, and what you have just said is in this blueprint for change. And what it says here on page 37, talking about an energy policy, implement reverse metering to reduce BPL consumption and incentivize solar energy via tax incentives. It also says that we should seek to provide 100% financing for residential renewable energy systems. So this is a policy position that we took to the Bahamian people. And based on the deliberation, we were given the responsibility to represent them in this honorable house. And the public corporation have to really measure and their business plan to reflect the policy of the government. And what the honorable member for Kalani has stated is very similar to what is in this document.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for West Granbam and Bimini.
We can take up some of these questions
Yes,
under
in
the
the
heads,
heads.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do now move that the House continues beyond the 7 o'clock hour.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceeds beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of this House will now proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Baines and Grandstown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, honorable members of this House of Assembly and Bahamian people, especially the constituents of Baines and Grandstown. Good evening. With great humility and enthusiasm, I stand here today to speak on behalf of my beloved Bain and Grandstand constituency relative to this historical and revolutionary 2023-2024 fiscal budget. I am the voice of the wonderful people of the twin communities, cities, and I am grateful for the unceasing support from the people of these communities. We in the Bain and Grandstand constituency say thank you to the Prime Minister. And I say thank you for producing a budget plan to assist inner city people and inner city communities. This budget addresses many of our needs and aligns itself with the philosophy of the Progressive Liberal Party of not leaving anyone behind and drying every tear from every eye, especially those that are least amongst us. Madam Speaker, in my inaugural speech in this House, I committed to highlighting Bahamians from Bains and Grandstand who have made a significant contribution to the growth and development of the Bahamas. Today, I wish to recognize and highlight a national heroine who hails from the great constituency of Bain and Grandstand, an individual who has made the Bahamas proud in the global world of sports for the last 3 decades. The lady of whom I speak is Mrs. Pauline Davis Thompson. In Sydney 2000, she won the silver medal in the women's 200 meters, the first Bahamian woman to win an Olympic medal. And guess where she is from? Mrs. Thompson was born on the night of July 1966, 3 days before yours truly. And she was born on Fleming Street and Blue Hill Road. Mrs. Pauline Davis Thompson has many accolades, too many to mention. Because of her gifts and athletic talent, she has traveled the world and visited more than 177 countries free of charge. In 2003, she was the first to be elected to the IAAF Women's Council. And later in 2007, she was elected to the IAAF Council. Mrs. Thompson has won many races and received so many awards. And I wish I had the time to mention all of them, but time would not permit. She is the author of the best-selling book, Running Sideways, which speaks about her success and how she was able to rise to her current status after being born in the inner city of Bains and Grandstand. Her most recent accolade, Madam Speaker, is being named as the Bain and Grandstand 2023 Summer Games patron. And as a man of Bain and Grandstand and the entire community, we are so proud of her and who she has become. Madam Speaker, she is not here today, but I wish that this honorable House can celebrate her on her many accomplishments. Madam Speaker, on a more personal note, in 1973, some 50 years ago, my sister, Sheila Watson Smith, was selected as one of the students from the Wilton Albury Primary School on Nassau Street to plait the maypole in the Independence Day celebration. Students were selected from many schools, but only the brightest and the best was selected. So, Madam Speaker, I say that to say, I cut off some good cloth. Madam Speaker, we have been in office for almost 2 years. And for the many accomplishments, I am not afraid to say that the world can see that the Bahamas is on legitimate steroids positively. steroids. I say that to say we came to office, we rolled up our sleeves, and we got straight to work. We cleaned up the mess and missteps and the lost opportunities of the former administration. We have done exceptionally well in agriculture, as we are now on the path to self-sufficiency in egg production, thanks to the members of Southern Shores and Saudi Lutra. Madam Speaker, the number of homes being built and continue to be built is remarkable. At this rate, at the end of our second term in office, we won't have many Bahamians renting, but becoming home owners. Thanks to the member of Elizabeth. We have heard of the number of industrial agreements completed. This government is labor-friendly. Public servants are being served in a big way with a smile and extras for their pockets, thanks to the member of Golden Gates. Sports are back. Junkanoo is bigger and better. Yeah. And if you don't believe me, ask one family of colors with their 2 straight wins post the pandemic. Under this administration and the steady hands of the member of Garden Hills, National Youth Guard is innovative and new. Track and field are bolstering, while swimming is making big waves. Madam Speaker, we are better today than we were 2 years ago. The Bible says, and I quote, "When the evil rule, the people will perish. And when the righteous rule, the people will rejoice." The world can see that Bahamians are rejoicing. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I thank the Almighty once more for allowing me to debate in this honorable House and contribute to this important national budget debate. This is no light feat for me, as the focus of this budget caters to the needs and the social ills confronted by inner city communities like Angliston, like Centerville, like St. Barnabas, and like Baines and Grantstown. This budget focuses on security and progress. And Abraham Maslow said, human beings are motivated by fulfilling their basic needs first before self-actualizing. In other words, this budget is putting the needs of people first and then catering to their wants. Before I align the priorities of this budget to the benefits of Baines and Grantstown, please allow me to speak about some of the activities, some of the projects and programs conducted over the last 12 months within the Baines and Grantstown constituency. As a member of Parliament, it is so important to have the right support. The Baines and Grantstown branch, led by our chairman, Ms. Janie Scawalo, who was here just a few minutes ago, and our mighty team, the executives and volunteers of the Baines and Grantstown branch of the Progressive Liberal Party, some of whom sit in the gallery today. I applaud them, Madam Speaker, for the work that they continue to do. They're phenomenal. I applaud them for buying into the Baines and Grantstown 10-point focal plan, geared towards the objectives, not the personalities, geared towards the objectives of improving the lives and the living conditions of the constituents of Baines and Grantstown. I meet a lot, you know, but most of them concerned about self. But this group concerned about the objectives of improving the lives and the living conditions of our beloved community called Baines and Grantstown. Yeah. In Baines and Grantstown, we have activities almost every week. And the reason for that is that we are seeking how best to meet and address the constituents' needs. We ain't just doing it for fun. We're not just doing it for show. The constituency of Baines and Grandstand have varying needs, greater than many other constituencies. So we can't do the norm and expect to be relevant within our constituency. And as a member of parliament, I refuse to do the norm. I will do what is necessary in order to make Baines and Grandstown the best constituency in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Members, please join me in acknowledging and recognizing the executives of the Baines and Grandstown branch of the Progressive Liberal Party. I want to say to you, thank you for coming. You are the wind beneath my wings. Madam Speaker, since July 2022, we have embarked on and completed the following projects and programs. Last year, we completed approximately 32 projects and programs as a branch in a quest to meet the needs of the constituents. Further, my office hours continue. I meet with constituents every Tuesday at 4 p.m. Officially, I have met with more than 400 persons seeking assistance this year alone. The young people say the struggle is real. And I listen to the cries and I listen to the requests of the constituents of Baines and Grandstand. With the resources available to me, we continue to find creative and resourceful ways to assist persons looking for help. I thank my colleagues publicly, and I say that again. I thank my colleagues publicly for answering the calls and doing whatever they could to assist me in Baines and Grandstown, because I couldn't do it alone. Thank you for the roof and small home repairs, for social service assistance, for paving the roads, Anderson Street, and others, assistance with the National Insurance Board, regularizing constituents' employment status, distribution of taxi plates, major cleanup and garbage collection and removals, employment in various government ministries, departments, and agencies. For example, the police, prison, defense force, the immigration, the Ministry of Finance Central Processing Unit, the Ministries of Public Service, Education, and Health and Wellness. I am eternally grateful to my colleagues for their assistance. I owe it all to you, my parliamentary colleagues, and I owe it to Ms. Eleanor Johnson, who I call the chaser, but she isn't here today. Many homes in Baines and Grandstown, she left. Many homes in Baines and Grandstown lack basic utilities, such as electricity and running water. Many, not one or two, many. In our efforts to improve the lives and the living conditions of our constituency, last year we installed portable water in the homes of 2 families under the Baines and Grandstown WIP of Baines and Grandstown Water in Homes Installation Project. More homes will be addressed. And again, thank you for this budget. More homes will be addressed, especially considering the fact that the constituency allowance has increased. So stay tuned. We are on the way. Madam Speaker, the irony of life is so incredible. I've listened to the debate from the members on the opposite side. Rather than speak truth to power and thank the Davis administration for a budget that provides security and progress for the Bahamian people, including them. I think they have me. Rather than speak truth to power and thank this Davis administration for a budget that provides security and progress for Bahamians, including them, again, they seek to put on a show. The people are not buying the performances. The Bahamian people want production. They want to touch and feel the houses, the schools, the clinics, the hospitals, the airports, the infrastructure, roads, and find ways to feed ourselves with more things to come. This administration, Madam Speaker, is moving. The people are not for show on Show Me, or not from Show Me Street, not from performance and theatrical alleys. Madam Speaker, the people, the Bahamian people are no fools, and nor would the utterance of the opposition hoodwink them. Madam Speaker, this weekend I had an opportunity, and I want you to listen to this very carefully. This weekend I had an opportunity to meet and speak with a good gentleman from ACH Pritchard. He was in management. He proceeded to tell me, as we shook hands, that we are on opposite sides. But he said he's a patriot first, and he liked what this administration. Further, he said that this budget addressed 3 of his major concerns. 1, immigration. 2, crime. And 3, education. He applauded this administration for the excellent work that we are doing. And he urged me to say to the Prime Minister to continue on this path, especially as it relates to these 3 major priorities. Madam Speaker, I mention this experience because it demonstrates 2 factors. Bahamians see and know actual governance and want the best for the country first before party politics. And second of all, no matter how much the opposition bashes this administration on every good effort, their supporters recognize the excellent work of this Davis administration. So let them keep talking. If they aren't making any sense, or they're bashing for bashing's sake, the people don't or won't listen. I want to leave this adage with the side opposite. If you can't beat them, join them. A word to the wise is sufficient, St. Barnabas. Madam Speaker, forgive me but let me return my attention to other ongoing projects and programs within the Bain and Grandstown constituency. Our breakfast program on the park continues, and we will be in polling division number 7 this month. In November 2022, our branch hosted a number of seniors to lunch at Avery's in Adelaide. But before the lunch, they did a tour at Bahama Hotel, thanks to Mr. Robert Sandy Sands and his team. Also, the seniors paid a courtesy call on the office of the Prime Minister, and they were extremely excited to have met the Prime Minister in person. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the Environment for facilitating the bulk waste cleanup within the constituency. It made a big difference, and we look forward to round 2. On Blue Hill Road, we have erected a digital electronic board at the Bain and Grandstown Family Center, which allows the branch almost instantaneously to publish ads or notices within the constituency. We have recently posted a notice for residents to call. They can call the office if they need assistance for hurricane repairs. To complement this digital electronic board, a beautiful concrete sign, Madam Speaker, I don't know if you saw it, Beautiful concrete sign was erected on the corner of Blue Hill Road and Wolf Road. Thank you very much. As a notice to persons traveling in the area that they're now entering the twin communities of Baines and Grantstown. You saw a little blue in there, Madam Speaker. We were close to adding some yellow with that, but we wanted it to remain bipartisan, so we put green. Madam Speaker, as a responsible member of Parliament, I have also done my part to support the rebound of my community over the past year with unselfish support from the community-minded residents. Residents like Ursula and Catherine Coakley from King Street, the PLP, or the Progressive Liberal Party Pentagon of Bain and Grantstown. And if you know what the Pentagon is, that's where we all meet to discuss and make plans for the future. I would like to personally extend congratulations to all of the participants and organizers of the recently held new Little Miss Baines and Grantstown pageant under the patronage of our First Lady, Ms. Anne Marie Davis. I would also like to extend a special congratulations to the pageant's winner, Ms. Robin A. Fraser and her family from Ennis Street. You didn't give me a chance to call you, Robin A. Very talented, very educated, very well-mannered. And it's programs like this, Madam Speaker. Someone said, you know, I putting on pageant and people need food to eat. But this program is geared towards bending the tree while it's young, so that when they get old, But Madam Speaker, you know the Progressive Liberal Party is full with talent. And the amazing Miss Leslie Miller Bryce and the incomparable Miss Pia Glover Rule, both of whom cut their teeth in pageantry. I see the ability of such programs to positively shape and mold the young ladies in our inner city communities. I would like to publicly thank Mr. Reginald DeVoe, his committee, and the Bain and Grantstown brand for a job well done. Next year, we expect that this pageant will be bigger and better. Before the pageant, the Bain and Grantstown branch held its second annual Single Mothers Forum. And Madam Speaker, you were a speaker last year. This year, we had more than 50 mothers and their children. It was big. They were motivated, inspired, encouraged, and uplifted by three dynamic speakers: Ms. Ruby Ann Darling, Reverend Angela Palacios, and Woman Police Inspector Kendra Wims. They were all, the mothers, they were all treated to free manicures and pedicures by the students of the C.R. Walker Cosmetology Division. And when they left, Madam Speaker, we didn't allow them to leave empty-handed. We provided them with packages so that they can take home for their children. On the 9th of June 2023, the graduating class of C.R. Walker gifted the school with a bus of Claudius Roland Walker, sponsored by the Member of Parliament. This bus is erected in the school's courtyard for all to see. And I would like to publicly thank Mr. Ian Fernando, the co-chair of the Monument Committee, along with the head girl Asia Rule and head boy Andrew Dean. I'd also like to thank Ms. Fox, the principal, and the C.R. Walker School Board. But more importantly, I say thank you to the grandchildren of Mr. Claudius Roland Walker for allowing us to memorialize such a powerful, influential, and nation builder in such a meaningful way. We continue to do big things in Baines and Grantstown, and the purpose is to meet our goals of addressing the Baines and Grantstown 10-point focal plan, which the constituents requested of me before being elected. On Father's Day, we had our Father's Day extravaganza, which was held on the 17th of June at the Sudden Recreation Grounds, where we conducted a grill competition won by Mr. Poitier of Vestry, and a domino competition won by Mr. Cephas of Hospital Lane. Unfortunately, we did not complete the wood carving, the free throws, and three-point shooting competition due to the inclement weather, but the men gathered and we had fun. Madam Speaker, the Baines and Grantstown Pastoral Committee's second initiative, which is the Baines and Grantstown Praise and Prayer-a-thon, is scheduled for June 24th, this Saturday, 2023, from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. on the Sudden Recreation Grounds. The objective of this program is for the community pastors along with the Member of Parliament to work together to help improve the lives and the living conditions of constituents by divine intervention. We must put God first in all that we do. We expect hundreds to attend as we seek to change souls for Christ and help feed the community by distributing food packages to all those in attendance. This past year, Madam Speaker, the government renewed its commitment and focus on the potential of sports to provide opportunities for growth via sports tourism and as a means of community development. We have seen the fruits of such efforts in Bahamians such as Buddy Hield, Jazz Chisholm, John Quell Jones, and DeAndre Ayton. At the community level in Baines and Grantstown, we are supportive of this initiative. At the international level, agencies such as the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime have long recognized the ability of sports to reduce crime levels in inner city communities of Europe and Asia. We fundamentally believe in this approach as we have seen the ability of sports to bring communities together, rebuild lives, reduce crime, and give hope and opportunities to residents of these communities. In line with this government's broader reactive, Madam Speaker, Baines and Grantstown will host its second annual Baines and Grantstown Summer Games from July the 24th to August the 12th, shortly after the Bahamas Games. What is most impactful is the support that we have garnered from our very own Golden Girl, Ms. Pauline Davis Thompson, the 2023 patron of the Games. Last year, Zone 5, the Ganeps won the overall title. But this year, they are expecting greater competition from the Dillies. Thank you. Madam Speaker, as you know, I serve as a parliamentary secretary within the Ministry of Economic Affairs, assisting Senator Michael Alcides. The work of this particular ministry is very intuitive and sometimes goes unnoticed. Hence, I want to highlight our ministry today. And I think our acting permanent secretary, Mr. Carl Smith, he's in the gallery today. Our work duties and responsibilities are paramount to the advancement of the Bahamas as a country. Even though we reside behind the scenes, our work is very important. A big thank you is extended to our substantive Permanent Secretary, Ms. Donnella Bodie, and the hard-working and committed staff within the ministry, as well as to the Ministry of Finance and all of their staff who ably and tirelessly prepared this 2023-2024 national budget. Madam Speaker, despite my excitement for last year's budget, I'm even more pleased with what I see in this fiscal year 2023-2024 budget and its potential to impact the lives of persons in my constituency. There are two areas that I would specifically like to highlight. One, I am aware of a 2019 study by the Institute of Labor Economics using data for communities in India. It provides conclusive evidence that when students are malnourished, they retain less information over the short term and lowering their long-term potential. It further suggests that the Focus Meals program, which is a part of this budget, can lead to the success in long-term learning outcomes and improve quality of life. In Bain and Grandstand, we support the National Breakfast Program. Madam Speaker, while at the constituency level, we would have done our best to support local feeding programs to ensure a hot breakfast for all. I am pleased to see a national support for such initiatives. For my constituents, no longer will your child have to worry about the stigma of receiving food from the government food program. No longer will parents who cannot afford to provide breakfast for their children need to feel ashamed. And no longer will children who did not have breakfast in the morning be at a disadvantage from their peers in learning. This National Breakfast Program is a big plus for members of my constituency. This is a monumental initiative in relieving persons in the inner city. I commend this Davis-led administration government for this bold and innovative step. Madam Speaker, as a former educator, I know of educators' difficulties in ensuring that classes are vibrant and engaging, but also present the seriousness necessary to ensure that our children gain a sound education. You see, when students are properly fed, they engage. And when they are engaged, they learn and retain more. I dare say that it is almost impossible to focus on learning when our children are hungry. And I say kudos to the Prime Minister for such a dynamic initiative. I won't be much longer now, Madam Speaker, because I know it's almost that time. By way of information, I started my computer career in 1987 as a programmer graduate of the College of the Bahamas. I ventured into PC repair, dabbled with network installation, performed as an account executive working in the private sector within the United States, and officially culminated my career within the Ministry of Finance just before being elected as a member of Parliament in the last general election. Madam Speaker, I am convicted that if we are to advance more as a nation, greater attention needs to be placed on information and communications technologies. Whether we seek to accomplish it in our respective duties and responsibilities, ICT plays a major role. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I wish to address the areas for which I was assigned delegated authority, or the areas under my portfolio within the Ministry of Economic Affairs, which are management and coordination of information and communications technologies, e-government, digitalization, ease of doing business, etc. The Blueprint for Change and Digital 700 sets the direction and precedence for this government's digital agenda. In this regard, the Bahamas has the benefit of learning from some of the world's most successful e-government implementations. As a matter of fact, around the world, they don't call it e-government anymore. They call it I-government or internet governance. And we know full well the lessons we have learned from Estonia. The goal of the Blueprint for Change and the Digital 700 is to implement best-of-breed technical solutions and efficient online delivery and payment of government services for Bahamians and legal residents. This goal starts with the proper planning and clearly articulating proven ICT strategy, and this must be done from the onset. It is not impossible, but it is extremely difficult to advance a country's digital agenda without a proven information and communications technologies strategy. Hence, as a component of the Inter-American Development Bank and the BHL 1045 loan, one of the core components is the design and implementation of a national information and communications technology strategy. The ministry has commenced the work. The procurement process is on the way to identify and select a reputable firm to draft an ICT strategy for the Bahamas. This document is intended to provide clarity and certainty of the direction of ICT in the Bahamas over the long term based on government's priorities. Before finalization of this draft strategy, the ministry will hold public forums with key stakeholders, especially our young millenniums or our youth, to present and discuss the draft strategies and garner their feedback. Madam Speaker, the ministry has engaged a consultant to complete the drafting of a request for proposal for an electronic voter registration system for the Parliamentary Registration Department. This project is another priority of this administration outlined in the Blueprint for Change. This project is aimed to convert the manual legacy registration process to an electronic system coupled with geographical information systems technology. The advancement of a digital system in government would result in information and data being available and more readily accessible to the population and the public. Globally, the United Nations require that citizens' access to information and data is critical and should not be hampered. To this end, Madam Speaker, weeks ago, the government announced that works were steadily progressing to activate the Freedom of Information Act and allow the public to request information from the government. We aren't scared, Madam Speaker, because we have nothing to hide. A consultant has already been diligent and work has been done with respect to the implementation of a Freedom of Information Systems platform to manage all of the public's requests, and you will soon see an open public tender for a vendor to help us and help the government facilitate the implementation of this platform. As we work on advancing the government's digital agenda, it is vital that a resilient cybersecurity program advances as fast as or faster than the digital ecosystem. The National Computer Incidents Response Team, or National CERT, is advancing with support from the International Telecommunications Union, or ITU. The ministry is continuing to prepare the country for cyber threats with the development of our framework to address cybersecurity. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention to the National Digital Electronic Identification System. Another foundation of a robust digital ecosystem is the key principle of Know Your Customer, or otherwise known as KYC. Today, in 2023, customers of the bank require two forms of identification to prove their identity in order to interact and conduct business within the bank. With the introduction of a national digital EID, the need for two documents would no longer exist, relieving the frustrations of stakeholders on both sides. To facilitate stakeholders' confidence when interacting with a digital environment is the implementation of a digital or electronic identification that can be rendered on a mobile device or otherwise electronically. Since coming to office, the ministry has been working assiduously on a national digital identification solution. The National Digital EID Special Committee is engaged. The work continues to seek to address this administration's agenda to implement a national digital EID within this term in office. Under the Ministry of Economic Affairs, in consultation with the Department of Information and Communications Technology and the Digital Transformation Unit, this administration is working on a plan to design and implement two critical pillars or components of a standard, and I say standard, digital environment. And these are, firstly, a national data center, and secondly, a national digitization office. I go back and I say two pillars or two components of a standard digital environment: a national data center and a national digitization office. Madam Speaker, the government has over the years been challenged with the high recurring costs of computing environments both internally and externally. However, plans are advanced to ensure that the government has its computing environment for hosting government systems and applications. Currently, the government is in discussions with the Bahamas Telecommunications Company and is on the verge of signing an agreement with BTC to acquire a facility to host a three-tier or third-tier Bahamas Government National Data Center. This would reduce the government's recurring telecommunications and infrastructure expenditures significantly while advocating its total cost of ownership. The government is challenged with varying degrees of efficiency due to the many manual legacy systems, paper-driven processes, and manual record keeping within ministries, departments, and agencies. To this end, plans are on the way for the design and development of a unit to increase governmental efficiencies via a national government's digitization office. Digitalization or automation of processes and procedures would be ineffectual operating within a paper-based environment. The Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Economic Affairs has approved the consultancy of a records management expert. And within the next fiscal year, he is expected to commence his work on a strategy, policy, and the design of a centralized digitization office for the government. This office will scan, index, store, secure, and make available for electronic retrieval across the whole of government. This is overdue, and Madam Speaker, these two major interventions in information and communications technology are game changers. And I dare to say, almost the first in the region that we are successfully able to accomplish this. No more going into government offices and the clerk cannot find the old blue book that they log the records in. No more going into government offices and the clerk cannot find the red book where they log the records in. Madam Speaker, the initial planning work of the records management expert will determine the timeline for implementation of the National Digitization Office. And I pray that we can get it done within a reasonable time within this term in office. The government has seen locally an increased use of the sand dollar, the central bank's digital currency, and we have also seen an increased delivery of government services digitally. On yesterday, 12 new services were launched under the Ministry of Agriculture, thanks to the member for Saudi Lutra and his vision for that particular ministry. I don't know where Marco City is, but wherever you are, I want to reiterate that 12 new services were launched under the Ministry of Agriculture, thanks to the member of Saudi Lutra, because of his vision and his acceptance of information and communications technology. More is to come. The Ministry of Economic Affairs, the Department of Information and Communications Technologies, and the Digital Transformation Unit are here to assist all of our colleagues, because we believe, and as I said in my conviction, ICT is a driving force in the backbone behind all aspects in which we do. Madam Speaker, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals mandate that member countries are to bridge the digital divide by providing access to information and data via the internet. This international mandate and the Blueprint for Change have a consistent policy. Hence, the ministry has commenced and completed phase 1 and phase 2 of the Bahamas Parks Connect project. Free Wi-Fi in the parks and public parks and community centers. Today, more than 70 parks throughout the constituencies of the Bahamas were launched and outfitted with free Wi-Fi. Yes. We are now embarking on phase 3 of this project. We expect that this phase will commence shortly, with another 39 parks will be launched for access of free Wi-Fi for those less fortunate within our communities. Mahatma Gandhi once said, the greatness of a nation is its moral progress can be judged by the way in which the country treats its animals. I would say that the greatness of a nation can also be assessed by the way it treats the least amongst us. And Madam Speaker, while we can agree that mobile data availability is very high in the Bahamas, there are very few places where one cannot get a signal. And this New Day administration stepped in and made access available and free of charge in those places. Madam Speaker, on another note, I soon wrap up. The existing website is old, archaic, and use legacy technology. This New Day government has commenced the revamping, rebranding, and revolutionizing of the government's official website. However, how we are perceived in the world as a government is consistent with how competitive we can be in today's global virtual environment. Hence the need to expedite and advance the implementation of a revolutionized website. A vendor has been selected and work has commenced, and if the schedule permits, the Department of Information and Communications Technology will launch a new revolutionized website, one that will make the Bahamas and the Bahamians very proud in short order. In this final note, Madam Speaker, I would like to sound a clarion call to all and sundry that we on this side of a country to build one constituent, one neighborhood, on all islands. We will not, and I will not be discouraged or deterred or distracted by any social media exercise to discredit this party or me. No one is more important to me than the people who sent me here to do their business. I remain resolute that the Bahamian people sent us, this New Day administration here, to make things better than being locked down unnecessarily and arrested for getting water. Therefore, Madam Speaker, no amount of selfishness, regardless of where it comes from, will cause me to break my stride or cause this administration to lose focus. Beans and Grantstown know me very well. They see me every day. We love each other. And they know we are together for many years to come. I like Bahamas here. We don't just fly here. We live here. For those sitting by and trying to undermine our efforts in this progressive Liberal Party, we are moving full steam ahead. So my dear brothers and sisters, all of my colleagues, be strong and immovable. Always work enthusiastically for the Lord. Before you know that nothing you do for the Lord is ever useless. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the many selfless persons in the Baines and Grandstand community who show up daily to help with the ongoing projects. These collaborative efforts prove that it does take a village. Because of you, this budget was crafted and delivered to the Bahamian people. And it is because of you that this administration feels comfortable that our projections in this budget would be accomplished because of the work ethics and commitment. Madam Speaker, I have but 5 more minutes left. In closing or in conclusion, Baines and Grandstand support this 2023-2024 fiscal budget as presented. I want to wish people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in advance happy independence. God bless, and thank you one more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Time ain't started yet. Time ain't started yet.
Run the clock, run the clock.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, yeah, stop the clock.
That's good.
It's a new day. No clock working? It's a new day clock. It goes on and on.
We're working on the honor system. We're working on the honor system, man.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Parliamentary colleagues, I stand in this honored house today to make my contribution to this 2022-23 national budget. I want to start out by bringing greetings to the great people of Central Grand Bahama, whose voices and interests I proudly represent and protect. Before I move on, I want to share something very personal with this House. As most of you would know, last Tuesday marked the 8th anniversary of the passing of my son, who was tragically killed in a traffic accident. And anyone who has ever lost a child or someone close to them knows that it never gets easier. Over the last 2 weeks, I lost 2 young cousins, 2 young mothers. One turned 48 years old. She died 2 days before her son graduated from primary school, Teresita Thomas. And on Saturday, one from West End, Barbara Lewis, Bobby, died 2 days after her daughter graduated from high school, BMES. And even through that, I'm still reminded of God's grace and His blessings. And so I'm grateful and thankful for all God continues to do for me and for my family. To my family in Grand Bahama, mainland Freeport and Waterkey, Grand Key, East End, who remains my North Star, thank you for continuing to be there for me. And to my 2 lovely daughters, Jasmine and Imari, I'm so proud to be a father. Colleagues, I urge all those in this house and around the Bahamas to please cherish the ones around you and the moments you share. Tell them you love them often. And in the meantime, give God all the praise. Remember, the best thing that you can spend on your children or on your family is not money. The best thing you can spend is time. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy, I'm always thrilled to advise this honorable House that the world famous Central Grand Bahama Farmers Market Festival is still in tip-top shape and is growing daily, just like the seeds that we plant. we continue to invite the entire Bahamas to join in these efforts to get into farming, grow more, and help to limit our reliance on importation. And of course, this Saturday at the same location, we'll be having our post-Father's Day grill and chill. So come and grill and chill with your pa. I reiterate my vows to Central Grand Bahamians and to the Bahamas at large to continue to agitate on this front and ensure that food security is one of the priorities of the day. Now, let me jump right into it. There's an opening phrase that one of us always starts in this house. Say, may the words of my mouth and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight. I speak of none other than the member for Carmichael. But I can tell you what, the words of his mouth is not sitting good with the hearts of the people. He said last week, and this speaks to the fact that this is a government of conflict and contradiction.
Stunning achievement.
Conflict and contradiction.
Stunning achievement.
Yes, after the Carmichael's member contribution, the member for Kalani pointed out and confirmed by the investors that there will be $400 million infused into the economy. I said to Carmichael, is it a bad deal because the hair braiders will be a part of this $400 million? Is it a bad deal because the straw vendors will receive a part of this $400 million? Is it a bad deal because the taxi drivers will receive a part of this deal? Is it a bad deal because the tour operators will receive a part of this deal? Is it a bad deal because the car rental owners will receive a part of this? I ask you, is it a bad deal because Bay Street stores and vendors will also receive a part of this? Or is it a bad deal because the Surrey owners will receive a part? Or is it a bad deal because the jet ski operators, the dive operators, Junkanoo Beach operators, Mr. Deputy, the PLP bragger would be in the party of the people. Yet this port is beneficial, especially to the poor man and entrepreneurs, and the member of Carmichael opposed this deal. However, the member for Exuma, and you know, when I say this is a government of contradiction, and I read the newspaper. On June 15, 2023, the Nassau Guardian, the Guardian, he said, Bell, cruise port, the worst deal ever in the history.
Who said that?
The Guardian, Bell.
Who's Bell?
Cruise port, the member for Carmichael. Cruise port deal is the worst ever in the history. Although Prime Minister Philip Davis and Deputy Prime Minister Chester Cooper both recently applauded the partnership with Global Port Holdings, which gave birth to the newly opened $300 million Nassau cruise port. Minister of Labor and Immigration, Bell, yesterday the former minister's administration for entering into a bad deal for the port, a deal he termed a national disgrace. Contradictory. The same newspaper, the Nassau Guardian, the same newspaper carries a report from the Deputy Prime Minister. Deputy Prime Minister praises the cruise port. He cruises it is, whose report would you believe? Whose report would you believe? I say we believe the report. We shall believe the report of the member for Exuma. It is a good deal. The Bahamian people will benefit. It's obvious that these members are not on the same page. They're not singing from the same song sheet. And when they are singing from the same song sheet, you have some singing A minor, some singing in C sharp, and most of all, the majority singing in F minor. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is obviously proof that we have a government of contradiction and conflict. Everyone is on a different page. I am a community leader and member of parliament.
Member,
But I am
the chair recognizes the honourable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
the member,
Stop.
the member obviously, and I don't intend to waste too much time with the member on government of contradictory, because he's not proven there's any contradictory. One member has a view, and the member said that he believes a bad deal, but no one ever said it's not a good port. There's not a contradictory. A bad deal is a bad deal. A bad deal is a bad deal. What makes it a contradictory? They're two different deals. What you don't understand. You're reading something you don't understand.
Michael is a cabinet member. Exuma is a cabinet member and a deputy leader. They are saying two different things. They are saying, but the Bahamian people know better. The Bahamian people know better.
Order, members.
Mrs. Deputy.
Honorable members.
Gotta protect me. Trying to break my stride. But like you said, it's not, ain't nothing gonna break my stride.
Honorable members.
Nothing gonna slow me down. I am a community leader and a member of parliament, but I'm also a businessman. And I'm a true Grand Bahamian, a navel string buried Grand Bahamian. We know that the island and its people have been struggling to right size itself for many, many years. Hit after hit, but little to no relief.
Honorable members.
Resilient and stands the test of time.
Honorable members.
Mr. Deputy, I think the house is too boring all day.
The same one who Exuma we can go. Same one.
The house was I guess too boring all day.
You are bad influence on Mr. Bill's show.
Mr. Deputy, I truly believe that not enough is being done to protect
Order, honorable members.
the common man in Grand Bahama.
Yeah, the chair
And throughout
recognizes
the
the honorable
country.
member for Yamakura.
They are getting leftovers.
Members.
A barely functioning
Member.
airport is not enough. No, point of order? What is the point?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakura. One member on his feet, please. Honorable member. Yeah, I get this. I get this.
They want to be the speaker also. Mr. Deputy, the members seeking to be intentionally misleading. And he has yet to prove what he said. What he has said, he is just reading and spewing. So if the member cannot prove that what he is saying is actual fact, then he must either remove it off the record because there's no contradictory. I'm on a point of order. He is misleading. Mr. Deputy, if one would purchase a vehicle, the contract for purchasing a vehicle may be a bad contract, but the vehicle may be a nice vehicle. It's very simple. The member is choosing to, so if he doesn't understand what he's saying by a bad deal means a bad contract. The product itself is a good product that was hailed. There's no contradiction. The member needs to go back to school.
Thank you, honorable member. Yeah.
Mr. Deputy.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Point of order?
Yes, the point of order, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is he flashes the headline. Well, what is the... I'm on a point of order. What the story says, and in the story it says... You finished?
Honorable members.
You finished?
Honorable members.
You finished? In the article, Mr. Deputy Speaker, entitled DPM Praises Cruise Port, the Tribune says this. The Tribune says specifically, Cooper did not respond directly to his colleague minister. So in the story itself, the Guardian. In the Guardian story where the headline is DPM praises cruise port. The writer of the article, that article says, it says in terms that the DPM does not respond to Minister Bell's point. So he is misleading, and he can perhaps table it.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you very
Headlines are
much.
deceiving.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy, a barely functioning airport in Grand Bahama is not enough. However, thank you to Exuma and Ragged Island. Thank you to Exuma and Ragged Island for the recent announcement that we will be getting a new airport in 2025. An inadequate healthcare system is still not enough, so let's hope that the ground that was rebroken in Grand Bahama for the healthcare facility that the member for Pine will talk about comes into fruition. I really believe that he should apologize. 30 minutes of a cruise ship stop is not enough for the Port Lucaya vendors. Mr. Deputy? Mr. Deputy? Especially to maintain the injection of revenue needed to sustain a stagnant economy in Grand Bahama. Grand Bahamians are concerned over the state of the island and its economy. And they have every right to be. They have a right to be worried. They have a right to ask questions. They have a right to be angry. Grand Bahamians have been denied personal development and growth. Grand Bahamians are tired of being treated like stepchildren. They want vision. And we know that without vision, the people perish. I refuse to let Grand Bahamians and the Bahamas at large suffer to a government with blinders on. It's time to put on some spectacles for clearer vision. More grants needed to be made available for small and medium-sized businesses. I've said it before, there needs to be a better way to manage the heads of agreements that are being granted to foreign investors. There are many investors who have benefited greatly in Grand Bahama. Many investors, and I want you to listen to this. However, I'm speaking on behalf of Grand Bahamians for the people of Grand Bahama, and of course the Bahamas. However, I got to cool down. However, over time, these investors pull out or abandon their projects and property and have still been allowed to keep the property to the chagrin of the people. For far too long, these investors have been allowed to set up shop and leave once things get rough, without any consequences and with the Bahamian people holding the leaky bag. When you drive around Grand Bahama, there are dozens of businesses and buildings that have been abandoned. The Princess property in Grand Bahama has been abandoned since 2004. For heaven's sake, that's too long. It was an eyesore in the city of Freeport, a crime breeding area, a mosquito breeding ground, and a health hazard. That was until Central Grand Bahama entered into an agreement with the local management team to clean it up, restore the water park and fish pond, and is now used by Grand Bahamians to generate revenue to feed their families. You know, I hope this partnership continues, because this ground is being used by Grand Bahamians to make money on a regular basis. So I hope this partnership continues. You know, in recent times, unfortunately, the power company, we had a meter there, and the power company 4 weeks ago took the meter out. So there's no electricity on the site. The fish pond that had thousands of fish at the upper level dried up. This could have been done as a community. I reach out to them and I will continue. See if they can put it back, because this is a disservice to the people. People are using it to take pictures to generate revenue. I'm speaking as a Grand Bahamian, as a concerned citizen. I'm not pointing the finger at anyone in here. I'm not pointing the finger at anyone in here. You ever been to Grand Bahama? You ever been to Grand Bahama? You in Freetown. Let's talk about Grand Bahama. I believe that the future heads of agreements should include bonds so that the people of Grand Bahama and the Bahamas will be protected. I say give the property back to the people and make the abandoners pay. It's time for us as a government to tighten up. I believe if investors were to provide bonds in the event that projects default, the people will have some level of insurance and they will have even greater sense of autonomy. It boggles my mind how this New Day government has been preaching that Grand Bahama is grander than ever, but has no proof to show for it. According to their budget, even though the island typically contributes, even though the island contributes 12% of the overall GDP of the Bahamas, Grand Bahama's economy declined by 9% when compared to the previous year. The member for Cat Island described this as a prolonged decline in the Grand Bahamian economy and then blamed the Hospital Creek Agreement economic model for their failures to bring about the change they promised. For years, Grand Bahamians have agitated against this model for governance of their water, electricity, and independence. Is this West End contribution? Come on, you gotta keep it. We agree that these issues are, in fact, systematic and fundamental, and decisive actions must be taken. The Cat Island MP announced that the Bahamian people can expect a separate, detailed announcement. Mr. Deputy, Grand Bahamians do not want rhyme and riddle. We don't want empty promises. We don't need any empty announcements. We want straight answers. This is not a game. It is our way of life. If you have a plan, let us see it. I echo the sentiments of the leader. There must be widespread consultation with residents and stakeholders on the island on the way forward for the island. While we agree that something has to change, we know it must be done the right way. After so many struggles, Grand Bahamians cannot and do not deserve you playing Russian roulette with their emotions and their lives. Yes. Even though we are resilient. Now, budget response. Mr. Deputy, in his communication, the member for Cat Island, good member for Cat Island, described this budget as his administration's best expression of the intentions of the government. He said this budget is expected to do three things: national security, economic security, and the lives and livelihood of the people of the Bahamas. Well, if this is the best you have, I'm not impressed. You have solely undelivered. This budget does not make anyone feel safe. It does not serve the everyday man. It does not serve the mom and pop stores or big businesses. If you ask me, I'm not even sure it's worth the paper it's printed on. Time to go back to the drawing board and present a real budget for the people. We did the numbers, and for some reason, something is simply not adding up. The domestic economy supposedly showed a notable rebound in the country's economic activity. Of course it has. The world had stopped for just over 2 years because of the impact of the global COVID-19 pandemic and the onset of the global inflation. And for Bahamians, Dorian extended that compounded trauma. But there seems to be an interesting pattern of where we are seeing the select rebound. Islands like New Providence, Cat Island, San Salvador, y'all see a pattern? Rumkey and the Exumas saw a significant boost. But what about the rest of the Bahamians across the archipelago? Other Andres, you call Andres. Where's the focus on Grand Bahama and the other family islands? Where is their growth? The number shows that despite these gains, other family islands fare less. As they put it, they experience a contraction. But as the young people say, this New Day government need to make it make sense or push out. Mr. Deputy, when we look at Long Island, the GDP growth declined by 10% in 2022 when compared to 2021. Long Island was more prosperous under the previous F&M administration during COVID than under this administration. Thank you, Minister Administration. Thank you, Adrian Gibson. Thank you, F&M Cabinet, for Long Island's care and sustainability during this time of COVID and before. Other islands that saw a reduction in GDP growth under the PLP governance, according to the other side, are Abaco, reduction, Mayaguana, Inagua, Crooked Island, Acklins, and Eleuthera. For all the criticism they have levied against us, the Prime Minister should have mentioned that in such a short period of time, they borrowed about $1 billion. At least $1 billion so far. And guess what? They didn't even have Dorian or COVID. So make it make sense, or push out. In less than a few days of the confirmation, and listen to what we did, and listen to what we did now. In less than a few days of the confirmation of the unknown virus, the FNM government of the day had already begun implementing mitigation efforts to stop a possible spread when we knew nothing about the virus. It was a proactive action in the early days that saw stringent measures implemented to protect the Bahamians, so much that confirmed cases remained significantly low in those early days. Check the records, check the data. The former administration immediately recognized that the COVID-19 pandemic was going to affect our nation, and that quick, decisive action is what continued to keep the country afloat during uncertain times. We implemented the Special Economic Recovery Zones. Y'all remember that? The search zone for Grand Bahama and Abaco in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian to provide hundreds, not tens, hundreds of millions in VAT and duty exemptions to aid in the rebuilding and restoration of impacted communities. We also implemented search for lesser developed islands of the Bahamas, like Andros, and the Southern Bahamas, to a special VAT and duty exemption for vehicles, commercial and construction activities in those islands, because we understood that those islands were in need. We implemented a national feeding program with the help of multiple NGOs and provided over $190 million in funding to provide unemployment assistance to unemployed Bahamians. Not one job was lost. We issued small business loans to hundreds of SMEs and helped to keep dozens of companies open. We upgraded healthcare facilities and sought to provide the necessary support to respond to the challenges of the day. You know, when I went on Saturday with my uncle and my cousins to identify, my cousin was lying in bed. Her brother was like, I am shocked. This feels like a new hospital. The ICU ward was incredible. So feel like I'm in the States. He said, I hear they say, you know, I on the other side, but I must admit, y'all did some work. Impressive. We knew that in the aftermath of the devastating Hurricane Dorian and newly discovered novel coronavirus, the need was great across the archipelago. We ensured that VAT, St. Barnabas, we ensured that VAT remained off bread basket items, off medicine, off insurance, baby food, supplies and clothing, because we knew that this would make life just a little bit easier. You know, last week I went to one of the food stores in Grand Bahama, and honestly, I almost thought I was at a suck teeth festival. As I walked down the aisle, listening to people, everyone was like, suck teeth all day, till I started looking at the price and started sucking my teeth too. The price is just outrageous, just difficult for people to survive. And that is in the, we had a section, bread basket section, where there was no VAT. Guess what? That is now gone. This state government has implemented a backdoor system of taxation, claiming that there are no taxes, while their policies and projections say otherwise. Sounds like a contradiction to me. We have said before that the government made a grave misstep in decreasing VAT and adding the tax back on bread basket items, medicine, insurance, baby food and products, medicine and feminine products that were previously zero rated under the former administration. They had no foresight to see how their decision would ultimately hurt Bahamians. The Prime Minister boasted, in fact, he even admitted that they collected $110 million more in VAT. Now that's from taxing the poor on bread basket items, you know. How else do you drop VAT to 10% but still collect more money than when it was 12? Do the math. They pull a sleight of hand on the Bahamian people. You know, they pull a sleight of hand and they say it's not tax. But you know, one of our former leaders used to say, if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. If it looks like tax, if it quacks like tax, if it hurts like tax, it is tax. They give the impression that they were lowering VAT to help the poor. Then they increased the minimum wage to supposedly help the poor.
Stores to close down.
But then turned around and made it harder for Bahamians to access to food. insurance, and medication they need to survive. These are the things that Bahamians purchase more of, and in some instances, every day. So in fact, by the removal of the zero rate of VAT, they have increased the cost of living for all Bahamians, especially the poor and vulnerable. Make it make sense, like they say, or push out. Mr. Deputy, the member for Kill Island
They ate bread basket.
said he's convinced. Well, one member over here today said he's eating lamb chopped and beef. Not bread basket. I ain't calling no name. He said he's eating lamb chopped and beef. So that's high-end food. The member for Kill Island said he's convinced that the government's fiscal policy, namely the reduction of VAT, coupled with other reductions in customs, duties, and excise tax, contributed significantly to economic growth. But guess what? We're not convinced. The Bahamian people are not convinced. We cry shame on this backdoor system of taxation. You know, it's like throwing rocks and hiding your hands. Pointing rock and hiding your hand. This New Day government claimed this budget will be more people-centric. They said it will be focused on generating more revenue for the public purse without raising taxes. No increase in the VAT rate. No increase in custom duties, excise tax, tax rates, and real property tax. But we beg to differ. It looks like tax. It walks like tax. It smells like tax. It hurts like tax. So therefore, it is tax. There are new regulations to regulate the water sport industry. Well, let me say, how do young people say? There are new regulations to regulate the water sport industry will whack the jet ski operators, the vendors, the banana boat operators, the fishing boats, and all the entrepreneurs who eat, sleep, and breathe soft life, those who survive on the blue economy. Fees are expected to see significant increase. And I have all of the bills bound. We refer to them on a regular basis. A-class licenses, fees will increase from $50 to $100.
Wow, double.
That is 100% increase. B-class licenses, fees will increase from $30 to $50. That is an increase of 66.67% increase. Listen to me. Listen to this. Examination fees will be raised from $30. I'm going to slow down now. Examination fees will be raised from $30 to $100. That is an increase of 233.34%. And it gets worse.
Education?
Duplicate license fees will be raised from $10 to $100. That is a 900% increase. This is a new day of fee increase. You have to be rich to afford a 20-foot boat in this country. How does this impact fishermen? Again, we say, why are we supporting this backdoor system of taxation? They are saying no taxes, but their policies and projections says otherwise. We say it's time to go from saying PLP all the way to PLP gone away. The member for Cat Island said his government will not introduce a sin tax anymore. After Todd Pine said it would. Again, a government of conflict and contradiction. So instead, they decide to give in to the lobbyists. These businesses get a pass while the rest of us pay the price for increased healthcare costs due to non-communicable illness. Why is the PLP giving in to the sugar industry and not prioritizing Bahamian health? Why are we giving into the sugar industry? First the corned beef and now sugar. Who's buying? Who's causing this? Who's causing the government to turn a blind eye? The Prime Minister and his ministers do not seem to be on the same page again. Who is steering the ship? I said it. Some singing on the same page. Madam Speaker. I say, this is a government of conflict. You see, in this case, the people hear what you say and they see what you do. I understand you're trying to cause problems. Their solution is to increase revenue. Yeah, I understand. I know you're pro. Increase revenue collection by improving tax compliance and enforcement, and announce that they will establish a large taxpayer unit. Why? I wonder why. We wish them well. We wish you well. The tax police force. My goodness. Though we have absolutely no expectation from them to properly implement this level of oversight. They just can't seem to get it straight. Stories mixed up. Our leader said one good way to evaluate bad money managers, what he said, is when they're having money problems, they seek to take yours. I once again echo opposition's demand, and this is serious, that the government bring back the highly effective VAT holidays for the hurricane season. Oh, you agree with this, man? Bring it back. We in the hurricane season. For the holidays, hurricane season, and for back-to-school shopping that were introduced and implemented under the FNM. No, it wasn't done.
We didn't do it last year. We got it last year. We did not do it last year.
No, you did not. We asked for it. We begged for it. We pleaded for it on behalf of the people. We asked, we begged, we pleaded for it. It did not happen. This new day government says that its plan since coming to office were already bearing fruit. You see that? All I'm saying, the plan since coming to office is already bearing fruit. But where's the bearing fruit? Because these trees look very bare. And I wonder who is eating this fruit that they're speaking of. Must be the forbidden fruit that we were told not to eat. Certainly not anyone who come to us every day seeking help. From what we can tell, this was supposed to be a new day for Bahamians. But what Bahamians can truly say that they believe this country is any safer. Which Bahamian can say that? Is any safer today than it was on September 16, 2021? I believe we have an obligation to ensure that we are bettering the lives of the people we serve and are upholding the values of freedom our forefathers fought for. What social service support is being implemented to help the most vulnerable in the country? The Bahamian people simply want to know. They deserve a government that has the foresight to ensure they are fail-safe, that their fail-safe are in place. I want to ask the Bahamian people a few questions. What does this budget do for you? Does it allow you to pay your bills? Does it allow you to secure a career? Do you feel as if your future is secured? Do you feel safer? Are your children being protected? Do you feel as if your sovereign rights are being threatened? Do you believe that Bahamians are being put first? You know, I'm gonna divert a bit. We have some Bahamians out there, and I want to say congratulations to Dr. Trevor Johnson. Dr. Trevor Johnson, who was the first Bahamian to receive a PhD in disaster management. He's from the West. I'm proud of Trevor. He worked with me for 2 years in the ministry, and I referred him to the good minister from Pinewood Gardens, and we're keeping an eye on him. But Trevor just graduated with his PhD. We should have a system in place where in the 60s, when our forefathers talk about Bahamianization, to ensure that we have system in place to keep the best, to retain and bring the best of the best back home. Yes. People have this view that Bahamianization is a concept of xenophobia and hate. No, I think it is a concept of recognition and empowerment for Bahamians. We cannot allow someone like a Trevor to leave. I heard nice he's got a job at the Pacific Disaster Committee. We need to find funds to bring someone like a Trevor back home, and there are many. We are in the hurricane corridor. We should go hard after someone like that and pay him what he's worth to structure programs in here. Yes. Yeah, y'all need to learn something now. If we talk about it, we agree. Aisha Bo, a young Bahamian, just got some $1 billion worth of contract from NASA. A young Bahamian engineer. I wonder if in this country, if we needed that amount of money, would we have gone to a local Bahamian to get that? But NASA hired her to provide over $1 billion worth of supplies for them. A wonderful achievement, Aisha. Congratulations. Dr. Myron Road from the Bahamas, one of the best neurosurgeons in the world. He's away. We need to get them back home. Dr. Sidney McPhee is the president of MTSU, a Bahamian. I remember the Prime Minister spoke at the convocation in May. Now, I'm going to bring this home. We have a young Bahamian in this country who I believe was overlooked over and over and over again. Recently, the president of the University of the Bahamas resigned. And someone from the board is brought back. I'm not sure if she's a Bahamian, but there's a Bahamian who qualifies, who's qualified for that position. If we could have a Sidney McPhee in charge of MTSU in the States, in Tennessee, why can't we have Dr. Ian Strachan in charge of the University of the Bahamas? And don't tell me it's a board decision. Don't say it's a board decision because the government, based on policies, why isn't Dr. Ian Strachan in charge of UB? What are we doing? And don't tell me he's not qualified. Why is he not there? We need to find a way to ensure that justice is served on that line. Yes, he's in Grand Bahama, but we don't mind him coming to Nassau if it's going to be upward mobility for a Bahamian to head the highest tertiary education institution in this country. Another Bahamian. I watched sports over the weekend. I watched golf over the weekend. The U.S. Open, a major. And the USGA is headed by a black man, a Bahamian, the first in over 100 years of existence. Fred Popol from Beck. And see, I've been blessed because both Trevor Johnson and Fred Popol work with me as students. And I'm so proud that Fred elevated now. Yes, he's designing the hospital. But here's where I'm getting with this. We're talking about Bahamianization. Fred Popol is the president of one of the richest organizations, sporting organizations in the world, the USGA. But friends, colleagues, Bahamas, let me tell you this. There is not one Bahamian, if I'm wrong, point it out to me, in charge or as the director of golf at any of the golf courses in the Bahamas. Now, that should wake up all of us. He has the biggest organization in golf in the world, a Bahamian, and not one of our golf courses in this country has a Bahamian as a director. At Winding Bay, no Bahamian holding staff. At Baker's Bay, Llewellyn, Uncle Lou Kelman, he's a professional. At the Royal Blue at Bahama, no Bahamian. At Ocean Club, no Bahamian. At Albany Club, no Bahamian director. At the Reef in Grand Bahama, no Bahamian director of golf. At Sandals, no Bahamian director of golf. We are losing a lot of them. At Life with Key, none. And I'm not pointing a finger. I'm just saying we need to Bahamianize. All of us need to focus. All of us. I'm not pointing my finger on that side. I'm saying all of us collectively. All of us need to ensure. All of us. I've been advocating for this forever. It's getting worse before it gets better. We don't know anyone who can truly answer the question that is better today. The Bahamian deserves real change. We need innovation, real reform, and real relief. When the FNM government left office, the New Day government, as a matter of fact, met an economy under uptick. Yes. This is the first time it's time for you to wake up. This is the first time a new government could come into office and not have to worry about the treasury being broke. Y'all made plenty of money there. It was fat. Y'all made it fat. Thanks to the vision and fiscal policy of our administration. The minister administration took the country from a decade of no growth to a consecutive period of economic growth prior to Hurricane Dorian and the pandemic. Check the facts. We ensured that there was a strong pipeline of inward investments to fuel sustained economic growth. Mr. Deputy, the former government provided unprecedented support to Bahamian entrepreneurs and small businesses and established the Small Business Development Center. It's the SBDC Access Accelerator to provide direct support and funding for entrepreneurs. Approximately $70 million had been approved by the government for SMEs. And as of April 2021, $53 million has been disbursed to approximately 1,800 businesses. I remember the number. We implemented the private sector employment retention program. See, that was so good. We implemented the private sector employment retention program that provided over $40 million in tax credit. Using adding tax, he's giving tax credit. To help meet the payroll expenses of over 14,000 unemployed persons during the pandemic. Much of the performance being reported can be tied directly to the artist's work of the previous administration. But we understand and acknowledge that governments are continuous, and we want the government to succeed. Because if you win, we all win. Oh, I get plenty of time. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, yeah. How many time we have? 20 minutes left? Okay. We just want to ensure. Boy, the wicked flee with no man pursues.
Pressure too tall.
I tell you. We just want to ensure that it is done with transparency and accountability. Mr. Deputy, we ask this in the government, where are the solutions? Mr. Deputy, the Bahamian people deserve more than just pretty words and poor promises. We heard of plans for investment into a new Shantytown task force and scoffed once again at the focus under them and not the us. They pontificated about infrastructure investment and food security. But where are the real plans for the development of farming and fishing? And Lord, Central and South Ilucha's not even here for me to beg for. No. What is being done to identify, secure, and protect our natural resources and make it work for the people? Mr. Deputy, again I say, where there is lack of vision, the people perish. We simply want this New Day government to make it make sense or push out. Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, my former minister, you want to hear? As a former athlete and former minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, I truly believe that not enough is being done to protect. I truly believe that not enough is being, listen to the preacher. Listen to the preacher, audience. Listen to the preacher. Listen to the preacher. I truly believe that not enough is being done to protect our natural talent resources. I believe that pound for pound, we are the best in the world. We, all of us, are the best in the world. More funding, and I beg for it, is needed for talent search, talent development, and exposure to the global stage. How can, I'm looking at the budget, and maybe the minister, when we get to the heads, he'll answer this question. How can the Bahamas Games receive $1.3 million? The Bahamas Games, in our 50 days of existence, yet the World Relays is receiving over $3 million.
Because the money been spent on things like
Oh,
this.
Jesus.
Invitation box. To give invitations, really? You got one. You got one.
What is being allocated for our developmental program? How much time you say I have now? How much time do I have?
I want to record that.
The talent displayed by a cricket swimming team, the talent displayed by the cricket swimming and track team. I'm being like this government now. I put on my blinders. I'm looking straight there. The talent displayed by our cricket swimming and track team should have automatically caused the government to invest millions more into our sporting programs. There has been no significant increase for the Bahamas Olympic Committee. And look at this. We know Olympic cycle goes every 4 years. The pandemic shifted that. Next year, in 2024, we have the Olympic Games are being held in Paris, France. 2 years later, in 2026, not 4 years later, in Milan, Italy. Look at the line items, not enough is being allocated. I think that's an oversight that we will speak to later when we get to the heads. 2 years, in 2024, Paris, and 2026 in Italy. And there's no increase for the BOC. There's no increase for the B3As. When we get to that later. More should have been invested in the program and facilities. I think a lot of us don't realize that we have the Olympics 2 years back to back. But in our year, when we were sitting in the chair, the minister didn't even go to the Olympics. We gave all the money to the BOC, to the athletes, to ensure that they were safe, that they were protected. We gave them an increase. A much smaller team got a major increase. So I'm just asking on behalf of the athlete, of which I'm a part, to give us more money. You can access that. You can access that during the heads of agreement, the heads negotiation. We get to that. But as always, we are the New Day. But as always, we are a New Day late. We are a New Day late and $1 million short. More emphasis must be given to making Grand Bahama a sports power. I can pick some fight. Thanks for the proposed 50-meter swimming pool, Cardinals. I appreciate that. We appreciate that. But we need more sporting facilities. The YMCA was always a mainstay for sports in Grand Bahama and a training ground for professional teams, like, of course, like the Dolphins. Unfortunately, not my Cowboys and the Lakers, but the Dolphins used to go there every year. We must make funds available to upgrade the YMCA and to invest into sporting programs like swimming, track and field, baseball, basketball, and football or soccer. For some reasons, we can't seem to even fix St. George's gym right. I know the blood, sweat, and tears that our athletes invest just to have the chance to perform on the global stage. We have been proven to throw, not only to throw, but to land knockout punches well above our weight class. I understood then and now the need to give them all the support they require as they serve on the global stage as goodwill ambassadors for the country. Let us put more money behind these athletes and the programs. I do believe that the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture is the most underfunded ministry in the government. It's my belief. When are we going to recognize that our athletes, coaches, and sporting teams are our most valuable and easily accessible natural resources? Mr. Deputy, while we are talking about aragonite oil, sand, and sea, let us not forget our human capital. They are our undisputed champions. These are our untapped natural resources. If we put real money into the ministry, we will indeed realize even more dividends. It must be underscored that youth, sports, and culture are three of the major fabrics of our Bahamian identity that requires investment at the highest level. We hope that this government will take it a step further. We hope that this government will take it a step further and provide the necessary training, facilities, and equipment to allow our athletes to remain at the global stage competitive level without having to struggle or beg for help. The importance of investing in our athletes cannot be understated. Investing and must remain a top priority for this New Day government. We as a country are not doing enough for sports and the orange economy. If you don't take it personally, that's on you. I'm talking about the whole country. The orange economy, the arts, Junkanoo, Bahamian music, and our culture requires a concerted effort on the way forward. And call me Grand Bahama centric, but that's my prerogative. That's my prerogative. Call me Grand Bahama centric. Grand Bahama Junkanoo needs to be promoted more and certainly needs to be developed. Most people around the Bahamas are unaware. Most people around the Bahamas and tourists are unaware of the prowess of Grand Bahama Junkanoo. Let me brag about my Junkanoo team. Let me brag about my Junkanoo team. The Platinum Knights. The Platinum Knights have won. The Platinum Knights have won five Junkanoo championships in a row. 5 years in a row, they won the championship. And yes, they every year, boom, 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 Platinum Knights. They just came into existence. And since they kept coming into existence, they won it all. Now, let's pick the fight. I'm ready to say that pound for pound, they're perhaps the best Junkanoo group in the country. Bar none. I want to challenge the minister that the same way they paid a handsome sum of money and they bought one family, the Grand Bahama, put some money into the Platinum Knights, bring them to Nassau, put them on Bay Street during Boxing Day. Pound for pound, they probably win the parade. In this way, people living in Nassau will see that, hey, guess what? They don't have scrap groups in Grand Bahama. They have a real Junkanoo. The tourists will say, well, they don't have scrap groups. They have a real Junkanoo in Grand Bahama, and perhaps that will help to boost our economy, give them more exposure, more on the orange economy. We have had some of the greatest musicians to hit the global stage. Great Ronnie Butler, Tony McKay, the OBA man, the D-Connection, and how could we forget Who Let the Dogs Out, Bahaman. I still don't think we capitalize on opportunities that they will have created for the younger generation. When will we stop missing the boat? protection of women and children. I was encouraged to hear the member for Cat Island announce that the government is has allocated funding to build a women's shelter and are increasing legal aid support for victims of domestic violence. Thank you, Cat Island. That's a good announcement. When nothing was done to highlight the needs and protection of our children during Children Protection Month this year, I was a bit disappointed. So I'm happy to see the shift. I truly believe our children are not being protected enough and the youth are not empowered. We are in desperate need of innovative policies to protect women and children. I was encouraged to hear that funding will be provided for a National Youth Guard program to support the personal growth and development of our young people. We must go further. Let us continue to push for the revision and implementation of the National Youth Policy. And thank you, Gardner, he's not here, spoke to that, and I certainly support the initiative. So I look forward to his presentation in October, seeing how we can put the best policy forward to protect our youth. It is integral that we ensure that this policy goes full speed ahead in order to protect our children, empower our youth, and provide opportunities to secure their future. We must also put incentives in place to not only stop the brain drain, but give Bahamians a reason, like I said earlier, to want to return home and be active citizens in our future developments. Bahamians are ready for relief. They want more. They deserve more. So in closing, as always, the official opposition, you can't wait for the pressure to get off, right? You can't wait. Too much pressure on you today.
Good thing. Good thing. You got 10 minutes.
So we're talking about the brain drain. I want all of those in the audience, those watching, to have hope. Because we are the ones who need to implement the policies to ensure that our children, we have a retention program. They want to return home. We go out into the world and seek out the best of the best. We always say that based on our policy, we cannot afford to bring this person home. Well, we are the policy makers. They sent us here to agitate on their behalf. Let us change the policy so that we can bring the best of the best home. Let us do it. Let us do it. Kudos. Let's keep doing. Let's do more. Kudos. I support that. We brought back. We also offered contract to ensure that we attracted the best of the best in the public service. We need reform. We need to fix it because we cannot attract the best of the best with the funds that we pay. We need to fix it. We need to fix it. We, the policy makers, all of us together, need to bring the bills, to add to this compendium of bills, to ensure that we empower, that we attract, that we bring the best of the best back home. We need to ensure that we protect our sovereign wealth. We need to ensure that when our investors come here, that we protect our people where they will not pack up and leave us holding the leaky bags. It is up to us to do it. That is why the people elected us. That is why they sent us here. This is selling a fish market. None at all. None. No, I want to make sure my speech is taller than you. I'll make sure, this is too painful.
Members.
They're saying, Senator Graham, I'm going to sit down, this is too painful. I understand. I really understand. Oh, it hurts. See, my speech is hurting like the tax they're putting on the Bahamian people. That's right. This is hurting like the tax they're putting on the Bahamian people. Yes. The thing that walks like tax, that talk like tax, that smell like tax, that is tax. It's painful. I understand. It's hurting you. It is hurting you. I understand. I fully understand. There's no way of easing up today.
Stick to your script.
But as always, the official opposition, I could table it. I ain't got it. I can table it. It's right here. I know. I want the member to get up on the feet and say that. Don't say it in your seat. If you're bold enough, get up and say it. Say it on the floor. We heard it. Say it on the floor. Get up on the floor and say it. As always, the official opposition is here to provide bipartisan support for this New Day government. I thank the people of the Bahamas and I thank God for the many blessings over the Commonwealth. in these tumultuous times. I am continually honored and grateful for this responsibility to be a representative for the people of Central Grand Bahama. And I will continue to do my part to advance our country forward, upward, onward, together, Central Grand Bahama rest.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I rise on behalf of the great people of the Pinewood constituency who support. Mr. Deputy, could you
Honorable
control the other
members.
side, please?
Yeah.
Mr. Deputy, I rise on behalf of the great people of the Pinewood constituency whose support I enjoy and whose support I appreciate. Madam Speaker, before I get into my presentation, if you look into the gallery, you would see a lot of young faces in here, mixed with a few not so young people. I'd like to acknowledge the chairman of the Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Pipesville Forbes, a three-time member of this place. I'd also like to acknowledge the chairman and the executive team of the Disaster Reconstruction Authority. Their member, Alex Storr, Aaron Sargent. Along there we have financial controllers and HR managers. And look at the makeup, Mr. Deputy. This is what a new day government look like. Yes. Opportunity, young Bahamians. Yes. Yes. Board member Seymour. Mr. Deputy, I'd like to give thanks to Almighty God for this opportunity that I have. I'd also like to thank my family, in particular, my wife for 23 years, Deidre, my children, and my mom, Beverly, who will celebrate her 80th birthday this year. Mr. Deputy, on a more selfish note, Central Grand Bahama mentioned his son. On a more brighter note, my last bullet in the chamber graduated with his bachelor's degree in computer science. And I'd like to congratulate my son, Tarek Jerome DeRoda. Well, that's the last one. Mr. Deputy.
Overstating it when you said bullet.
Just like that. Mr. Deputy, I wish to extend Happy Father's Day, all but belated greetings to all fathers of the country, in particular to those fathers of the Pinewood constituency. We'll hold our post-Father's Day grill and chill on Isaiah Taylor Park on Saturday, June 24th, from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. All fathers of Pinewood are invited to attend. Mr. Deputy, before I get into the budget at hand, I would also like to extend our condolences to the following families. The family of Melissa Knowles of Cordier Street. I attended her funeral on Saturday past, and condolences are extended to her mother, Elder Marva Knowles, brother Dion Knowles, and other family members. Also to the family of Antoine Knowles of Casserilla Street, to his mom, Diane, and other family members, to Kashara Garden Manson's family of Maple Street, who I attended her funeral the week before, to the family of Marie Thomas of Pinewood, and her mother, Patricia Roll, sister Marsha, brother Luther and Conray, and other family members, and also the family of Lamont Buck Douglas, number 75 Pinewood Drive. Condolences to Mother Gracie Douglas and his sister Peaches and other family members. May their soul rest in peace. Mr. Deputy, last week Thursday, I attended the graduating ceremony, prize-giving ceremony of the Cleveland Innes Primary School. And I'd like to send congratulations to that graduating class. In particular, the most outstanding male and female students, Kiana Wilkinson and D'Angelo Ferguson, who received the Miles LaRoda Award for those positions, which was a cash award, and also to D'Angelo Anquino, who would be attending private school via scholarship, one-year scholarship provided by yours truly. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy, we have an obligation, a moral one, to assist those in our community, in particular those children who do well. And sometimes we have a moral obligation to provide opportunities for children who may not normally have that ability to attend schools. Notwithstanding the fact that myself and the leader of the opposition, Marco City, first met some almost 50 years ago at S.C. McPherson, class of 78 and class of 81 of the F. So we are a product
Dated you,
that
you look good for your age.
absolutely. That's correct. Starting point guard and shooting guard on Hastings Collegiate. So we argue on being on the opposite side of ideas and execution of ideas. You know, I would like to respond for my good friend from Central Grand Bahama, who mentioned about being gone. I want to remind him that we've been here for 70 uninterrupted years. We ain't going nowhere. We win, we lose. But one thing is constant, debt, taxes, and in the Bahamas, the PLP.
That's right. Gotta get you a slogan. Gotta get you a slogan now.
Mr. Deputy, I would like to thank the MP for Golden Isles, who assisted our community in a massive cleanup that held in the month of May. I would like to impress on our constituents to let's keep Pinewood clean. Mr. Deputy, the drainage system that has been plaguing this community for decades, the MP for Charlotte and I will meet early next week on the way forward with regards to that system being implemented. Tomorrow, as a matter of fact, Mr. Henry Moxie and his technical team from the Ministry of Works will be in the Pinewood area to assess the drainage system that were cleaned early on, because we've had quite a bit of rain lately. There is some water, but we know that compared to years past, the problem is much less severe than in the past. And hopefully within this term, within this year, Mr. Deputy, we would put that baby to bed, God willing. Mr. Deputy, I would also like to thank again the Minister of Works for some of the paving works. I have spoken to him, and he will also commence some patching and repaving of roads in Pinewood. We are forever grateful for I-95, and I beg his indulgence as we address those other roadways, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, again, some community activities. I will again this year, we have a few programs going on. The first one, we have a voucher program that assists members of the community who run on hard times. We also will be participating in the Street Legends basketball tournament and I am sponsoring the Pinewood Gators. We also have a collaboration with Phoenix Community Service and a young man, Lorenzo Roll, who lived in Canada for some 11 years and returned back to the country to provide, to build on a community that he too grew up in. Mr. Lorenzo Roll and his summer youth program, and also Miss Coralie Brathwaite, who have a summer program at Cleveland Indians. Those times and dates will be disseminated to members of the community. And finally, Mr. Deputy, I'd like to congratulate Nicola Kemp and her executive team. She's the new chairman of the Pinewood branch. I see at least one of those members in here. I would also like to thank the former chairman, Ms. Letitia McKinsey, and her team for all of their past services. Mr. Deputy, I turn my attention now to the budget. And as I said earlier, to lend my support to this budget, and notwithstanding criticisms from the side opposite. Sometimes we need just a few reminders of things, and I would say I commend the government pass for the $190 million that was paid during the period of COVID. I also remind that same government early on in that administration of the individuals who were sent home. Wow. There are 4 members of the gaming board and other members from education and other ministries. So let's be consistent in our story. And isn't it amazing that 2 years in, 2 years in,
2 years,
we don't ever have to worry about PLP governments and mass firings.
that's right.
All the way. Mr. Deputy.
Point of order. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Sorry, Mr. Deputy, I don't like to interrupt the good gentleman because we are anxious to hear about the home repairs in Grand Bahama and Abaco. But Mr. Deputy, urban renewal, and I regret that the member for West End and Bimini is not here. But West End and Bimini and the Minister of State for Marathon presided over mass firings of persons in urban renewal. And of course, some members of social services. So we can go through multiple ministries, including we had at least 1,000 entrepreneurs who worked in a variety of areas, whether it was solid waste management, dump site management, maintenance of graveyards, verges, sidewalks, etc. And a number of them had time left on their contract. And so again, in terms of mass firings, again, I think the Progressive Liberal Party has participated in that. I thought we could do a new thing with a new leader of government, a new leader of opposition to hit the reset button in this country. But this Davis-led administration has been more of the same. Now, quite possibly, we could do that when I get in and one of you get in. We could do something different. But right now, it's business as usual.
Mr. Deputy, I hear the member. The Bahamian people will make a determination on that. Mr. Deputy, this government has presented a budget that underscores security and progress, and I will commence my contribution by addressing those aspects of my portfolio that I have direct impact of, starting with the Disaster Risk Management Authority and the National Insurance Board. Mr. Deputy, we are in the midst of the 2023 hurricane season, and there is much activity currently underway in the Atlantic Basin. Mr. Deputy, I was updated by Mr. Jeffrey Simmons of the Met Department of the storm, and I made an announcement early on with regards to the storm being about 1,000 miles away in the Atlantic that may affect the Lesser Antilles and should be a hurricane between Thursday and Friday. On its projected course, it's heading towards Jamaica, Haiti, and Dominican Republic. But if there is
any change, the relevant government authorities here will give those notices. I advise the public to listen to the approved stations for information. Mr. Deputy, in preparation for the hurricane season, my ministry, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, and the Disaster Reconstruction Authority, DRA, spearheaded a month of disaster preparedness activities that culminated with the Disaster Preparedness Exposition, which was held at Arawa Key Festival Grounds on Saturday, May 27th. These activities included appearances on radio and television programs by government and private entities who are prepared in the national effort of disaster preparedness and response. It also involved the dissemination of preparedness tips on social media. The entities who were involved included the Departments of Meteorology, Social Services, the Police Force, the Defense Force, the Ministry of Public Works, the Bahamas Red Cross, insurance companies, telecommunication providers, Cable Bahamas, BTC, and others. In addition to these outreach activities, we engaged in a plethora of training programs that included: 1, the annual Restore Island Keys RIC simulation exercise, which engaged Family Island administrators and chief consulars from the islands of Abaco, Grand Bahama, Exuma, Cat Island, Acklins, Crooked Island, and Mayaguana. The exercise simulated the impact of a Category 5 hurricane on the Bahamian archipelago to test preparedness arrangements such as communication channels, reporting arrangements, and response mechanisms. The RIC exercise was partially funded and facilitated by the United States Northern Command and the Pacific Disaster Center. 2, in collaboration with the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, SEDEMA, the United States Northern Command, the U.S. Forestry Services, and the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, were able to conduct 1, a damage assessment and needs analysis training for Marines of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and personnel of the Ministry of Public Works and Utilities. Community Emergency Response Team search training on Cat Island, Grand Bahama, and New Providence. And 3, CPR and introduction to basic wildland firefighting training for 40 in New Providence and 6 in the Family Islands with regards to participants. Last week, the U.S. Northern Command provided basic disaster response training for 30 participants from NEMA, the DRA, the Department of Public Health, PHA Emergency Management Services, the police, and the Defense Force. The training was facilitated by the U.S. Defense Institute for Medical Operations, or DEMO. DEMO is currently conducting a 2-day course for senior military, law enforcement, and civilian officials with roles in disaster planning and emergency management. Mr. Deputy, I have provided some information on the wide range of activities of my ministry, that's NEMA and DRA, and have been engaged into: 1, underscore the disaster risk management is a whole of government responsibility. Indeed, it is a whole society responsibility, and there must be the engagement of all communities across the entire archipelago if it is to be effective. To highlight that the Bahamas enjoys an excellent partnership with foreign governments, regional and international organizations who have provided us with resources, both human and financial, to support us in our disaster risk management programs and to allay fears, concerns that entities may not be prepared for the 2023 hurricane season to effectively respond if the country impacted by a storm. We constantly encourage and assist our citizenry in taking hurricane preparedness seriously as too many appear not to take these preparations seriously. Mr. Deputy, I want to draw your attention to Head 75. It's now entitled the Ministry of Disaster Risk Management. In this budget, the new ministry has been allocated $6,578,416. This allocation is not the sole source of funding for national disaster risk management programs and activities. I earlier shared that our regional and international partners provide us with substantial resources. Additionally, embedded throughout the budget are allocations to various ministries and departments for climate change adaptation and mitigation measures and disaster preparedness and response activities. The change in nomenclature to Ministry of Disaster Risk Management is not merely for the sake of a name change. Rather, it is to underscore a change in focus from emergency response towards reducing and managing conditions of hazard, exposure, and vulnerability to prevent losses and alleviate the impact of disasters. Since we cannot reduce the severity of natural hazards, the main opportunity for reducing risk lies in reducing vulnerability and exposure. Reducing these components of risk requires identifying and reducing the underlying drivers of risk, which are particularly related to poor economic and urban development choices and practice, degradation of the environment, poverty, and inequality in climate change, which create and exacerbates conditions, hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. Addressing these underlying risk drivers will reduce disaster risk, lessen the impact of climate change, and consequently maintain the sustainability of development. Associated with renaming the ministry is the passage of the Disaster Risk Management Act, which this Parliament assented to on the 9th of December 2022. The purpose of the Disaster Risk Management Act 2022 is to A, develop, promote, and implement an approach to disaster risk management that is a holistic, comprehensive, integrated, and proactive in lessening the socio-economic and environmental impacts of disasters, including climate change. Focus on reducing risk, including the risk of loss of life, health, physical integrity, economic disruption, and damage to the environment and property, especially to those members of the population who are most vulnerable by reason of age, disability, poverty, lack of resources, physical displacement, or gender, and promote the involvement and participation of all relevant sectors and stakeholders at all levels of society. Mr. Deputy, the Bahamas government has agreed to engage in a program with the Inter-American Development Bank entitled Strengthening Disaster Risk Management Governance in the Bahamas. The objective of this program is to improve the country's governance of disaster risk management. The specific objectives are to support government improvements relating to general framework, risk identification, risk reduction, disaster preparedness, recovery, planning, and financial protection. Mr. Deputy, the results of a study by the IBO pointed out that the Bahamas has limited legal, institutional, and budgetary conditions to implement effective public policies in disaster risk management, resulting in actions which are not always aligned with best international practices and generally insufficient due to scarce funding that would benefit from more robust legal mandates. According to the analysis carried out by the bank, neither the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act that establishes NEMA, nor the Disaster Reconstruction Act, which established the DRA, provided a solid foundation to implement effective public policies in disaster risk management. Despite having some strengths, both acts combined still left the country with governance gaps that hindered the efforts to build a more resilient Bahamian society to natural disasters and climate change. In establishing the main legal, institutional, and budgetary arrangements for disaster risk management, a new act entitled the Disaster Risk Management Act, DRM, was passed December 9th instead. You may recall that this act repeals the act that established NEMA, it repeals the act that established the DRA, and it establishes the Disaster Risk Management Authority. Colleagues would be aware that the passage of an act and its amendments are often simultaneous. An example is the Public Hospitals Authority that establishes the Public Hospital Authority Act that established the Public Hospitals Authority. This act was passed in Parliament on the 6th of August, 1998, and had a commencement date of July 1st, 1999. A commencement date for the DRM Act has not been determined, as there are some fundamental elements of the Act that must be put in place before the Disaster Risk Management Authority is launched. This important process has begun with the assistance of the Inter-American Development Bank, who has provided several consultancies that are working concurrently on several projects with my ministry, NEMA, the DRA, and other government agencies. Mr. Deputy, the IDB has agreed to assist the Bahamas with the implementation of the Disaster Risk Management Act 2022, and I wish to publicly thank the bank for its areas of assistance, including the following: an assessment of the institutional capacities of key actors to comply with the mandate established by the new legislation, including a prioritization of actions to strengthen said capacities. This will entail the identification of gaps and short to medium term recommendations regarding resources, human, financial, and other needs that needs to be implemented in the DRM Act. 2, education and engagement of main stakeholders, ministries, departments, agencies, and local governments, and the general public on the new DRM Act. This will include the design and dissemination of plans through the media, of print, social media, town hall meetings to familiarize stakeholders with all aspects of the DRM Act. One such engagement was scheduled for May 28th at the Paul Farquharson Conference Center, Police Headquarters, East Street. This activity is also being offered virtually to engage Family Island administrators and local government practitioners. The formulation of a comprehensive financial management strategy for DRM, spearheaded by the Ministry of Finance, based on the benchmarking defined for disaster risk reduction. This work will include a determination of which budget to use, how much, who will perform what, by when, and what percentage of risk reduction should be targeted. The development of national humanitarian assistance standards, which consider the special needs of persons who are vulnerable on account of their age, gender, disability, poverty, lack of resources, or physical displacement. The design of the National Disaster Risk Management Information System, including the system structure, administration procedures, data exchange, procedures between the system and data generators, and public access protocols. Mr. Deputy, we are working diligently to ensure that the fundamental features of the Disaster Risk Management Act are in place to effectively launch the Disaster Risk Management Authority, and there is every expectation that we'll be ready to launch before the end of this calendar year. Mr. Deputy, I now turn my attention to the National Insurance Board. Mr. Deputy, I'm pleased to present the National Insurance Board's contribution to the 2023-2024 budget. I stand before you today with great pride and enthusiasm as we celebrate a significant milestone in the history of our beloved nation, the Bahamas. In 2023, we commemorate the Golden Jubilee of our 50th year of independence, a testament to our resilient progress and unity as a sovereign nation. As we revel in this momentous occasion, it is essential to acknowledge the achievements and contributions that organizations have played in the growth and well-being of our people. One such institution that deserves our admiration and recognition is the National Insurance Board. Established in 1974, NIB has been a pillar of support, safeguarding the livelihoods of countless Bahamians for almost half a century, with an unwavering commitment to excellence. NIB has diligently provided our citizens with crucial income replacement, healthcare benefits, and pensions, ensuring their security and peace of mind. Mr. Deputy, in 2024, the National Insurance Board will proudly mark its milestone, its 50th anniversary. This significant achievement is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment of the board, its employees, the visionaries who imagined a system that would protect and uplift our citizens during a time of need. And I'd like to thank the Chairman and Board of Directors of the National Insurance Board, and also the Director, Ms. Sonia Gill, and her executive team for their contributions. For almost 5 decades, NIB has been instrumental in transforming the lives of countless individuals and families across our nation. It has served as a safety net during sickness, unemployment, disability, retirement, empowering Bahamians to navigate life's challenges with resilience and dignity. Today, I stand before you to emphasize the indispensable role of NIB in the very fabric of the Bahamian economic and social life. Over the years, NIB has been an evolving institution, continuously adapting to meet the changing needs of our people. NIB is comprehensive and universal. The system should be preserved. NIB offers a total of 11 benefits as income replacement for those who are unable to work or have work-related injuries, for assistance to individuals who do not have sufficient contributions to qualify for a benefit, an unemployment benefit, a branch of national insurance now being considered for inclusion in other Caribbean countries, pension payments of over $26 million each month to over 44,000 pensioners, injury benefits to workers injured on the first day on the job who may never paid into national insurance. Bahamian mothers have access to maternity benefit for each live birth, a crucial support system for both mother and child. NIB has been able to do this for almost 50 years, with the contribution rate being unchanged from 1974 to 2010, when a rate increase of 1% was levied. Mr. Deputy, the public must appreciate how NIB has evolved over the years. I am sharing a few numbers with you just to provide a snapshot of this. Mr. Deputy, in 1981, the contribution income of the National Insurance Board was the sum of $24.1 million. In 1990, the figure was $66.4 million. In 2000, the figure was $114.1 million. In 2010, the figure was $167.5 million. In 2011, the contribution income was $190.5 million. In 2012, $203 million. In 2014, $244.5 million. In 2016, $261.2 million. In 2018, $283.9 million. In 2020, $224.9 million. In 2021, $257.7 million. And in 2022, the income of the National Insurance Board for contributions was $290 million. Mr. Deputy, I would like to take you now to those expenditures of the board with regards to benefits. In 1981, $8.3 million was paid out. In 1990, $33.7 million was paid out. In 2000, $88.7 million was paid out. In 2010, $175.9 million was paid out. In 2011, $188.8 million was paid out. In 2012, $199.8 million was paid out. In 2014, $244 million was paid out. In 2016, $275.1 million was paid out. In 2018, $291.8 million were paid out. In 2020, $405.9 million was paid out. In 2021, $327.5 million was paid out. In 2022, $353 million was paid out. I'm sure we see the narrative that's going on here, Mr. Deputy. The reality is we are paying out much more, notwithstanding we are collecting $300 million. If you're paying out $353 million, that's on the benefit side alone. The overall impact of NIB on our country is evident. From contributions of $24 million in the early 80s to receiving donations approaching $300 million in 2022. Of even more significance is the sharp increase in benefit payments to NIB's contributors and dependents. These benefits have mushroomed from $8 million in 1981, when the program was in its infancy stages, to $354 million in 2022 as a mature scheme. Can you imagine the degradation and the displacement of our people that would have occurred if this $354 million were not put into our economy last year? The scheme survives and continues to serve its purposes as a social safety net for Bahamians from all walks of life. Over the last 10 years, the average number of pensioners being paid every month has increased by over 35%. This is driving the increase in benefit expenses, coupled with the fact that each year, the average benefit per recipient increases as first-time pensioners are being paid higher benefits than in the prior years. As you know, NIB adjusts the insurable wage ceiling every 2 years, and this translates into higher benefits for those who pay at the highest ceiling. NIB Impact has extended well beyond providing benefits through the years. NIB has actively collaborated with the government of the Bahamas to support the Bahamian people through initiatives like the National Prescription Drug Plan, which provide access to drugs and medical supplies to groups of Bahamians with chronic diseases. Government-funded unemployment programs that provided support in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian and during the COVID-19 pandemic. Lease agreements with the government of the Bahamas for providing much-needed office spaces for public service workers while providing NIB with investment opportunities to capitalize and strengthen the fund. It is also improving the country's health infrastructure, and that is building of 23 clinics. In the past, NIB's income exceeded its expenses, resulting in the buildup of its reserves, peaking at $1.75 billion in 2016. In 2016, the benefit expenses exceeded contribution by $14 million. In that year, NIB reported an overall deficit of $15.8 billion. Every year since, benefits have exceeded contributions, and the difference between the two continues to grow. In 2022, NIB's reserve stood at $1.4 billion. So that's within 6 years, the reserves reduced by $350 million. The deficits recorded by NIB continue into 2023. The budgeted deficit for this year is $97.6 billion. This is driven mainly by deficits exceeding contribution by some $86 million. This trend cannot be sustained in the long term. For some time now, there has been discussion in the public about the state of NIB. Much of this discussion emanated from the 11th actuarial review conducted by the ILO in December of 2018. I tabled a report in this honorable chamber last year. The report predicts the NIB fund will be depleted by 2028 based on its current benefits package and contribution rate, and considering the projected population demographics. Key among these demographics are the following. A lower fertility rate in past decades refers to the number of children each woman has. This rate, about 2 children historically, and is projected to be 1.7 children for most of the period under review. An increase in life expectancy. Our people are simply living longer, and this trend continues over the projection period that the report covers, and that's a period of 60 years. On average, pensioners are expected to live 4 years longer than at present. What does that translate into? Today, we have approximately 4 contributors for each pensioner. By 2078, it is projected that we will have 1.4 contributor for each pensioner, a sharp decline. Looking at it the other way, while persons over 65 made up approximately 8% of our population in 2020, by the end of the review period in 2078, retirees are projected to make up 26% of the population. The ILO report recommended an immediate, sustained, and systematic increase in the contribution rate to secure the fund in the short term. This call for an increase in the rate was also anticipated from earlier actuarial reports. It also identified other options that could be considered for the long-term design of the plan. For example, it was modifying the accrual rate, increasing the retirement age, and receiving funding or eliminating some of the assistance. The NIB contribution rate currently stands at 9.8%. Over almost 50 years of its existence, the rate has only increased by 1%, which was in 2010, coinciding with the implementation of the permanent phase of the unemployment benefit. Compared with other Caribbean countries, NIB has one of the lowest rates, but offers the same amount of benefits than all other countries except Barbados. Most countries do not provide an unemployment benefit. but their contribution rate exceeds that of NIB Bahamas. Across the region, the contribution rate averages 12%, and several countries already have approved contribution rate increases in place over the next few years. Mr. Deputy, this government is committed to preserving NIB for future generations. On June 6, the Prime Minister issued a press release to advise the public that a contribution rate increase would be implemented in July of 2024. The rate increase will be shared equally between the employer and the employee. For example, if the rate is 1.5%, the employee's portion rises from 5.9% to 6.65%, and the employee's portion raises from 3.9% to 4.65%. In the first year, paying the minimum weekly wage of $260 will increase the employer's portion from $15.34 to $17.29. Employees' contributions on the minimum weekly wage will increase from $10.14 to $12.09. For both the employer and the employee, this represents a difference of $1.95 per week. For those salaries on the minimum wage of $1,127.67, employers and employees will pay a difference of $8.45 per month. Mr. Deputy, this is less than the cost of a meal at any one of our local food stores, local restaurants. This is a small price to pay to secure our pensions for the future. And I'm not trying to be flippant, Mr. Deputy. Employers' weekly payment on a ceiling of $740 per week will increase from $43.66 to $49.21. Employees' contribution payments on the ceiling of $740 will increase from $28.86 to $34.41. For both the employer and employee, this represents a difference of $5.55 per week. For monthly salaries on the ceiling of $3,207, employers and employees will pay a difference of $24.05. At this time, it is considered to increase the contribution rate every 2 years for a period of time. A staggered implementation aims to allow businesses and workers adequate time to adjust their budgets accordingly while still ensuring the system's sustainability in the future. We have 1 year to prepare for the rate increase, and legislation will be tabled in Parliament later this year to bring this into effect. Simultaneously, we intend to table changes to the NIB Act and regulations to strengthen our enforcement and improve compliance. Too many employers and self-employed persons fail to abide by the law to submit their contribution records and pay the amounts due to NIB. We will give NIB more power to go after delinquent businesses. We all know that contribution records are required for NIB to process claims on time. These additional enforcement options would result in positive results and improved services to our claimants. To assist with this effort, I encourage workers to avail themselves of the service NIB offers that allows them to view their individual contribution history and bring any gaps of their records to NIB's attention. NIB need the public assistance in identifying those employers who must live up to their legal obligation to report and pay NIB contribution to their staff. Mr. Deputy, just the Prime Minister has advised the Cabinet that the government must lead the way. And so far this year, NIB has collected the sum of about $52 million from government agencies, with about $8 million remaining to be paid. Several proposed amendments will bring more significant equity and clarity to our benefit regulations, which will be positive for our claimants. One example is the entitlement of contribution credits for contributions paid late by self-employed persons who do not receive credit for these contributions when calculating their retirement benefits. I think the public should be aware that there have been, up to this point, individuals who would even be taken to court as in self-employed individuals who were sent a bill of what was owing, and when that bill was paid, they were not given credit for the payments being paid to their account. And so even though they have a zero balance, their account was not, they would not receive the benefits for those funds that was paid if it came after a certain time. That we look to correct in new legislation. NIB will also focus during the ensuring months on improving customer service and ensuring that doing business with NIB is more effortless and that all customers are treated with dignity. Mr. Deputy, it is crucial to focus on the bigger picture, the invaluable services NIB provides, and its positive impact on our society. The contribution rate increase is an investment in the well-being of our fellow citizens and the strength and resilience of our nation as a whole. Let us remember that NIB stands as a testament to our commitment to one another, reflecting our shared responsibility for the welfare of our community. As this country's working citizens and builders, we are all called upon to do our part to ensure that NIB stays strong and viable for years to come. We can do this by knowing our contribution status. Know your contributions, KYC, is everyone's business because our hard-earned funds are being deducted every month to secure our future benefits. I urge every employed person in the Bahamas to take these steps to know your contribution. Request your contribution statement. Thoroughly review it and ensure that all periods of employment are included and are accurate. If any information is incorrect or omitted, complete Form 1.5, available on the NIB's website, and return it to the Compliance Department right away. Sign up for the Registrant Self-Service Portal as an accessible way to check your contributions periodically from the comfort of your own home. As we celebrate the confluence of these two historic occasions, the 50th year of independence of our beloved country in 2023 and the 50th anniversary of NIB in 2024, let us reflect on the progress we have made as a nation and the tireless efforts of organizations like NIB that have been instrumental in our collective journey. These milestones remind us of our strength, determination, and unity as we strive for a brighter future for all Bahamians. These occasions remind us of the countless lives positively impacted and the immeasurable contributions made to our society. Mr. Deputy, I now turn to the Bahamas Information Services. Mr. Deputy, BIS will focus on new editorial and broadcast programs, assets, and acquisitions of requisite equipment necessary to assist the department in meeting its 21st century communications mandate, the Internet Influencer. Research has revealed that a sizable percentage of the local population receive their news from online sources, which is increasing. Tasked with reaching a broader public audience via multiple online platforms such as TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, BIS is developing online programs facilitated and hosted by dedicated internet influencers. In the Bahamas, research shows that the two major social media platforms are TikTok and Facebook, with Instagram and Twitter catering more to the elite social demographic. This means that TikTok and Facebook will strategically be the dominant online platform for information sharing, setting and capitalizing on local trends, sharing real-time news updates, product and service, marketing, and public affairs engagement. As a result of these new trends and mass information sharing, BIS has decided to stake a claim in the new information highway. By exploring these unique, fun, and alternative communication trends, an internet influencer can achieve critical mass while maintaining the integrity of public affairs content. The three social media outreach alternatives will be planned for implementation. First, a morning social media live feed broadcast called What's New 242. It is a call-in, interactive, open conversation show based on hot button topics of the day. This show will also engage local businesses to freely promote their products and services, thus supporting and encouraging regional business growth and development. The second social media outreach alternative is called They Say Street View, a pre-recorded and graphically edited man on the concept of street where we get the views of the people firsthand, from their mouths to our ears, speaking on current issues in and around media outlets involving government and government affairs. The no-holds-barred and free exchange of ideas and opinion provide a two-way public platform on public matters. Given the level of misinformation and disinformation in the public domain, it provides opportunities for clarification on public policies. This platform also allows government leaders immediate access to the proverbial pulse and mood on the ground or on the streets. It will inform public policy so that government never becomes out of touch with public sentiment. Lastly, the outreach alternative is a podcast called Talkspace. The purpose of this show is to push controlled narratives while sometimes giving indirect government advice. This show will be a mixture of fun facts, comedic commentary, open dialogue, personal issues, mental health, physical health and wellness, and much more. BIS expects these three social media alternatives in tandem to transform, impact, entertain, inform, and better connect and align the work of the Bahamas government with its people's needs and expectation sensibilities. BIS television broadcasting will continue to build the weekly television program by extending to produce several new programs and reintroducing a Northern Service segment of Your Government in Action in the incoming fiscal year. In this new fiscal cycle, BIS will focus on new standalone programming to build on the delivery of informative government information to the Link platform, with programs focused on resumption of Health Watch, economic affairs, and the resumption of the standalone Northern Services content for Grand Bahama, Abaco, and Bimini. BIS television broadcasting will continue to focus on the execution of the live broadcast of significant government lead events and announcements. It will build on its relationship with the House of Assembly to cause for the continued delivery of live broadcasts of politically neutral and significant government and national events to the Parliamentary channel. There will be an increased focus on personnel training in the new budgetary year to ensure upgrading skills in the visual department for its broadcast specialists in both the Nassau and Freeport campuses. Additionally, visual digital assets, licensed stock videos, royalty clear tracks and graphics, and audio-video editing software will be procured. Mr. Deputy, the link is a streaming podcast station that will be procured by BIS at an annual cost of approximately $15,000. The link will provide government ministries, department heads, and senior civil servants with an online platform to host their podcast shows. The link will also offer government's only news, announcement, and information. This unique opportunity will provide the Bahamian public and others access to government information on their personal mobile phones or tablets. If we don't land a sponsor from BTC or REV to help with the initial marketing of the app, it is very important to drive people to download the app to their personal devices. The budget for this promotion to cover the capital and 4 major islands is roughly $35,000. No? The editorial department. The Bahamas Information Services Department has not adequately provided its community specialists, information officers, the necessary tools and technology to remain competitive and relevant in a dynamic contribution environment. During the upcoming year, laptops, camera equipment, and phones, MiFi boxes for photographers will be provided, particularly for travel assignments. Additionally, approximately $115,000 has been earmarked for the acquisition of cameras for 8 photographers. Mr. Deputy, as the institutional memory of the government and the communications arm of the government of record, the Department Bahamas Information Services must acquire and utilize the latest and in customer-friendly and accessible communications technology, virtual storage and retrieval technology to assist in its realizing its vision, mission, and legal mandate, which is to become the premier, comprehensive, and trusted purveyor of government information across all media communications platform in real time. As I said during my House communication on the budget, passed the supplemental funding back in 2021, it was the policy of the government to transform BIS. That objective holds true and remains alive today. Mr. Deputy, I now turn my attention to the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. The Broadcasting Corporation has been allocated a recurrent subvention of $9,280,000 in this budgetary year. A critical link to keeping our archipelago of islands connected to the capital is the BCB. Through Radio Bahamas and ZNS television network, Bahamians from Inagua in the southeast to Bimini and Grand Bahama in the northwest can stay informed and be a part of the development of the Bahamas. The services of the BCB are essential to the government and for the sustainability of our islands. More than ever, we need to ensure the viability of this national institution. We are at a critical point in the development of the BCB where significant upgrades, refurbishment, and renovations are crucial to the corporation's evolution. As we speak, the corporation's leadership is coordinating a major plan to upgrade the physical structure and technical systems. These upgrades are urgent as they are linked to the station's ability to stay on air and continue to provide service. Much of the equipment either has aged or has been damaged. The costs to replace these are significant to the corporation operating with Band-Aid solutions. It is now at a point where temporary fixes are no longer working and the corporation must upgrade and replace the equipment to stay operational. The corporation technical teams are working to source the equipment and ensure that it has what it needs to revolutionize the product and again place the corporation ahead of the competition. These significant technical upgrades come at a time when the corporation is also rebranding and reintroducing its flagship news product. Mr. Deputy, ZNS has always been a news leader and the go-to station for local and live programming. It has lost some ground over the years, but it is repositioning to regain that spot and establish a comfortable distance between the competition. The rebranding will include an additional news product, new sets, new cameras, a new style, an increased focus on Family Island, tourism, and culture. The public can look forward to a new and exciting news product that look, sounds, and feel different. A new brand that falls in line with a progressive nation celebrating 50 years. Upgrading and refurbishing technical systems will make room for more modern and refreshing television news products and programming lineup. Mr. Deputy, the corporation rebrands TV. It is expected to also simultaneously rebrand the upgrade of its radio product. ZNS is the only radio network that can cover the entire Bahamas, and BCB wants to capitalize on this. It has 4 local stations in New Providence, 2 in Grand Bahama. The rebrand for radio will also include expansion throughout the Family Islands, partnering with radio stations on various islands to make ZNS brand truly national with its products. Radio 1540 AM covers the Bahamas, but with its partners, the corporation also intends to dominate the FM market. The corporation's radio movement is reinvigorating and recreating its dominance. The recent ZNS All Bahamian Live concert that was an overwhelming success provided the corporation and leaders in playing Bahamian music and providing exposure to our artists. It is a position that the corporation will be building on. I look forward to what the radio department will create as it partners with this sector. While talking about upgrades and partnership, this is an excellent place to announce the BCP will partner with the New School of the Performing Arts and the creators of the Orange Economy to create local entertainment on radio and TV featuring our creatives. It will serve as a training and internship opportunities for our rising stars. Mr. Deputy, you would have heard me mention expanding the corporation's presence around the Family Island. It is a feature that the corporation has owned. No one intends to cover the Bahamas like ZNS. The BCB expects to establish, along with the existing Northern Service, its Central Service and Southeastern Service, which will eventually become bureaus. This will occur by establishing a substation and offices in these districts. The corporation will begin by concentrating on news and programming features out of these islands, then move to dedicate programming and news products. It will ensure that sales and marketing opportunities are also realized to help create a new day for these islands. The introduction of upgraded technology and increased investment in training and human resources will better position the corporation for this expansion. The corporation is also making considerable effort to ensure that it will take full advantage of our digital era. ZNS will introduce a new digital media services unit. This unit will establish the BCB's presence and functionality on social media. Our audience can get news, information, entertainment around the clock on various social media platforms. Mr. Deputy, human resources are the most critical asset of the BCB. The corporation plans to continue to exposing its team members to overdue training and skills upgrade. New managers and supervisors has been asking for it, and the technical staff requires it. The Human Resources Department will be engaged in career refreshers, skills upgrades, and development and recruitment of the best Bahamians who can add to the quality of professionals that have come through the doors of the BCB. The corporation is also pleased that the government is responding this year to a long-standing issue plaguing the corporation. For years, the BCB's pension plan has been challenged, and those set to retire experience delays in getting their funds. The same is the case with insurance payments. The government has allocated funds to address the arrears, making this burden a thing of the past, and repositioning the corporation to manage its financial affairs better. Mr. Deputy, the board and executive management of the BCB is prepared to ensure more prudent fiscal responsibility. This is why the government will position the corporation so that this goal can be truly realized. The corporation leadership admits that gone are the days of heavy dependence on the government. While its ability to operate depends on the government, the corporation is to devise a plan to reduce their reliance each year, strengthening its sales and marketing plan, introducing more palatable programming, and establishing alliances with key regional and international partners will be critical to a more financially sound BCB. Mr. Deputy, the Broadcasting Corporation is looking to re-engage, rebrand, reinvent. A new day is at hand, yes, and the Bahamian people stand to benefit significantly. Yes. In closing, Mr. Deputy, I would like to give my unwavering support to the government for the presentation of this budget as we move forward in making lives better for all Bahamians. Mr. Deputy, Pinewood rests.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamakura.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. It's an abbreviated version. Thanks for the time. I will spare. I will spare the members the hours late. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Deputy, I'd like to acknowledge the. You don't have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
There's a lot of excitement over there.
You can change the. Yeah.
Did the opposition use this podium?
No. That's all how government operates.
Mr. Deputy, I stand here today as a proud representative for the good people of Yamakura who has sent me to this honorable place to speak on their behalf. It is only through the grace of God that I am privileged to stand here as a part of a progressive government that has consistently proven to the Bahamian people that good leadership comes from having a vision, a plan, and capable people who stand study their craft, and then execute accordingly. It is with this backdrop that I can't help but highlight a few successes of this administration, led by the honorable member from Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, the Prime Minister, Philip Edward Brave Davis, in just 20 months of government. Before I proceed to the body of my contribution, which I will seek to abbreviate as best as possible, let me acknowledge my hardworking branch and former branch executives and members of the Yamacraw constituency. Yamacraw remains a strong force that executes initiatives, reaches out to people, even at times on my behalf, and work as a unit to make Yamacraw better with each passing day. Let me extend condolences to the family of Kim Rodriguez, who was deceased, who lost her life in a tragic accident, and also the family of Rosemary DeVoe. My team representatives attended both funerals as I was out of country at the time. Let me also give recognition and give a shout out to Senator Ronald Duncombe, Ronnie Duncombe as we know him, and his next gen team who through his youth mentorship program took 7 young men sponsored by the MPs from single parent homes to Atlanta to take part in the Steve Harvey Young Men Mentorship Camp, 2 of whom received sponsorship for their entrepreneurial initiatives, I think in the amount of $50,000 and $30,000. These are young men between the ages of 14 and 18. Mr. Deputy, I also will indicate more of this particular initiative in a later sitting of the House, if you would allow. I dare not continue without acknowledging the support of my beautiful wife, Ms. Candace Major Lightborn, my wonderful children and family, thanking them for their patience, their strength, their courage, as I carry out my work as Member of Parliament and the Minister of State in the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training. Mr. Speaker, by now it is no secret to any Bahamian the economic fiasco we have inherited when coming into office. That surprise blow of the 60% increase in VAT in 2017, which caused a lag in the economy, still has the opposite side, ashamed and therefore trying to deflect and brainwash the Bahamian people by creating their own false narrative about how bread basket items are affected after they were so wrong about the effects on the decrease of VAT to 10% and the increase we gave on minimum wages. We said that the other side only had answers when they were in opposition, but they have proved that even that isn't true. They said small businesses would die and there would be massive layoffs if we increased minimum wage. They were wrong. They said the economy would be devastated, no, decimated. Again, they were wrong. They were wrong again. They said that we were union busting, and they adopted those words. 19 agreements later, they were wrong again. They said our last budget was candy, which seemed good, but was bad for the economy. Guess what? Wrong yet again. They turned a blind eye on every law they broke while they were in government, like flying people in during COVID, shutting down Bahamian businesses over the hill while keeping the Life Key businesses running, and the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden, they are all of a sudden they are law-abiding citizens. They sat quietly, and I'm going to come to that. I got some more water. We put our minds, Mr. Speaker, the opposition and their behavior suggests to me that they are rooting against this government and rooting for the Bahamian people to fail. We've put our minds together to do what the economy expected us and advised to do, to find new sources of revenue for the benefit of the Bahamian people. We did that. all of the increases in salaries, the benefits, the bonuses, the reclassifications, the promotions. Yet the only thing for almost 2 years this opposition has to say is VAT on breadbasket items. Mr. Speaker, in negotiations, there's something called a trade-off. You see, the people who were benefiting more from VAT on breadbasket items or off breadbasket items was the fast food chains and the rich merchants. They got all of their bread and milk imported VAT-free, then served you burgers and pizza at the same high prices. They made millions in profit from VAT off breadbasket items when it was actually intended to help the poor. This one was, this was an area they were evading paying taxes. So here's a trade-off. And the easiest way to cause the rich to pay their fair share. We made them pay VAT on the breadbasket items they were bringing in for their pizza and burgers and the milk. And they were bringing in these VAT-free. We decreased the VAT on all food items like chicken, toiletries, car parts, clothes, baby items to 10%, gave the poor people more money in their pockets, like wages, allowances, benefits, promotions, back pay, to pay their VAT bills and other bills, and still have money in their pockets. I implore the opposition, stop trying to brainwash people. Stop trying to tell people that 21 cents is better than $21. You were just here. You were quiet as you were as quiet as mice, and sometimes very silent. You are not brand new. 20 months later, you are not brand new. I'm not surprised that you talk so much now and act like you have all the answers. You say one thing and you do the other. You are the kings of criticism. But it's so easy to stand by and criticize, and you are showing that well. Remember that after the rest of the world was freeing up, the heartless process of lockdowns and lock-em-ups and curfews damaged almost all Bahamian businesses and compounded the suffering of Bahamians, especially in Abaco and Grand Bahama, who suffered the wrath of Dorian. Decisions of investments, like the $12 million sidewalk saga in the midst of a pandemic, the multi-million-dollar food program dilemma, and the beach and park electioneering weeks leading up to the general elections are just a fraction of the bad governance we lived under just a few months ago. One bad deal after the other, like Oban oil deal or land grab, whatever you want to call it. The missing files, not to be outdone by some other shady deals that exposes just what the F&M administration thinks about Bahamian people. Not a single school, clinic, airport, major road, hospital, house, nothing built to account for the unprecedented nearly $2 billion in borrowing each year by that former administration. There was no excuse for this because just like medical personnel, contractors were considered essential workers and could therefore work around the clock, yet you didn't bill anything. This was a backdrop, and is a backdrop to why the Davis-led administration was elected. The Bahamians wanted a way out, and they made it happen. They wanted a way forward, and we're giving that to them. Mr. Speaker, in our first few months in office, we sought to rescue the economy, bring relief to the Bahamian people. We began by ending the lockdowns and curfews, found better ways to balance our health and economic challenges. We increased benefits to senior citizens, got our children back in school. Our member from Angliston is doing a yeoman's job in education, unprecedented, has never been seen before. Our Prime Minister has highlighted some of our aggressive work in every ministry. For instance, in healthcare, we expanded capacity in public health facilities in New Providence and Family Islands, now building 2 new major hospitals, renovating clinics across the islands, and launching new organ transplant program. The member for Tall Pines laid out in details the tremendous work in health, including hiring to the additional doctors and nurses. to strengthen our public health care. The Prime Minister also highlighted, and also the DRA led by the member from Pinewood, the rebuilding process for those storm-affected islands and the launch of a home assistance repair program. We have recently passed the resumption of debt legislation to expedite the process for those who lost loved ones during Hurricane Dorian. We all know of how these losses devastated family members, compounded by bodies left to rot in the trailer, and then the mass burial saga that followed. We remember well, Mr. Speaker, our Minister of Housing and Transport is to be commended for the immediate addressing of the urgent need for more affordable housing by building dozens of homes right away. Many Bahamians have already moved into their newly built homes. The Prime Minister has clearly indicated how global external forces, such as global inflation crisis, is a problem that comes from outside our borders, and therefore we have tried to reduce the impact. In his words, a few additional policies includes, but are not limited to, lowering of customs duties, expanding price control items, hiring new price control inspectors, and expanding BAMSI farmers markets. Mr. Deputy, we are investing in agriculture and food security with major initiatives such as the Golden Yoke Project, with a goal of producing 100% of our eggs locally using Bahamian entrepreneurs. The $50 million for micro, small and medium-sized Bahamian-owned businesses, and the plan to provide $250 million in funding to Bahamian businesses over the course of our term shows the commitment to empowering our young Bahamians. Mr. Deputy, our government is committed to family island development and have begun the process to redevelop 14 airports through the family islands. The Family Islands Development Trust Fund will assist in developing family island infrastructure.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, thank you very much. Mr. Deputy, we have raised on multiple occasions that in going through the budget from the last budget cycle, we were unable to find $50 million, and that's being generous in terms of the allocation by this administration. But again, we continue to hear periodically, I think most colleagues are opposite had discontinued with that narrative because they themselves had not found the $50 million. So we just asked the member if he's able to indicate in the budget where there is $50 million or a combination thereof from different line items. We were not able to find it the last time. We have not seen it this time. So if you could be generous to basically just point it out to the public.
There is a process that we will go into on Monday, I think, of next week, and here's when these questions can be asked and answered and also indicated for the good member. I'd appreciate if he doesn't interrupt for question time in the middle of a... That was not a point of order. That was not a point of order.
To be polite with the gentleman, but just to assert that we believe that the member
not a point of order.
for Yamaha is wrong, and he is sharing a figure that he cannot find in this budget. And so we're asking him, to withdraw the statement or just show us where we think it's misleading.
The member is absolutely misleading and distracting. There's question time. He will have his opportunity, and we ask the member to abide by the rules. There's no point of order. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Family Islands.
So again,
Mr. Deputy.
Order, member. Is this a point of order, Marco City?
Again, the member is asserting that there is $50 million. We've raised this over and over, and most colleagues have desisted. Except this member continues to push this narrative when Mr. Deputy, it is not in, it's not in the budget. We haven't seen it at all in the budget, the $50 million. So it didn't happen in the first year, and we are doubtful that he could find 10 or 20 million specifically for our youth initiatives.
You would have your opportunity. This is not the time. Mr. Deputy, continuing. Our government is committed to family island development and have begun the process to redevelop 14 airports throughout our family islands. The family island development Trust Fund will assist in developing Family Island infrastructure, allowing revenues generated in the Family Islands to stay in the Family Islands. Our sustainable, renewable energy products throughout the islands are intended to lower costs and encourage investment.
Member,
Mr. Deputy.
Once again,
the chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Again, Mr. Deputy, the Family Island Trust Fund, Development Fund, by whatever name the member wishes to call it, again, we have raised the issue. We got no indication of whether or not this fund has been activated or whether any funds were deposited in it over the course of the first year. And so, Mr. Deputy, we believe it is not appropriate for the member, having had an entire year pass when the government could have demonstrated the enactment of the fund and the use of the fund. But to date, we have not heard any allocation or expenditure that emanated from this fund, which we said would be a good thing, but we have not seen it. We have not seen it. Where exactly have you utilized that fund in the past, member for Yamacraw?
We're not going to abide by the rules of debate of the budget. Then you know, the good member I will have an opportunity. He can highlight it. Mr. Deputy, a member for Golden Gates and Minister of State for the Public Service is a hard worker who has been addressing the thousands of promotions and regularizations and back pay in New Providence and in the Family Islands, including increasing the public service pensions and salary increases for thousands of public servants. Teachers and nurses receive salary increases and additional benefits, including a retention bonus for teachers and a $100,000 insurance benefit for loved ones of nurses who die in the line of duty, and an additional $10 per hour increase for nurses serving during times of disaster. Thousands of Bahamian workers now benefit from 19 new union agreements signed, and more is on the way. This, on the top of the increase in the national minimum wage, is clear and a clear display that when it comes to labor matters, the other side talk, they talk, they talk. This side govern, and we are a government of action. Like our Prime Minister said, increasing paychecks for Bahamians was both the right thing to do and the smart thing to do. Mr. Deputy, let me highlight and I'm trying to abbreviate, so please bear with me, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, our international reputation on climate action has lifted our country's profile on the global stage. Our Prime Minister is a key voice in the fight for fair climate finance and building alliances to reduce global emissions. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, despite the struggles and repetitive voices and antics on the other side, as we hear, it is obvious to the Bahamian people that we have done more in 20 months than the opposition has done in their entire 4.5 years in governance, and we're just warming up. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Angleston and the Minister of Education have laid out the strategies for the work that our team has deployed since taking office in September 2021, including addressing critical matters like stabilization of school campuses, physical conditions, safety on campuses, leadership, and curriculum adjustments. Mr. Deputy, I wish to echo the Minister's assertion that at the end of the day, we are working to ensure that our young people are able to experience an educational program which embraces their gifts and talents and allow them to enter the world equipped for tertiary education or meaningful employment. We have committed ourselves to the guiding principle that every child counts, and we are working to find every child. Finding every child includes finding those children whose inclination, interest, gifts, and talents lay in directions other than strictly academic curriculums. We are working to find and provide these children with the kind of knowledge and skills that suit them, that fit and empower them to be the ideal version of themselves. Mr. Deputy, under my portfolio of technical and vocational education and training, our team is embarking on a number of game-changing initiatives that seeks to improve our product and address a most critical aspect of our educational system for national progress. These are exciting times in the Bahamian education system, especially for career in technical and vocational education and training, as trade and pathway offerings are being recognized as prominent as the traditional academic courses. Students who for many years have embraced industry standards and certifications and successfully completed the same are now able to have those qualifications formally assessed towards earning an end-of-year high school or end-of-high school credential. Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, please protect me from the member from Marco City and others. CTE, or Career and Technical Education, is advancing and embracing the mantra, building bridges, closing gaps, one student at a time. With the improvements to our technical and vocational offerings in our high schools, students who learn better through using their hands will no longer have an excuse that they must drop out because the system doesn't cater to their learning styles, especially our young men. Our system will cater to all learning styles: visual, audio, kinesthetic, and tactile, to keep students interested in school until they graduate. This contributes widely to the goal of graduation and our widely important goal of improving the rate of graduation from 50% to 85% by the year 2030. The Career and Technical Education portfolio is both diverse and unique, as within it lies the proficiency and competence of students from primary school to university. It encompasses business studies, information technology, building and mechanical trades, hospitality and tourism, family and consumer sciences, and cosmetology at high school level. Career and technical education was traditionally referred to as technical and vocational education training, or TVET, which for many identified programs for students seemingly not gifted in academic areas, while CTE embraces all ability levels, from the architects, accountants, structural engineers, executive chefs, IT specialists, and project managers. It also embraces all facets of our tourism industry, from managers to space cleaners. It provides entrepreneurial training and teaching skills for our domestic engineers or housewives to acquire skills even to manage household budgets. Mr. Deputy, I deem it important to focus some attention on this reality to help increase attention to career and technical education as a viable and competitive option within our Bahamian economy. An important statistical set of information reveals that of more than 300 vacancies advertised in the current Ministry of Labor opportunity listings as at May 2023, approximately 91% are directly related to CTE, or Career and Technical Education. This speaks volumes. A CPA can earn an average of $45,000 to $65,000 per annum, compared to a master plumber who has the earning capacity to make more than $60,000 per annum. These facts should help us appreciate the diversity and income earning potential associated with career and technical education. A survey of 5 large American states highlighted that 73% of all students completing high school either never enroll in tertiary course of study or fail to complete the program if they do. If we take that anecdotal evidence as comparable to our own situation, this has direct implication for so many facets of our economy, from employment and self-empowerment numbers to migration, immigration, and criminal activities. In the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training, we continue to embrace the tiered certification capacity of our career and technical education efforts. Students can commence qualification in grades 10 to 12, stack them with certifications available through our Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute, or BTVI, or transition to an undergraduate degree at the University of the Bahamas. I will therefore address career and technical opportunities at the high school level through the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute, the Technical Cadet Corps Program, the LJM Maritime Academy, and the correlation with the Bahamas Polytechnic Center of Education and the the Bahamas Polytechnic Center of Excellence and the University of the Bahamas. As we continue to build capacity within and throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, career and technical education at both the high school and tertiary levels is being embraced in new and unprecedented ways. Our high school students across the Bahamas are exposed to more than 30 career and technical education subjects that are offered in high schools in areas of business studies, information technology, building and mechanical trades, family and consumer sciences, hospitality, and tourism and cosmetology. Teachers are being afforded professional development to expose them and train them to ensure that career and technical education students within our public schools are globally attractive and globally competitive. Mr. Deputy, our Family and Consumer Sciences Unit, for example, at the moment, discussions are ongoing with partners like the University of the Bahamas, the University of the West Indies, and Small Business Development Center, or SBDC, to harness energies around training opportunities that will enhance the quality of content delivery in our classrooms. Students are being prepared for certifications both nationally and internationally, which upon completion of high school will equip them to occupy entry-level positions within our major industries. We are undertaking to expose in excess of 100 teachers in the Family Islands and Consumers in the Family and Consumer Sciences Unit, or FCSE, to upskilling opportunities intended to bring best practices to the classroom. While entrepreneurship is a component of our Business Studies unit, we are seeking to cause the skill sets to be taught across our career and technical education areas, as many of our students will exit high school with the potential for self-employment. Mr. Deputy, while we welcome employment opportunities, we are also challenging our students to embrace their creative genius and to create. Our hospitality and tourism training programs offer training which prepares our students to enter at least 7 specific job areas with the tourism industry. And we are actively engaged in having the certifications aligned with these areas adopted as approved equivalents in the line with the revised criteria for the Bahamas High School Diploma Initiative. During the 2022-2023 school year, our ministry invested tens of thousands of dollars into the redevelopment of career exploration in technical studies programs within our junior high schools. The intent is to ensure that the foundation which undergirds our senior high technical studies programs is strong. In the last budget, we introduced sustainable technology to our curriculum offerings, and we have increased funding in this program. Our efforts are intentional about causing our students to be trained in alternative energy and food production, partnering with our agriculture partners. We are also excited about our Building Robotics program, where students are developing an understanding and appreciation for coding and system analysis. As STEM education and artificial intelligence are the core of CTE training and development, our ministry projects to expand this offering to secondary school students in the new academic year. For the first time, we have a Bahamian public school students or a Bahamian public school system with students participating in an international robotics competition, demonstrating their advanced skills. At our career and technical exhibition held in February, it was a delight to see these students construct a robot and apply coding concepts to manipulate movement of these devices. The Building Engineering Maintenance Program was launched at 2 schools in New Providence with the help of industry partners to create a direct pathway into the hotel engineering department. This program will give students an opportunity to achieve certification from the American Hotel and Lodging Institute, an internationally recognized leader in hotel certifications. Additionally, they can secure certification from the National Center for Construction, Education, and Research, or NCCER, an international certification adopted by the local construction associations as a competency standard for employment consideration. As we explore and expand program offerings, we are also reviewing, revising, and in some instances, introducing new curricula to drive an expanding career and technical education focus. As we push performance, equally we want to celebrate performance in an effort to recognize in an ever greater way students performing in the areas and interests and talents in a greater way. The Career and Technical Education section of the Department of Education sought and secured access to the National Technical Honor Society based in the United States. This body celebrates outstanding CTE students, and in the Bahamas, we inducted our first recipients in May of 2023. Mr. Deputy, 190 students of career and technical education were inducted in our first cohort, all of whom had a GPA, a minimum GPA of 3.0 in CTE subject areas. This was a celebration of technical excellence, and we anticipate even greater numbers in the years to come. Students are consistently being prepared for national and international qualifications, including City and Guilds, Pittman, National Center for Construction, Education, and Research, the American Hotel Lodging Institute, and Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA, among others. Teachers are being exposed to professional upskilling on an ongoing basis to ensure that they are able to deliver quality content on par with global best practices. Their exposure in subjects like entrepreneurship, web design, mass communication, welding, plumbing, coding, robotics, sustainable energy, hair care and nail technology, barbering, culinary arts, are thrusting them into advanced studies and direct entry employment. The Family and Consumer Sciences Unit Young Chef Competition is an excellent example of this. It has placed the talent of our culinary students on center stage and harnessed scholarships that are taking our students beyond the Bahamas. Aspiring chefs are mentored by the best and brightest in industry, ensuring the transfer of knowledge to the next group of Bahamian professionals. Similarly, the business studies partnerships with the major accounting firms and financial services training agencies have provided opportunities for our students to demonstrate their academic giftedness as they showcase above average skills in content areas like economics, accounting, and permitting our seniors to access tertiary scholarships. Mr. Deputy, as the requirements for the high school diploma have been modified, as laid out by the member from Angleton, our entire pathway is now dedicated to ensuring that the equivalent certifications earned by our students have the potential to earn them the Bahamas High School Diploma. CTE students now have access to more than 15 international certifications, all of which can now be assessed for classification towards a diploma. We have increased over $300,000 in CTE and project even greater funding with the current plans which are underway. Mr. Deputy, as a game-changing initiative in education, we are excited to announce the creation of the Bahamas' first Polytechnic Center of Technical Excellence. It is in this institution that we will be advancing training and specialization opportunities for our students beyond the current offerings at our high schools. As career and technical education is expensive to offer effectively, the induction of this center will eliminate the need for duplicating training centers across New Providence. This campus will cater to all New Providence students on a rolling dual enrollment basis, harnessing interest in an effort to address immediate labor market needs. Students accepted into the drywall program, for example, will be taught using a modular approach where they will be expected to demonstrate technical proficiencies before securing industry-recognized competency certificates and international certifications. While the high school programs may permit 2 to 3 certifications, this institute will seek to ensure that students are able to double this number prior to the end of grade 12. The infrastructure of the lab facilities will ensure that students acquire real-life training while in the classroom. The credit hours and content mastery of this high school level, which will provide a foundation for our students, will give them credentials to be stacked with BTVI. Mr. Deputy, while many of the students around our archipelago of islands are unable to relocate to New Providence after high school for training and certifications, the expansion of BTVI to various family island school districts will serve well for these students. Not only will they be able to enroll in certificate, diploma, or associate degree programs on their respective islands, they will also be able to remain in that community and seek employment, boosting the economic stability of their respective communities. The expanded BTVI campus will be helping communities to help themselves, and thus this project expansion is critical and coming at the critical junction in the life of our country. It has been determined that the expansion of the BTVI footprint is critical in addressing the technical skills gaps of our country. BTVI has been under-resourced for so long that the financial injection that is required now is significant. However, we believe that its expansions is vital, or its expansions are vital to a vital step to the desired impact in order for that impact to be felt. Indeed, at the core of the government's blueprint for change lies the forecast for a revolution in education. That is, trades training with a focus on BTVI, repositioned and re-energized as a regional leader in training. Mr. Deputy, both human resources and physical infrastructure are required to realize the goals of promoting sustainable building practices, environmental stewardship, and collaborative learning. Reaching into the high schools, as BTVI is already doing, must be deepened and sustained if the trades are to become a viable choice for our students. The BTVI thrust into the family islands increases access to our young and mature learners alike, providing refresher training and certification during evenings and on weekends in communities throughout the Bahamas. The vision of the Blueprint for Change casts BTVI as the University of Technology of the Bahamas, a regional center of excellence of applied science, technology, and innovation in the context of small island nation states, especially in computers and software development. You can reference our Blueprint for Change 2021. It's all in there. Our new spends and salaries. The new spending request focuses on right-sizing the BTVI operation by increasing the human resources to address existing projected needs, in keeping with the mandate of the institution and strategic thrusts as identified in the strategic plan and the direction set by the Board of Directors. Mr. Deputy, towards this end, funding for additional full and part-time instructional staff, as well as additional administrative and support staff, has been included with the expectation of further increases in enrollment and expansion across the Family Islands, specifically Exuma, Eleuthera, Abaco, and the Grand Bahama. Mr. Deputy, the increases of salaries, emoluments, and personal benefits are also being addressed through the industrial agreements at BTVI, one done and one pending. We are determined to look out for the Bahamian worker. In addition, with the establishment of Family Island campuses in Eleuthera, Abaco, Exuma, Freeport, and 8 Mile Rock, there's a need to appoint full-time coordinators and support staff. There's also a need to expand recruitment of student affairs, finance, daycare, and other departments, meaning opportunities for more jobs on these islands. We have expanded offerings across existing trades as well as across the Family Island sites and increased enrollment in New Providence and Grand Bahama, ensuring the use of industry professionals, and BTVI will have to staff appropriately in order to make these expansions yield the intended and badly needed results. With the increase in enrollment and expansion, supplies and materials must increase, as will general operational expenses. Much has been asked of BTVI in the past 12 to 18 months, and as a result of special programs requiring additional grant funding, as the institution is often asked to deliver training in situations that either do not account for full overhead or in which training must be delivered at a discounted rate. Therefore, allocated funding allows the institution to respond without having to lean on its slim operational resources. In regard to new capital expenditure at BTVI, we have provided some $5 million for New Providence campus, some $2 million for each of the campuses on Eleuthera, Abaco, Exuma, and 8 Mile Rock, and $1.1 million for the Northern Bahamas campus to address the repairs post-Hurricane Dorian. The $13 million budget allocation for BTVI is forward-looking, preparing the institution for the mandate placed upon it to function as a regional center of excellence and applied science, technology, and innovation. The Technical Cadet Corps program, Mr. Speaker, the rebranding and the relaunch. Our Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training is excited to be in a position to bring greater focus to career and technical and vocational education and training through and throughout the Bahama Islands. It is against this backdrop that the ministry sought to and received the approval of the Cabinet to reintroduce and relaunch the Technical Cadet Program. Currently, this program is housed at BTVI. The original vision of the program was intended to attract students with interest in STEM programs only. For example, mechanical, radio, and television engineering, and more academic tracks only. In the past years, the program has been consistent in enrollment and similarly consistent in scholarship offering and participation, with the intention of being matriculated in the labor market of the Bahamian economy. The rebranding and relaunch of the Technical Cadet Corps program, known as TCCP, will signify increased program diversity and will provide tiered tracks of exposure for a cross-section of student participation. Coming September 2023, under new leadership with a new mandate, Team TCCP or Technical Cadet Corps program will engage students in a cadre of practical training opportunities with direct implication for labor market demands. Mr. Deputy, Track 1 will provide courses geared towards students with an interest in the engineering branches, matriculating to a tertiary course of study. Track 2 will provide exposures of courses to students with more technical inclination in a variety of content aligned with entry-level employment opportunities. The relaunch will be strategic, permitting the targeting of specific interests and skill sets with projected participation from 10 of our public high schools. The entry requirements were modified as a facet of the relaunch to ensure that a wide range or a wide cross-section of students are able to access the program, which will directly impact our corporate community. It was therefore critical that we engage the support of corporate partners and the private sector to ensure economic empowerment and expansion as a nation. The preliminary recruitment activities initiated with student placement and induction in the relaunch of the TCCP is scheduled for August 2023, just ahead of the commencement of classes the first week of September 2023. Our relaunch and rebranding will require financial injections from from the 4 supporting ministries, corporations. Sorry, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Deputy, pardon me. Mr. Deputy, our relaunch and rebranding will require financial injection from the 4 supporting ministries, corporations of $355,000 in year 1, with a projected $25,000 increase to this baseline projection for years 2 and 3. The new Technical Cadet Corps program will ensure that all participating students are granted the opportunity to exit the program with up to 6 professional certifications, all recognized by industry, that will allow them to gain access to employment immediately or to be credited towards tertiary studies later on. While a tiered approach will be used, one certification building on the other, each certification can act as a standalone with recognized employment value. Our National Apprenticeship Program Framework. Mr. Deputy, globally, policymakers have been searching for responses to the negative employment effects of a range of crises and are rediscovering the importance of quality apprenticeship programs, which offer a tried and tested way of enabling our young people to make a transition from the world of education to the world of work. Quality apprenticeships play key roles in enhancing youth employability through the acquisition of relevant skills, personal development, and a recognized qualification. They also offer a real opportunity to experience the world of work and to start the process of building a career. In further support of growing quality apprenticeship program systems worldwide, the 111th session of the International Labor Conference in June 2023 this year engaged in formal discussions on global standards as recommendations for all members and all member countries to consider. This global support and appreciation for the value of a quality apprenticeship system is also reflected at a policy level in this country. The draft National Development Plan, Vision 2040, indicates, quote, the importance of building local capacity in the trades to support a growing economy, notably in the tourism sector. Specifically, there's a policy support to improve the accessibility of quality technical, vocational education, and apprenticeships to ensure employable skills and to meet the needs of the economy, provide decent work and economic growth, close quote. The draft Bahamian National Development Plan, in fact, includes 2 specific areas and 2 specific clauses that directly require the development of a quality apprenticeship system. Clause 6.94 is to develop an apprenticeship program, and Clause 7.3.2 is to strengthen the training and apprenticeship program targeted toward our youth. As a direct consequence of the value of given apprenticeships, of the value given to apprenticeships in the Bahamas, there has been a considerable amount of work carried out to develop a quality apprenticeship system, including the project known as Skills for Future Jobs that was brought into force in 2018. However, much of the work was fragmented and not concluded, in the most part due to the public funds for such processes having to be relocated. To reactivate this critical work, in September 2022, the Bahamas Cabinet appointed a Cabinet subcommittee, the National Apprenticeship Task Force, and assigned it with the task of making recommendations for the development of a national apprenticeship program. Moreover, apprenticeships are the core of the Decent Work Country program for 2021-2026. The Decent Work Country program lays out the commitment of the government workers and the employers' organizations and the International Labor Organization, or ILO, to provide decent work. Priority number 1 of the Decent Work Country program, Jobs and Skills, aims at enhancing labor force development and enterprise sustainability to improve prospects for decent employment, increase productivity, and support inclusive economic growth, with special attention to youth, women, and family islanders. Equipping the workforce with the skills that respond to the labor market needs is of fundamental importance to the achievement of the outcomes under this priority. Mr. Deputy, in support to the implementation of the Decent Work Country Program 2021-2026, the ILO office in the Caribbean was requested to provide technical advice and facilitate the development of a formal quality apprenticeship system policy. This policy would then form the basis for the development and implementation of the National Apprenticeship Program, as stated in the new Decent Work Country Program, as required by the Cabinet Directive. Mr. Deputy, I will say more about our Decent Work Program and the Apprenticeship Program, and I will give advance notice about this initiative's collaboration with the private sector and including all of our public partners. Mr. Deputy, skipping to the next section. Mr. Deputy, a formalized apprenticeship act will recommend the establishment of the governing body to ensure the effective implementation of this program and execution of this program. A key component of this initiative will be access to hands-on training where participants are mentored so as to ensure the consistent transfer of knowledge. Mr. Deputy, I will now move to another initiative. And just before I wind down, I want to mention our Tourism and Hospitality Management and Culinary Arts program at the University of the Bahamas. In May 2023, the university approved a new Bachelor of Arts degree in Tourism and Hospitality Management. In addition, I am advised that the university expects to expand its culinary arts program from associate's to bachelor's degree and to begin to offer this new program in September 2024. UB also plans to offer 4 to 6 month long certification programs in tourism and hospitality culinary arts. These certificate courses will target Bahamians currently employed in the tourism and hospitality industry who seek additional formal training as part of their career advancement plans. Since certificate programs are not full-time or fully funded degrees, students enrolled in such programs are not eligible for scholarships under the Bahamas Government Tertiary Grant Program. Given our government's commitment to the support of the career and aspirations of our Bahamians, I am pleased to advise that $1,230,630 has been allocated to support this group of students. I expect, Mr. Deputy, this expansion of the tourism and hospitality management and culinary arts education to serve the needs of our tourism and hospitality industry. It represents our government's commitment to invest in our most important assets, our people, and will expand our capacity to provide well-trained human resource people at entry level in the industry and to offer lifelong learning opportunities for those who are currently employed in the industry. Mr. Deputy, this budget demonstrates our fiscal responsibility and good governance. Despite the inheritance of the health, economic, fiscal, and inflation crisis, we have managed to increase government revenues, decrease the deficit, and improve governance, proving our commitment to responsible economic stewardship. Remember that choices made by governments matter. We will remain focused and forge ahead with our plans for national development and the empowerment of all Bahamians. The performance of the previous administration has seemingly knocked them into a state of amnesia, or maybe they're hoping that Bahamians have amnesia, acting like they are brand new. But our leaders has reminded us the previous administration handling of all matters, including Dorian, and leaving a negative lasting impact on the country. Bahamians are to note that our budget for 2023-2024 is not standalone. It builds on the foundation we have laid over the past 20 months, reflecting on long-term strategic visions for our national development. This budget demonstrates our unwavering commitment to enhancing the national security, economic stability, and personal safety of every Bahamian. We are adopting a proactive approach to revenue generation, prioritizing more effective tax administration. The other side can seek to muddy the waters, but our tax strategy is clear. 95% of the new revenue will come from non-Bahamians, and our focus is on collecting outstanding taxes and promoting fairness. Mr. Deputy, Yamakroa stands with our New Day plan. Yamakroa remains loyal and remembers that these are actors and they are not brand new. Months ago, our government took the mantle. We have brought the country forward and we will continue to forge a way forward. May God continue to bless the good people of Yamakroa. May God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Mr. Deputy, the member for St. Anne's is asking for another speaker. Is your member ready?
Yeah, he can get it tomorrow. First thing in the morning.
Is your member ready? Mr. Deputy, this is an appropriate time now for us to take the suspension.
Is there a seconder?
Can I finish, Mr. Deputy?
Oh.
I appreciate your anxiety, Mr. Deputy. We wish to suspend until tomorrow, the 21st day of June at 10 a.m.
Second? Yeah. It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House be suspended until tomorrow at 10 a.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Marco City.
Oh, we were waiting for you. We waited for you. Your member, your deputy said you're ready to go.
The motion is carried. The business of the House stands suspended until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
With Elizabeth will be on the floor.
With Elizabeth on the floor. Thank you, Honorable Member. Sergeant.
All right.